From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. The World Test Championship Final. Australia versus India on SEN Cricket. We would also final.
Over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! It's the taken! What a mighty hit!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. The 2023 World Test Championship Final on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome back to SEN Test Cricket live from the Kia Oval from a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. 48 hours ago, India needed to win the first session to hold on, and they did. Yesterday, they had to win the day, and they managed that as well, an absorbing stoush from start to end. Today, though, the degree of difficulty is far more acute. They have to take Australia's 6 remaining wickets by lunch. Nothing else will do. If they can, the door will be just about ajar if everything went right. Fueled perhaps by their stunning come-from-behind win at this very ground on the final day 2 summers ago. And as we heard at Stumps last night, the belief is certainly there. For Australia, though, it's far less urgent when they resume shortly on 4 for 123. Across the first 3 days, they've earned the right to play out however they see fit this morning, already ahead by 296. And on a surface, it's not going to get any easier to bat on. A lead in excess of 400 would be a nice hurdle to clear. It was some interrogation for Marnus Labuschagne before tea yesterday, wearing several balls on the gloves and body, but he starts again today on 41, and he's an expert of dictating the tempo of an innings, which is exactly what Australia will want from him in these important early exchanges. I'm Adam Collins, and on a hot summer morning at the Kia Oval in South London, I welcome Bharat, Sundaresan and Pete Lalor for a quick build-up ahead of the first ball. Bharat, first to you. You've got to love Shardul Thakur saying last night after play that India will chase down in excess of 450 if they need to. He never lacks for confidence.
You know what? And he'll believe it. Even if nobody else in that dressing room believes that they can chase on 450, there'll be 2 of them who will believe it. Virat Kohli and Shardul Thakur. Just the kind of cricketers they are. And look, India will believe that they aren't out of this game yet. And that's the kind of cricket they played yesterday. They played the kind of cricket which kind of justifies their place in this final, if that makes sense. Batting has been an issue for them. The top order let them down, but the lower order fired again, and what an innings that was from Ajinkya Rahane.
Pete, it was a sort of scrappy day for Australia yesterday. They did some things well, some things not so well, but really all they need here is to be stable for a couple of hours to take any sting that might be there early on out of it. Oh, where are you, Pete? We just can't. Do you want to try again for me?
Here I am, Adam Collins.
You're not with me. We can't
just ignore me.
There we go. I don't know why you weren't folded up. You are now. Please proceed.
I've never sounded better.
Ooh.
In and outer.
You're in and out. Bharat, why don't you tell us about what Australia needs to do the first couple of hours?
Well, I did ask Marnus Labuschagne whether it was a bizarre day, and like when Marnus Labuschagne and Bharat Sundaresan, they accept that something is weird, it has to be weird, right? Like, so he said it was a weird day as well, where Australia always felt like they were ahead, because they were ahead. But it's just a matter of them making a few mistakes, errors in that first session, which kind of kept giving India hope. They left the door slightly ajar, and that's pretty much what's the story of the India tour of Australia in 2020-2021, when Australia just couldn't break free. Having said that, I thought Marnus Labuschagne played a very important inning, soaked in all the pressure. Once he did wake up, he did tell us, Pete, he did tell me, while speaking to SEN Test Cricket, that he was just resting his eyes. He's like, why would I fall asleep?
It didn't feel like a very likely story, did it? He was clearly nodding off. Pete, your impressions of where things are placed?
Look, the game is Australia's to win here. All they have to do is bat sensibly. They've been in this position before in Delhi, and we saw them throw it away. This isn't Delhi, but this is a wicket with some life in it, with some demons in it, and you'll have to be... A bit of luck will have to go your way, because not only is there a bit of sideways movement, we saw that's how Warner got out, Khawaja to a degree, it's the up and down that's perilous, you know, and fingers crossed that none of these Australian batsmen break a hand going into the Ashes. Well, because it is a dangerous pitch.
Yeah, certainly when you're bowling from the pavilion, isn't it? There's that patch at our Vauxhall end that we've seen some explode, which nearly took Labuschagne and Takua's hands off yesterday.
Yes.
And some just kind of go through, which is kind of how David Warner felt.
Well, Mitchell Stark said all of the Australian seamers are happier bowling towards the Vauxhall end. He says you feel like you're going uphill the other way and it's not quite working. And of course, they're getting a bit of kick bowling towards us in the commentary position here.
And Scott Boland, of course, started off from our Vauxhall, and he won't mind being the workhorse, and Nathan Lyon will have plenty of work to do later as well. But first things first, they're on their way out to the middle. So Marnus Labuschagne resuming on 41. He faced 118 deliveries yesterday, and Cameron Green was out there for 27 balls for 7. We've got Phil Long with us as well. Good morning, Phil. Yeah, I'm afraid to say that headset is just not working. We're going to have to...
He's not bowling. He's bowling from the Vauxhall end.
Yes,
it's hard work.
Phil's bowling uphill at the moment. I can't account for why that's happened, but we'll work that out in a break. We've got a few to take through the first session. Sorry, Phil. Where was I? What was I going to ask Phil? I was going to ask Phil about something numbers related.
Well, before we get to the numbers, it was interesting that the Indian team just got into a huddle around that little podium where they left the ball. And Virat Kohli, of all people, Adam, asked the camera guy, the TV camera guy, to just step back a little. I don't think he wanted the cameras to pick up or the mics to pick up what they were talking about. Unlike what happened 2 years ago here where he wanted to give them hell, or was that at Lord's?
That was at Lord's, but again, you can kind of feel the same sort of energy around the Oval this morning. It's going to be Umesh Yadav. Interesting call. It was Australia's number 19 bowler starting off from this end yesterday, taking a wicket second ball. What they would give for one from India's number 19 here. He took 1 for 21 from 7 overs yesterday, picking up Usman Khawaja with his 7th delivery, caught behind just after tea. Veteran of the side, got the mullet haircut, 35 years of age, big bustling approach to the crease. He's seen a lot across a long career. He's got 2 slips in the gully, deep backward point, and a man out at fine leg. Just being held here by umpire Richard Illingworth.
Crowd a bit slow to get in. We've got 29 degrees forecast. An absolutely glorious day.
Perfect day for it. Day 4 begins. World Test Championship final for Maccas. Bowling here, Umesh Yadav defending into the offside. Here's to 30 years of the Cafe. And our first session is brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. And if you're in the ground today, it may not sound very hot in an Australian context, but as we always say, living over here, 30 degrees in England feels like 40 degrees in Australia. It's just not built for it over here.
I was out with a group of Indian people, had dinner with them last night. Yeah. They're complaining about the English sun.
Seriously?
Really?
Yeah. Just the buildings here aren't set up for heat. Umesh into green, second ball, defends to mid-wicket, wants one, gets one. Enough of a gap. Siraj around wearing the short sleeve jumper at mid-on.
Just dropping it and run, pushing it into the gaps. Don't need to do anything silly here.
It's an important innings for Cam Green. Start of a long summer for Australia. He's never played competitive red ball cricket before. Fell to a shot that had signs of someone who's just coming off the short format. Look, he's such a young cricketer. I know cricketers these days are used to going from one format to another. He's not. No. So this is a new challenge for him. And already we saw yesterday he was a lot more circumspect. He wasn't going for the big booming drive like he did in the first innings.
The crowd know just how important the Labuschagne wicket is. The slow clap begins as he takes his guard and takes it again as he does deliberatively.
Just makes the bowler wait. This game is on Labuschagne time.
In here, Umesh Yadav to Labuschagne. His first ball of day 4 is pushed into the onside for no single. And we've seen the game played on the players' terms full stop, Pete. 75.4 overs, I think it was yesterday.
Unbelievable. Yeah. 85 overs first day, 74.3 overs second day, 75.4 overs 3 days. That is 35 overs lost. We've lost a whole session of play, Adam.
And I think that the match referee will be generous to the extent that there were many physio appointments, if you like, yesterday. Well, and there was 2 overs for the change, but a lot of it as Umesh bowls here to Labuschagne. He hits him on the back pad. Might have been on the box the way that he's responded. Haunched over. Ball spills out into the offside. Labuschagne just gives it a rub. He's been hit there a couple of times, right?
He has, and he's backing himself to bat outside his crease. I asked him that question last evening. I said, you're the only batter who's been batting well outside his crease on a pitch which is up and down. And he said, yeah, at least that's ensuring that I'm getting hit on the arm and the leg and not on my head. Because some of those balls that reared up at me, if I was in my crease, they would have hit me straight on the head.
That was an awkward spot. Back thigh pad right round the groin. Watching it back for tyre power. End of financial year sale. Umesh Yadav away from us. Vauxhall then bowls to Labuschagne, leaving alone on length. Nice carry through to the gloves of KS Bharat.
This is a courageous innings from Marnus Labuschagne. He has been hit a lot. I mean, we're not quite talking Michael Clark in South Africa against Morne Morkel. I don't think there's any breaks yet.
Yeah.
But and he's not calling for the physio either, thank God.
He had a swollen index finger yesterday to the extent I avoided shaking his hand. I went for it, then I was like, maybe not. He's still unbeaten. He has a long summer ahead.
Last ball of the first over of day 4. Umesh bowls to Labuschagne, leaving alone. That's further outside the off stump. Over complete. 4 for 124. We'll say goodbye to Bharat for the time being because Ravi Shastri is about to jump in. Pete Lalor will stick around with me for the next quarter of an hour or so. Green 8, Labuschagne 41. That's all on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles, huge sale. Just on over rates. I've been banging on about this for years, so have you. Yeah. I've arrived at a conclusion that there is only one way to fix this. Financial penalties don't work. They never will. It has to be in-play, in-game runs. Yeah. The only way, realistically, to provide a disincentive to sides from doing this in the field is to make it hurt. Where it hurts most
contest. Yes.
In the game they're in right now. And that we've seen penalty runs used in any number of ways in short-form cricket. And there are other ways as well that it's been used in Test cricket. For example, when a ball hits a helmet or something like that. Fake fielding's another one too. Finding a suitable sanction for slow over rates as assessed by the match referee at the conclusion of each innings. That's the only way.
Look, haven't bowled a ball yet from the pavilion end, but we saw before play that it was covered by a blanket while they were doing the rolling, and the bowlers are having issues with their foot marks out there. You've probably seen that better than me, Ravi Shastri, because you've been out there.
Morning, Peter. Morning, Adam. Yes, they use that so that it doesn't crumble. Otherwise they put that they fill it with the mud. If they roll it directly on it, it might just crumble.
But they didn't do it at this end. And
only
I think the bowlers have been having trouble at that pavilion end.
Yes.
It is quite dusty and dry.
It is dry and the cracks have opened. Let me tell you that. Because I did the pitch report.
Did you?
Yes. And it's open and, it's a natural length for bowlers like Siraj and Cummins.
And are the cracks here at this Vauxhall end more?
Much more.
Much more. And they will open up more with this. This is quite a hot day. 29-degree day.
Mohammad Shami, pavilion end. First ball for him today, bowling the green, and he beats him outside the off stump. A ball he had to play out on the fourth stump line. He walked all the way down to the tall all-rounder. Has a bit of a glare, as is his prerogative. Nicely bowled to start. Watching it back here for tyre power. End of financial year sale. Hit the seam and deviated away. Lovely first up. No loosener.
No loosener. They know that this is the session. They have to try and bowl out Australia in this session of play. If Australia bat any longer than lunch, as it is, they're in a very good position, but by then they'll be in the driver's seat.
It feels like one session, even if it is only 25 overs or something like that, Australia will get up towards that 400 mark. It's going to be Shami again. His second ball closer to the stump. Green plays it out to mid-wicket. No run. We saw, Ravi, teams that you coached here in 2018 on the final day, hauling down the better part of 450 and getting about 380 or something like that. So there'll be some belief there. And on the final day here in 2021, bowling out England in stunning circumstances.
Absolutely.
And this side knows what it takes to come from behind in Test cricket in England.
And it started in Adelaide in 2015. We said whatever the target given, we're going to go for it. Because that's the best way to play. You take the pressure off you.
Shami to green on 8. He defends after getting well forward.
Because there's no point poking around. This pitch, there's enough in this pitch to get you out at any stage. So there's something called as batting rhythm, which means mixing caution with aggression rather than having a totally defensive mindset. So you've got to go there and make that rhythm happen, which means you've got to show intent.
And you've got to show a bit of courage too, don't you? Not to get the ball's going to be startling you, it's going to be hitting you, and almost induce those sort of panic shots.
Absolutely, that's why you've got to trust your defence. Big time.
Here is Shami again. Passes. Umpire Gaffney bowls here. Green forward defending into the offside. There's no run.
It's interesting, Green's batting from the crease, but when he only takes half a stride and he's already as far forward as Labuschagne gets batting well out of the crease. He has got the longest stride in cricket for a bowler that I know.
And he's proper batsman. You know, he's organised technique. He's got a good defence. He would have learned from that shot he played in the first innings.
Yeah. That was a shot of someone who'd never batted it in England before, wasn't it?
Shami again bowls to Green, defending from the crease out to the offside, no run.
And the one thing I like about Green is he seems to learn the game very quickly.
Yeah.
He assumes knowledge. He's quiet, but there's no bombast to him.
Comes naturally to him.
He's about 10 years younger than everybody else in the team.
Absolutely, and you could see it in this year's IPL. You know, when you have that price tag as much as that, you know, and he showed within 3 or 4 games the maturity that was remarkable.
That's right, $3.15 million can weigh heavily on a young man. It's a lot of expectation, isn't it?
And he lived up to it.
Shami's last ball, all dots so far. Good start from him, 3 behind the wicket. In catching positions, Green defends to mid-on. Nicely played by the West Australian. 4 for 124 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails, huge sail. Australia lead by 297. Labuschagne 41, Green on 8.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Yeah, Luffy, please. Umesh Yadav starts a new over. Bowls here, defending out to the offside is Labuschagne, no run. Our coverage is for Macca's. He's for 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins, Ravi, Shastri, Pete Lalor to begin our broadcast on Morning for Australia. Looking to take their lead beyond 300 and up to 400 as well if they can bat through to lunch or thereabouts.
Before you came on air, Ravi, Bharat was saying that he had a chat to Marnus last night. Why you're batting out there and, you know, getting hit on the hands so much? He says, because if I didn't do that, they'd be hitting me in the head. Do you like that tactic?
Bowling here is Umesh outside the off stump and left alone by Marnus Labuschagne to the gloves.
I remember 2018 when Virat Kohli got those runs, 600 runs. And it was at a net in Chelmsford just before the first Test match, where you know, the press was still playing up the demons of Anderson getting him out. And I went up to him and I said, why don't you stand a foot outside the crease on a middle stump guard and see how you feel? And he had already batted.
Umesh delivers, and on the pad of Labuschagne, back pad for the second time this morning. Inside edge onto maybe the fleshy bit based on his response. Never nice on the inner thigh there, Ravi.
Yeah, and it's not easy. You can see already, you know, the ball doing something, the bounce a little variable. And that will carry on as the day progresses, especially when the ball is hard and new. And Virat had just finished, and he said, okay, I'm going to give it a try. He went back into the nets and then came out and said, I feel great. Tried it in the first county game, got a 50.
Umesh again, Labuschagne edging and taken at first slip. Umesh Yadav has got the early breakthrough. India were craving. Labuschagne just hung the bat out there, a little bit of movement off the seam, enough movement off the seam, and it ballooned up to first slip, and it was taken with ease. 5 for 124 Australia. They lead by 297. Labuschagne doesn't add to his overnight tally of 41. And Pujara makes no mistakes to his left, Ravi Shastri.
Well, just what the doctor ordered as far as the Indians are concerned. They needed a breakthrough early, and they've got the well-set Labuschagne out. It was beautiful delivery, mind. He might be disappointed, but that was a perfect outswinger. He was drawn into the shot, and the ball carried nicely into the slip cordon.
He's trudging off as well. Pete, he's looking for a replay up on the screen. Well, don't worry about the replay. It's in the book. Beautiful catching height. Pujara just had to move a foot or so to his left behind the wicketkeeper KS Bharat. What Australia weren't able to do yesterday in the first session, pouch their chances. India have got there first. They've got 5 wickets to go to really make a game of this. Alex Carey walking out at number 7. Was out reverse sweeping in the first innings for 48.
A lot of pressure on Alex Carey here. Hasn't had a good time with the bat. Saw him practicing the sweep shot in the nets this morning.
Again?
But he won't be sweeping Umesh Yadav in these conditions. He's a good batter, Alex Carey.
Very good. And very useful man to have in a situation like this, because he keeps that tempo going. He'll score quickly if he's in there.
It's a very good point, but he is critical now. He's the last recognised batter.
Doesn't have a good record against India at all, averaging 15 in these contests, but his 48 the other day was important. Just to push Australia's lead beyond 400. Well, their first innings tally rather beyond 400. What they give for that again today. His first ball, Umesh here over the wicket. Carey plays with soft hands, out between gully and backward point towards the rope. It might reach it. Gathers pace. Cut off at the last. No, it gets there. There was a boot stuck out. We've seen that a few times in this final so far from the Indian fast bowlers. It takes Australia with the boundary up to 5 for 128. Carey off the mark first ball with a 4.
And he gets lots of runs in that area. I won't be surprised if India plug it. Yes, they've got third man now straight away.
Well, they had 3 slips in a gully for that first delivery. They managed to make it through the 4th slip position.
So Umesh Yadav, as you say, 3 slips a gully. Deep backward point, who's gone there since the boundary. So they've taken out the conventional backward point and set him straight out. That's a heavy scoring area for the South Australian. 2 back for the short ball on the leg side as well. Umesh bowls Carey, short and wide, and leaves it a tempter.
Good carry. Day 4 pitch in England. Like to see that coming up. Saw the nick to the slips, taken around the sort of chest region.
That'll excite the Australian bowlers as well, because as it is, when someone asked me this morning, I said Australia's 75-25 ahead. And if they can add another 50, take it close to 350, they'll be in a great position.
Just to try and illustrate how difficult it is to bat, and that's at the better end there, the pavilion end. There was, in that over, there was 77 centimetres difference in bounce from a delivery that's pitched at the same height. So, you know, you can understand Marnus Labuschagne's disappointment. He's done so much hard work, got so many blows, and worked so hard to try and ice this game for Australia. But they just can't get this game on ice just yet. Can't put India back in the box.
And every batsman will feel that way. You're never in on the surface, no matter who you are.
77 centimetres is a lot, isn't it? The ball pitched in the same region. And that's the up and down.
So it's Shami towards us, towards Green. A lot of pressure on his shoulders now, the Australian number 6. He made 6 in the first innings. He's on 8 so far from 36 deliveries, defending to the offside. Our session here, day 4 for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise. Ravi, I did love that comment mentioned to Bharat before you jumped on from Shardul last night, saying if they set us 450, we'll chase 450. They got that belief in that dressing room, don't they?
Absolutely. And that's the way they should think, because if they think anything otherwise, they'll crumble very quickly.
It's that thought process that's got them to this game.
Yep.
They've backed themselves in the last 2 years of cricket, and longer than that.
Leads 301. Bowling again and leaving alone outside the off stump is Green, remembering what they were able to chase on the final day at the Gabba as well. In all probability, it'll be a much bigger chase than that, but the lived experience of doing it against Cummins and Stark, against Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, with the series on the line.
With the series on the line, exactly.
And with Peter sitting in Sydney.
I think I was the only one in Brisbane. We had a...
He tried everything. He tried every bus ticket, every plane flight to get it.
We only had,
not allowed.
We only had 3 commentators in Brisbane for SEN. Shami bowls here, Green gets in behind it defending. Myself, Ian Healy and Ryan Harris, the 2 Queenslanders. I got up there and took the risk that I'd be stuck in Queensland, but thankfully the borders opened in time.
Well, this is a true story. All of my stories are true. But we were waiting in Melbourne to find out if the test would be played in Sydney and Brisbane, and I might have been sort of close to Ravi that night when the news came through. And I said, mate, you're playing in Sydney and you're playing in Brisbane. He says, good. We'll beat them in both of those places. But that's that mindset, you know, because the whole narrative had been that India would be done in Brisbane by the bounce and the conditions.
So Shami charging in, started well, bowls to Green, driving but straight to cover. There's a man in position, Akshar Patel, the sub. He's had a lot of touches so far in this test match, on pretty much constantly the 12th man. Saw Shami's name flash up on the scoreboard before play, Ravi. There's been a poll for the crowd here. Who is the greatest test fast bowler of all time? Glenn McGrath, Kapil Dev, was it Dale Steyn? Pat Cummins, sorry, and Mohammad Shami in the final four of the greatest fast bowler of all time. Big call. Might be playing to the crowd a bit with that poll. Shami bowls, edging his green on the bounce down to gully where Rughani does the fielding. My apologies, Coley's in there at fourths of gully. That's a pretty big call. So stand down Dale Steyn, stand down any number of bowlers from, who haven't played in the last 20 years. Mohammad Shami, final four. There you go. It was Sachin Tendulkar won the poll yesterday for the greatest test batter of all time, ahead of Don Bradman. So Green's been looking to drive early on today. They've got the man at cover, got the point. In fact, they're going to give him the gap. Interesting. Change of field. Akshar jumps over Ravi to mid-wicket. They want him driving.
It's wide open on that offside. Oh, no, hang on.
So make a small tweak. So the man who was at backward point moves to, more conventional cover. So now point becomes open for him.
I'm wondering if they're going to try something short on him. He's got such good stride. He's such a classic batsman. What do you think about trying the short ball on green and surprising? That fielder has moved into sort of a backwards leg catching position.
Last ball, there are two back for Shami for Green. He leaves alone on length. Flies through to the gloves of Bharat. Hits them hard. Maiden complete. Ended the over on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 5 for 128, leading by 301. Green is on 8, Carey's on 4.
Bigger battle, mini, money, more and flower. You're the chosen one.
Pick your favourite Kia. From the award-winning Kia Sportage to the street cred delivering Kia Seltos, or Kia's most powerful car ever, the all-electric EV6 GT. Book a test drive today to find your chosen one. Find out more at kia.com.au or drop into your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Umesh Yadav, right arm over, bowls to Carey, over the wicket, defended into the offside, no run. Got Bharat Sundaresan jumping in for Pete. Ravi as well. Bharat, your thoughts in the first 20 minutes?
Good start for India. Morning, Ravi.
Morning, Bharat.
They needed to get rid of Manas Labuschagne. He's the glue that held the innings together yesterday. Now they're into Alex Carey, who can score quickly, but he's also has a tendency to get out very early as well.
Umesh up to the crease, bowls to Carey again, off his hip, gets one, out to square leg. It's 5 for 129. That lead, the most important number on the board, is up to 302.
And you mentioned, Adam, at the end of the last over, the ball flies through to the keeper. It's actually flying today. I'm surprised on day 4 at how quickly it's going to the keeper, and the carry looks great.
Shardul Thakur used the word underprepared yesterday for this pitch. He doesn't hold back, does he?
No.
A bit like Beefy.
That's what I intended.
It is the perfect nickname for him. Is that your invention, Ravi?
Yep.
Here's Umesh bowling the green. He's forward defending, as he's done so diligently this morning. He's 8 from 43 balls. I mentioned in the pre-game, they're just going to chill Australia. And whereas playing like Shardul Thakur came out yesterday and did anything but chill, which is kind of why he's so attractive, isn't it? He's always involved. Even that catch yesterday that he took from Steve Smith, charging away. He's a bulky fella, isn't he? But he can get some speed going. A lot to like about him.
And confident. He's got tremendous confidence in his own ability. So I asked him today, how are the bruises? Nothing. Nothing. All okay.
It's Umesh. Wicket this morning already. That of Labuschagne, wider of the crease, shape away from Green. He plays it late under his eyes, out to cover. Such an important play, that, getting Labuschagne early without adding to his overnight tally. Caught the cordon for 41. It feels like Shardul might have been the kind of guy who didn't expect he'd have an international career, playing a lot of domestic cricket. How did you decide that he'd be the guy you wanted in your side?
It's amazing. He was one of our net bowlers, and we were, after quarantine, flying from Dubai to Australia, and you had a lot of Australians on the flight as well, finishing the IPL.
Nikesh has got 2 slips and a gully, bowling to Green. That's the off-cutter. Plays it off the inside part of the bat onto his front pad, out to cover point, no run.
And on the flight, we're having a chat, and he came up. I said, now listen. And I told him, don't you ever think you're going there as just a net bowler. Just remember, you could be playing at any time at a given stage. Because I knew, I already had the vision of what can happen in COVID and quarantine times, where I might need to keep all the players back there, and because of injuries. Sure enough, his opportunity came to play.
Nikesh bowls and Green off his hip. Back of a length, out towards deep backward square in front of the Bedser stand. It's collected by Shami. They had 1. Leads 303, Green 9. 5 for 130.
And he still reminds me till today. Remember what you told me? I said, I certainly do.
So it was Natarajan and Thakur, do I recall correctly, guys, who had brought out as depth bowlers.
And Washington.
And Washington, right.
Yeah.
And all 3 of them were instrumental at the end of the over. We'll do 1 more over with you, Ravi, then we'll change it up. 5 for 130, lead of 303, Green 9, Carey 5, where they were all forming your attack for that final test match. I remember when Shardul was picked that Bharat had to quickly come into the commentary box and send voice notes through with the pronunciation of his name, just to make sure we got it right on radio.
Washington Sundar was a lot easier, wasn't it?
Well, it was Sundar, and so you said, no, it's Sundar. Here is Shami, new over, Pavilion end, Green edging through the slips for 4. Oh, how close that was. We'll need the replay here for tyre power, end of financial year sales. Should have Kohli dragged that in. Cameron Green's second boundary, but the story's going to be the tape. Talk us through it, Ravi.
Yeah, this is Shubman Gill, actually, but he's played it with soft hand. It's gone to ground.
To ground, yeah.
It's gone to ground, and it's gone through. Just died on Shubman Gill. He's a tall man. All these runs important. Now, psychologically, from Australia's point of view, they know they've gone past 300.
So it definitely doesn't carry. 4 runs to the Aussie total. Green into double figures. He's 13. Lead 307. Plenty going on in the first half an hour. Shami again bowls to Green. Back foot punch to cover. No single.
It's amazing the number of times the ball hasn't carried to the slip cord, and while the bowling's been from that end, Ravi. Yeah. We've seen a few carry when the bowling's been from this end. But just going back to Shardul Thakur and Ravi Shastri, I'll give you an example of what Ravi Shastri meant to this team. We were in New Zealand, and before the test series, there was a one-day series, and Shardul had gone for a lot of runs. And I met Ravi for dinner, I think that same night or the night after. Shardul Thakur was there with Rohit Sharma and some of his Mumbai teammates, and you could see he was down on energy. The shoulders were slumped.
Shami here from the Pavilion end, wider of the crease to Green. That's the one that comes back. Green deals with it well, pushing a bit on, no run.
And Ravi and I and Bharat, of course, were sitting in one end of this bar, this restaurant. And Ravi had noticed that Shardul Thakur was down. And from where we were, I just heard him scream, "Head up!" And Shardul Thakur was like shaken. He called Shardul Thakur over and I said, "Look, I never want you to have your head down. It was just one bad day. Look what you're going to do from this point onwards." And you could see he just spruiked up.
True. True. That's the job of a modern coach, isn't it? Motivator in chief as well. Shami bowls and Green leaves alone outside the off stump.
No, I'll tell you on that, just finishing off that Gabba incident. With Natarajan and Washington, they'd come without kit because they were net bowlers. They just had their shoes. So during that test match, Washington wanted to borrow Mitchell Stark's pads, left-hander's pad, but they weren't allowed because of COVID restrictions. So we had to send someone out to the shop in Brisbane, get left-handed pads for him, and he goes to make a half-century.
Just went down to the local cricket shop and makes one of the most important half-centuries in Indian cricket history. Great part of the story, all documented in your book, Bharat. Here is Shami again to not completely over, 2 balls left. Off cutter, Green, one hand off the bat defending. Did well again. It's sort of the stumps are in play when Shami's bowling to Green at the moment. What's the book called again, Bharat?
The Miracle Makers.
The Miracle Makers.
In cricket's greatest epic.
One hell of a tour that was. But just coming back here to this Indian bowling in the second innings, where they've learned from that first innings is they're targeting the stumps a lot more.
And that's exactly what Australia did, right?
Absolutely.
Ravi will be off to television after this ball. Shami delivers and Green hit on the pad via the inside edge. Down to final leg, it goes. They get one. They want a second. Carey wants two. Green roars no. Great call, because that was a direct hit. Coming in from Jadeja. Of course it's Jadeja. Ended the over. Thank you, Ravi. We'll chat later on. Australia 5 for 135. They lead by 308 with Green on 14, Carey on 5 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles a huge sale.
Kia EV6 GT. A sleek, pure electric supercar. Enjoy your flight. The Kia EV6 GT.
Kia, movement that inspires.
We're here for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of them at Cafe in our first session for Drink Wise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drink Wise. We've already had a big Macca's moment for India this morning. Macca's I'm loving it moment. It's the new season for the McSpicy range at McDonald's. That was the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne. Caught in the cordon for 41, gave them a chance to celebrate another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Phil Long jumping in for the first time today, along with Bharat and myself. Umesh Yadav, Vauxhall End, hot day, not a cloud in the sky. Runs to Green, bowls to him here, Green defends. Just keeps a little bit low as well. And they sneak through for a quick single. 5 for 136.
This is not an easy wicket to bat on. I mean, it's great that India believe that they can chase down whatever target Australia set for them, and they have no other option. They have nothing to lose. It is a World Test Championship final, a one-off game in that sense. But we've seen already this morning, feels like it's the most difficult to bat on. And don't forget, it's not the new ball anymore. We've seen the new ball trouble batters from both sides. This is a 50-over-old ball, and still there's so much happening off this pitch. And Marnus Labuschagne said that when he spoke to us last evening, that it is one of those classical pitches where you're never in. You just don't feel in. You have to keep changing things around.
So very different to afternoon one. They're going to have to scrap here, the Aussie lower middle order. Umesh bowls and Carey leaves a ball that's right where it needs to be in that channel outside the off stump. Phil Long.
Yeah, morning everyone. Yeah, I know there was a case that they were batting for the close last night, but including last night and this morning, Cameron Green faced 39 balls for just scoring 3 runs. Marnus Labuschagne, the last 19 and a half overs he was at the wicket, he scored 7 runs.
Good start. Thank you to Phil Long, who's with us this week, and for 3 of the 5 Ashes Test matches as well, I'm pleased to say. For Macca's, here's to 30 years of McCafe, all of Longy's stats. Umesh bowls and Carey plays underneath it, or plays above it, I should say. The ball goes beneath his blade on the 5th stump line. Doesn't catch the bottom edge, doesn't reach the keeper anyway. But again, Carey does some gardening. The pitch is on the minds of everybody out there right now, Baz.
It is, and again, that doesn't carry, like you said, and it just shoot it through.
Shot through. I want to get a second look at that for tyre power end of financial year sale, because we've seen the volatility at our end, but not so much at the pavilion end. That might be the first one we see misbehave.
And like Mitch Stark said last evening, all the Australian fast bowlers wanted to bowl from the other end.
Yeah.
This end's opening up as well.
Packed cordon. Umesh putting in a shift here early on day 4. Short ball, Carey negotiates it well. Gets inside the line. Helps it to fine leg in front of the Peter May stand. 5 for 137. Australia leading by 310. Carey's got 6.
Just saying there are a few similarities between the Gabba and this one. Not that I'm expecting India to chase down whatever Australia put in front of them, but Cameron Green, you'll remember, in that second innings got stuck.
Yes.
Wasn't scoring runs, and then finally tried hitting out and got out. And India never let Australia just off the hook.
And the other factor in that third innings was one Mohammad Siraj.
Yes.
Playing his 3rd test match. Get him into the attack ASAP, although Umesh Yadav's done well this morning so far, asking good questions. Bowls again to Green, who defends from the leg stump line. Quick single towards mid-on, and they get through. They took on Siraj. Had he collected it and flicked it and nailed it, it might have been the case that Green could have been in some trouble, but none of those things happened. He's 16, 5 for 138, leader 311.
Rohit Sharma's giving him the teapot. Look at him. He's not very happy with his fast bowler. He's still giving him a piece of his mind.
Rohit at mid-off has given him a huge spray there.
That would have been out. He had 3 stumps to aim at. I know Cam Green is quick, big strides, but could have been trouble.
Yeah, the replay confirms that for tyre power. End of financial year sale. Umesh Yadav to finish his over to Carey. Still 3 slips. Delivers here. Carey defends out to mid-off. Siraj gets another touch. Changing commentary after the break. Nikesh Rughani jumping in for me on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale now. Australia 5 for 138 with Green on 16 and Carey on 6.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Couple of us here on SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. This first session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Bharat, Sundaresan and Phil Long still here on commentary, and
Cameron Green's changing his pads.
No, I think it was the dive that he put in. I'm not sure what happened, but he immediately signaled to the dressing room. Michael Lees has brought out a pair of new pads. Not very often you see batter in the middle of the pitch to a test match with no pads on.
It's a great story from Ravi earlier on regarding pads, and Washington Sundar having to go out and basically be bought a pair of pads from the local cricket shop in that series a couple of years back. Yeah, Green just changing those pads over. He's got the left one on, the right one's going on right now. Good job he hasn't got the old buckle style ones, otherwise we could be there for quite some time. A bit of a hand. His partner down the other end, Alex Carey.
Oh, I mean, they've become best friends off the field, Alex Carey and Cam Green. Alex Carey like a protective elder brother around Cam. So the least he can do is help him put his pads on.
The buckle style pads, remember those?
Oh. They never came off though, unlike the Velcro.
I'll tell you who has got a pair of them. Yashasvi Jaiswal, who's a reserve player for India in this test match. Young man, only 21 years old, but still got the buckle style pads.
It's the Mumbai in him.
Probably hand-me-downs from previous generations. Right, we're ready to get back underway here. Cameron Green facing up to Mohammad Shami. Shami runs in, bowls, and Green drives as far as mid-off for no run.
Just on Yashasvi Jaiswal, the star of the IPL, emerging player of the year. Hit a lot of sixes over deep backward square leg. And the reason I bring that up is he did that to me as well a few years ago when I think he was around 15 back then. We were playing a journalist versus young cricketers game. And he smashed me into the, in Mumbai when you play a lot of those maidans alongside the railway tracks.
Right.
It flew over the train on one of the railway tracks.
Here comes Shami again to Green, who leaves one alone outside off stump.
But I took a lot of pride in it because there must have been a lot of pace in the ball for him to hit it that far.
What were you bowling?
Oh, my usual left arm seam up, with which I took 4 wickets last Sunday, bowling alongside the legendary Louis Cameron.
He's swinging it?
Swinging it, then swinging Yorker was working. Yes. But not that day when I was bowling to Yashasvi Jaiswal. It was
just an off day, wasn't it?
A humbling
bad day at the office.
Yes. But look, I mean, when he hit Rabada for a similar 6, I was like, look, Rabada and I are the same.
Comes Shami once more to Green. This is defended into the onside, and there is no run. Well, I know Adam Collins loves it whenever I bring this up as well. Stuart Broad and I were in the same youth system at Leicestershire, coming up through the ranks, and Colo always enjoys me talking about how I smashed him to pieces. Before he was a frontline bowler, it has to be said. He was an opening bat in those days.
Yeah, fair enough.
Used to bowl a little bit.
And not very tall. He grew quite late, didn't he, Stuart Broad?
Yeah, fairly late. Kind of the opposite to me, really. I've been 5'10" since I was about 14 years old. I thought I was going to destined for 6'1", 6'2", and it just never happened. I just stopped right there. Shami then halfway through the over, and he comes once more, and Green leaves alone outside the off. Some more away swing there. Good take by KS Bharat, diving away towards his right.
I said earlier, it's an important innings for Cam Green, not just in the context of this game, but the remainder of the tour. Just getting his eye in. Australia well ahead at this point, 311 runs ahead, but it's important that he gets some time in. Coming off that IPL's 3 or 4 long net sessions where left a lot of balls, to get back into that red ball mindset. And look, he's doing it for the first time, coming off an IPL straight into a test series. Can't forget that.
Green then facing up once more to Shami, and again leaving one alone. This one skids through a little bit lower, bounces just in front of KS Bharat. Another good take by the Indian wicketkeeper.
I wonder if the slip got in on this end. Yeah, the Australian fast bowlers are much quicker than most of these Indians. But even when they were bowling, there were a few that did not carry to the slip cordon. So it'll be a question that... And there was one that went between Alex Carey and David Warner when the bowling was from that end, which flew. So it's a tricky call where how close you want to stand.
Run of ball as Shami's over is full to Green, and what a beautiful straight drive that is. No need to run for that. Full face of the bat presented, and Green helps himself to 4 more down at the pavilion end of the ground. So good over from Shami comes to an end, with Australia now leading by 315 runs on the Tyre Power scoreboard. End of financial year sale. And this first session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, Drinkwise Australia 5 for 142.
I would say the song that kind of represents my life is Life on a Highway.
Staying Alive by Bee Gees.
Probably a Celine Dion song.
I'd definitely have the Beatles.
24/7, 365. It's about enjoying absolutely every day.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change, and your life will be celebrated your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Huge cheer goes up here at the Oval as Ravindra Jadeja is introduced into the attack with his left arm spin. Took a couple of crucial wickets yesterday. It was causing problems, Bharat, as well, with those footmarks, especially outside the off stump of the left-hander.
Oh, he was getting it to grip and turn. Now, Alex Carey on strike. I'm sure Mrs. Alex Carey is sitting back home in Adelaide. TV switched on. Do not play the reverse sweep, Alex Carey. Do not play it, is what she's saying. He's already got a earful already during this test match.
Jadeja into Carey. It's floated up. He plays the conventional sweep, and that's well played down towards deep backward square leg. Helps himself to a single. Not the ideal situation for India. They would have liked to have Jadeja up against Carey for as long as possible, but it's Cameron Green back on strike.
Superb shot to finish the last over from Cam Green. He's got such great balance for a huge figure. You see it when he's playing on the front foot, back foot, spin, pace.
Jadeja into Green, a little bit shorter. It's punched off the back foot. It's well fielded by Jadeja. Low down to his left in his follow through.
It didn't make great radio, but you, I, and Louis Cameron down to our right all nodded very sagely, didn't we, as he drove it straight.
Jadeja a little bit fuller this time, and Green is forward defending this one into the offside.
Yeah, we were like 3 cricket fans from the 1910s when Jack Hobbs used to play that off drive, you know. We're just not. That's classical.
You get a polite nod, but it won't be any great exuberance in the celebrations. Why didn't you get 100%?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I never went past the 70s. I only got the shake of the head, never the nod.
A shake of disappointment. You can tell by the silence what that means. Jadeja is a little bit straighter to Green. Again, just defended up towards point. Well, the 93-second over yesterday, Jadeja. Not great from a ball-by-ball commentary point of view. Not much time for chatter.
And quite slow by some of his Indian ones he had in India.
It is, yeah. I'm impressed with the three of us. We got quite a bit in this over.
Later in once more, and Green is forward defending the final delivery of the over. SEN Test cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Australia Tiles huge sale are 5 for 143.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating. Plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Want to improve your SEN listening experience? Create a free login with the SEN app and start personalising the content you want to read, watch and hear. Download the SEN app and log in for free today.
Mohamed Siraj gets a huge cheer as he's brought back into the attack from the pavilion end. The slightly empty still pavilion end, the old pavilion, Mickey Stewart pavilion end. Rest of the ground filling up pretty nicely, and one thing that is noticeable here, Bharat, certainly by English standards as well, for the first time in this test match, as soon as I came out for my first stint here in our position just on the balcony of this hospitality box that we're in, you can actually feel the heat and humidity. It's not baking hot, but you can actually sense it in the air, and there's no breeze. It's quite muggy here in London. We have seen the ball swinging around with that sort of moisture still in the air, albeit with bright blue skies up above. In comes Siraj, and Carey's defending this one into the onside.
Yeah, and you look around the field, there are only 2 fielders with jumpers on. Ravindra Jadeja was bowling the last over, and Shubman Gill at second slip. It's all sleeveless, sorry, short sleeves for everybody else. But I mean, it's a day where you would want to play cricket sleeveless.
You would, but you've got to have the guns ready to fire, haven't you? And, you know, some of them have.
Some of them do. I mean, Virat Kohli wouldn't mind. Or the Indian fans wouldn't mind him playing in a sleeveless top, for sure.
He's got the tattoos as well, hasn't he, up his arm?
He does.
Good chance to show them off. Shubman Gill's in pretty good shape. There's a few of them.
An important spell from Mohammad Siraj. He's been the guy who's, sound cliched, made things happen.
Siraj runs into the beat of the drum, goes just outside off, and Carey looking to force this one away, just knocks it backward of point for no run.
He's like the Scott Boland of the Indian attack in terms of he's always at the batter, holds those hard lengths. Not someone who'll give you a half volley to drive. Mohammad Shami could do that when he's trying to get the ball to swing. Umesh Yadav the same, Shardul Thakur the same. If there's one guy who doesn't give much away, it's Mohammad Siraj. He might go short. The short ball has worked against Alex Carey at times. They do have 2 men back for that shot.
Fine leg deep backward square in place as Siraj runs in, goes full outside off, and that is beautifully driven out towards cover by Carey for 4. Races away towards the boundary there over to our left. And on that occasion, it wasn't quite a genuine half, but he played slightly on the up, but a full delivery and too much width on that occasion.
Yeah, that never works against Alex Carey. He's such a fluent batter through the offside. Loves playing the drive on the up. Seen him do that for years now in Shield cricket, white ball cricket, and now last couple of years for Australia.
Siraj then gets a bit of a talking to from the skipper as he shines the ball up against his trousers there. Rohit Sharma fielding at mid-off rather, to the left-hander. Huge roar goes up as Siraj comes in, delivers again. That's better. Straighter line just around the off stump, defended by Carey out towards extra cover.
Yeah, it's Saturday morning here in London. It feels like Saturday evening just in terms of the noise that we're hearing all around us.
Yes, indeed. The crowd's out in big numbers. Expecting it to be pretty noisy here today as India look to claw their way back into the game. Australia still leading by 320. India sensing maybe just an opportunity here as Siraj is in short of the length. Is defended by Carey back down the pitch. Carey on to 11 from the 14 deliveries he's faced. Cameron Green, he's been out there a significant amount of time now. He's got himself set, 64 balls for his 20. Much more mature showing from Green so far in this second innings.
Yeah, this is more the Cameron Green we're used to in Test cricket. Doesn't mind taking his time.
Australia 5 for 147.
I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxing. I'm spending this holiday life.
Kia Seltos. That's what's poppin'. And yeah, it's got options. The new Kia Seltos. The word is out.
Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Bharat Sundaresan has left us on commentary for now. And Louis Cameron back in alongside. Morning, Louis.
Good morning, Nikesh. Good morning, Phil. Gee, it's warm this morning.
It is. I was just saying that. You can just sort of feel the heat in the air and the humidity when you make your way out to our commentary position here on the balcony as Jadeja starts a new over. He's in here to Green, who's forward and defending. I mean, 29 degrees we're expecting a high of this afternoon, possibly 30, 31 if it gets really extreme. You Melbourne guys are used to that. You take it all in your stride, don't you?
Yes.
Again to Green, again forward defending into the offside. Although a different type of heat in London.
Yeah, and I think Australians kind of unfairly have a go at English people on heat and how they handle it. It does kind of feel, when it's 29 here, it just feels like it's a little bit hotter than that. Like, it feels like maybe a 33, 34 back home in Australia.
Jadeja continues round the wicket and he beats the inside edge this time. There's an appeal for something. Is that a catch behind? I think it may well be. Did it just flick a bit of the pad on the way through? I think that's what KS Bharat is suggesting. India don't look like they're going to review this one, but again, Jadeja causing a few issues in this one, looking to skid on rather than grip and turn.
I saw Ravi and Ashwin doing laps this morning. I'm just thinking, gee, the Aussies would absolutely hate to be facing him on this. Jadeja's a handful, but if they could have a second spinner here.
Jadeja in again, and Green is pushing hard at this one off the front foot, but only as far as Shoreditch to cover, and there is no run. 474 Test wickets, Ashwin. He's got 60-odd wickets at 19 in this World Test Championship cycle as well, and we're just looking at a replay, tyre power, end of financial year sale of that catch behind appeal, and ball whizzing just underneath the bottom edge of the bat. So good decision not to review from India. This next delivery defended by Green, back to Jadeja.
Yeah, and having said that, Umesh Yadav, the guy who's played ahead of Ashwin, he's bowled a lot better today. I thought he was poor in the first innings, but he's really kind of come back into this game.
Jadeja fires one in this time with a slingy action to complete the over. A maiden then for Jadeja. Australia 5 for 147.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket live at the Kia Oval for the World Test Championship final. Australia versus India. Siraj to continue then from the pavilion end. He's going to come round the wicket here now to Alex Carey. Second over of this spell. He's 1 for 45 so far from his 13 in this second innings. Once again has looked one of the more likely of the Indians to make things happen. In he comes, delivers, and Carey is off the back foot defending this one back down the pitch. Phil Long.
Louis, you mentioned the other day that Australians didn't really, not necessarily rate Cameron Green, but he was kind of going under the radar. Excuse the pun, but do you think he will be a massive player for Australia this summer?
Yeah, I do. He's a massive human being, isn't he? 2 meters tall. Yeah, I think he's going to be... he's just ready. Like, he's just kind of taking that next step. There's been so much talk about his potential. I think he's kind of ready to actually do it now. I think he could be one of the best in the world.
Siraj comes in a little bit fuller, and Carey flicks away only as far as mid-on. He's certainly one of the most talked about cricketers in the world at the moment. Over the last 12 months or so, went for decent money in the IPL, played a big role for the Mumbai Indians, is seen in Test cricket as a potential sort of Andrew Flintoff-esque kind of player from yesteryear, and probably a lot more talented than somebody like a Flintoff, particularly with the bat. Batting here in the top 6 for Australia. That's up the order in T20 cricket as well. Siraj bustles in once more and goes for. This one skids on and it's defended into the offside by Carey.
And personally, I think the better comparison is, and this is huge shoes to fill, I'm not saying he's the same player as him yet, Jacques Kallis, who batted at 4 for South Africa for a long period of time, and you know, he wasn't an explosive batsman like Flintoff was, and I think that's where the comparison with Flintoff is a bit off. Is Green's a proper, you know, technically correct batter who I think could bat as high as 4 for Australia one day in Test cricket, and his bowling, you know, is equally as good.
Shami in again, and again defended by Carey back down the track this time. I think maybe the comparisons with Flintoff, it's a lot to do with the size of both of them, really, isn't it? And the fact that they're both all-rounders. But yeah, very different styles with the bat and with the ball indeed. Just evoked memories of 2005 now, all coming back to me. I'm sure Phil remembers that series well as well.
It was one of the sort of defining sporting moments in the UK, wasn't it? I think you knew exactly where you were for a lot of that series.
Siraj bustles in once more, and Carey guides this just backward of point and towards the fielder on the rope there. Another single taken.
Although I'm not sure a few of those England players knew where they were the day after the series finished.
Rocked up into Downing Street in a right state, didn't they?
Yes.
And that was the last series which was shown free-to-air, Test series, full men's Test series, shown on free-to-air television in the UK. So just as all that momentum was building and newer people were getting into cricket, lots of kids were taking up the sport, then goes behind a paywall and kind of struggled really in the last 15 or so years to create that interest. They've obviously tried now with the 100 and with the odd men's international white ball game being shown on the BBC. Doesn't quite have the same effect, I don't feel, as Siraj is in again and Cameron Green is defending into the offside this time. We'll pick that up after this short break with Australia 5 for 148.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens and even the kitchen sink, and yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over, up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket live here at the World Test Championship final. Australia versus India here at the Kia Oval. It's going to be Ravindra Jadeja to continue from this Vauxhall end. And he's got Alex Carey on strike. He'll be licking his lips at the prospect. In comes Jadeja, and Carey is pushing at one just outside off. A few oohs and ahs from the Indians. Back to that point, Louis, about cricket being behind a paywall. Obviously in Australia there are 2 broadcasters, Fox and Channel 7, so there is that option to still watch on free-to-air television, and that must surely make a huge difference in terms of maintaining that audience and bringing in new people to watch the game, as this one's swept round the corner by Carey for another single.
I think it's one of the big differences between Australian cricket and English cricket from what I've come to understand is it is a much more mainstream sport in Australia. Now, it's not the most popular sport. I think the football codes kind of have it covered, but it's the one that kind of unites Australia in summer, and it probably cuts across where it's very regional in Australia in terms of people in Melbourne follow the AFL.
Jadeja into Green this time. That one's fired in and defended.
Follow Aussie rules football in South Australia and Western Australia, and in the northern states in New South Wales and Queensland it's much more rugby league focused.
Jadeja floats one up a little bit more just outside off, again defended by Green.
So the Aussie rules isn't as big in those states, and the NRL isn't as big in the southern states, but what cricket does is unites everyone, you know, when Australia are playing, especially around Ashes Test, especially around India Test. I feel like in England it's a little bit more, yeah, there's a lot of cricket fans here, but it's a little bit more disparate.
Jadeja into Green, a little bit fuller, it's driven, and Jadeja gets a hand on it, diving down towards his left, but the ball trickles away down towards the long off. Green gets a single.
And it seems to me that, you know, the fans of cricket in England, they're really rusted on. They really care about the game. But you don't have as many casual fans, the ones that kind of come to life in an Ashes series when their team's playing in a big series. Not to say they don't exist, and I think there's a great potential for it here too.
Jadeja in again, and this is Carey pushing out into the offside for a single to complete another over. 150 brought up by Australia on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale in that over. They are now 5 for 151.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket World Test Championship Final. Australia versus India live from the Kia Oval. Nikesh, Rughani alongside Louis Cameron and Phil Long. As we just approach the hour mark of the day's play, and gentleman in the executive box next to us has gone for an early lunch. He's got the hot dog. It's fully loaded. Ketchup, mustard, fried onions, the full works.
Gee, that looks tasty. Really looks
got
tasty.
a waft, didn't we?
How much longer we got till?
About an hour.
I don't know if I can wait that long. Do you reckon he'll share that hot dog with me?
He's taken a good gulp of it right now, hasn't he? A lovely waft just coming in towards our commentary position here as he made his way past us.
If you can see onions, I think that's what gets you.
It's the onions, it's the sauces mixed in as well. He's gone for everything on top. He's not been tight with his portions, has he?
He might even have some cheese on there, Nikesh, I reckon.
Siraj is in, and Carey is working this into the leg side. And there is no run.
I caught the tail end of that. I've just put the cans on, and I'm hearing about onions and spices and
hot dogs.
It's the fellow with the hot dog down there. We just got a waft of it as he walked past us.
Yeah, you can smell it. If you're in a crowd with lots of Indians, you can smell spices all the time. The hot dog is not a very Indian thing.
It's a very lovely Indian street food stall just behind our media centre here. Big queues throughout the day as Siraj bustles in once more and Carey defends into the onside. Harsha Bhogle in alongside. Welcome, Harsha.
What's Australia's game plan here? Just keep batting on. Try and hope that the wicket deteriorates further, that maybe spin comes in at some point, and just keep going, because they're not in a rush. They started 123, did they? First hour they made 28 runs. So there's no rush. Lots of time in the game. Scattered thunderstorms tomorrow.
Is that tomorrow now, is it? There was some suggestion that could be around today.
No, today's 10%, I think. 10% or something like that today.
It's a beautiful summer's day, I think we'll have today, without too much interruption, hopefully, as Siraj bustles in and Carey defends into the offside this time. Yeah, from around sort of 2 p.m, I'm told, tomorrow there might be a couple of hours where we've got a chance of scattered thunderstorms across London.
And then we get into the 6th day.
Potentially.
Why don't the Aussies get a move on?
Well, I think it'd be in their interest, Harsha, as well, considering they have a national. I know we keep talking about the Ashes, and we know that this is a big game in itself, but it would reduce their turnaround time to 3 days before Edgbaston. I don't think that's what they want.
5 test matches against England in that series. It's going to be a long old summer for these Australian bowlers. Siraj into Carey again, this time defended towards mid-on for no run. Australia's lead 324. We were talking yesterday on commentary, Harsha, about what would they be happy with. Well, they're certainly not going to be declaring at any point soon, but even if India do roll them over fairly cheaply now, we're sort of looking at that 380 mark perhaps into 400.
Before play started, I was doing the pre-show with Dinesh Karthik and Ricky Ponting, and both seemed, they thought 375 was a bridge too far. It was too difficult to get.
Siraj continues here around the wicket, goes short this time. It's pulled by Carey, bit of an under edge into the leg side as he jogs through for a single. I mean, there is a theory, Harsha, that even 350 or even somewhere around the 325 mark, what they've got now might be a bridge too far, given the form of India's top order and the fact they haven't got somebody, an X-factor player in that middle order, such as a Rishabh Pant, who can take the game away.
Tell me, this year in county cricket, have the tracks got better and better to bat on as you come towards the end of the game?
They usually do here at the Oval on occasion, and because it's so early in the summer as well, the sun hasn't been baking down for 2 months on it, and it's not breaking up and becoming dry and assisting the spin too much. So potentially, I don't think it's going to get any worse than it is at the moment through the next day and 3/4. This one is short down the leg side, helped on its way by Cameron Green. He may have got some glove on that. No, signalled as leg buys, so maybe off the hip of Green. So 4 more to Australia to finish off the over. That lead now 329. Drinks coming out onto the field as well. We'll have a change in commentary after this break with Adam Collins taking up the call. Australia then 5 for 156.
Bigger battle, eeny, meeny, miny, moe, and flower. You're the chosen one.
Pick your favourite Kia. From the award-winning Kia Sportage to the street cred delivering Kia Seltos, or Kia's most powerful car ever, the all-electric EV6 GT. Book a test drive today to find your chosen one. Find out more at kia.com.au or drop into your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe, coffee fit for an Aussie.
Want to improve your SEN listening experience? Create a free login with the SEN app and start personalising the content you want to read, watch and hear. Download the SEN app and log in for free today.
They're off and racing in the Memory Maker Stakes. On the inside, download free, followed by make informed decisions. Poking up on the fences, plan everything with compare prices and options. Heading past the 600 metres, build your own coffin, the front runner. 2 lengths to Unique Life, but here comes Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives through the middle and gets up to win.
Thanks, Brian. Plan your race to the finish line using the Tobin Brothers Funerals Memory Maker app. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
County game, 150.
Umesh again, Labuschagne edging and taken at first slip. Umesh Yadav has got the early breakthrough. India were craving. Labuschagne just hung the bat out there, a little bit of movement off the seam, enough movement off the seam, and it ballooned up to first slip, and it was taken with ease. It's the World Test Championship final on SEN at Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe and our first session on this 4th day for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking 2 Drinkwise, Adam Collins with you. Louis Cameron, Harsha, Bhogle, Phil Long, all with me. The 1 wicket, as you heard back there, was Marnus Labuschagne, unable to add to his overnight score of 41. Caught by Cheteshwar Pujara at first slip. He's since left the field, by the way. I wonder whether that was to do with the catch. From the bowling of Umesh Yadav in the channel there. Nice little outswing up for 41. At that stage, Australia were 5 for 124. They're now 5 for 165. A lead of 329 with this partnership. We're 32 from 68 deliveries. Alex Carey, 15 from 28. And Cameron Green, just 21 from 75. But absorbing pressure and really doing exactly what they needed to do, which was not collapse in the first hour, get the lead well above 300 and steady into a bit of a groove. Harsha.
I mean, that would have been the perfect Indian scenario, wouldn't it? Try and get early wickets. They got 1.
Yeah.
But it's not that easy. It's Test match cricket. Alex Carey is a good player. I'm just fascinated looking at Cameron Green. I mean, it's not that long ago that I was watching him smash 80 of 35 balls or something. And all of a sudden, what's Cameron Green today? He's grafting for 21 of 75. And you cannot get a better examination in your career than to play such 2 diverse forms of the game in such close proximity to each other and succeed in both. Because I think this 21 of 75 It's not a match-winning innings, but it's a good innings.
It's his second professional innings in England as well. Like, he's just not had that bank of work against the Duke's ball, so it's all the more impressive for that. He's got a big job to do against England for the next 6 weeks, but starting his summer well here after being in the IPL until just last week. Jadeja starts after drinks, bowls to Carey, defending back down the pitch. Got a short leg, a slip, now round the corner at leg gully-ish, catching mid-wicket, 3 out on the leg side, deep backward square, deep square leg, long on, and on the offside, a deep backward point and a mid-off. So a 2-7 field. Bowls here, pushing out to cover to that huge gap. Siraj with work to do from mid-off. Across the square it runs. They'll get a couple. Carey wants 3 and gets 3. That's assertive running. So Carey's first runs after drinks. He joins Green on, and my apologies, he moves to 18, 5 for 159.
Did they almost run after he threw the ball? Were they aware that it was just a weak little throw coming and stole one? One more, rather.
They're pretty quick, these two. Cameron Green takes about 3 steps down the wicket and he's there, and Carey's just about the fittest guy in the Aussie team.
I must tell you, one game I saw earlier this year in Delhi, it was very funny. There's Tim David batting at one end and Cameron Green at the other. Hendrik Nokia had to defend 5 of the last over, and he bowled 5 of the most perfect Yorkers you can get. Of the last ball, they needed 2. 2 players, one 6'7", one 6'5", diving away and only just making it. And I thought, gee, it's good to be tall.
Jadeja bowls, left arm round and defended into the offside. No run. Jadeja, who we were just saying off air, Harsha, has now overtaken the great Bishan Bedi.
And now he just slipped by, didn't it? So no Indian left arm has taken as many wickets as he has.
Jadeja delivers, and defending again is Green.
In 2 test matches quicker.
So Bedi finished with 266 famously in 67 test matches spanning 1967 to 1979. And Jadeja, now up to...
In 65 tests.
65 test matches.
When we were growing up, we thought 266 was as far as you could get.
Yes.
Because the great Bishan Bedi took 266.
Kind of like Dennis Lee for Australia, and the mark that he set. Bowling again is Jadeja, lunging forward.
It's amazing, isn't it? How our perception changes. Lance Gibbs at 307. You go off. How do you get off? Truman at 307. How do you get past 307? And we're talking now.
Jadeja bowls and finishes the over. We'll talk through for this particular break. 5 for 159, 332 the lead on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles, huge sale, Green 21, Carey 18. So we had, as the world record went and went. I know Beatty didn't hit that, but you're right. Lance Gibbs' 309 was meant to be
for a while,
and he barely held it 3 or 4 years before both of them went past it.
Then it went to 355, 373. I remember Richard Hadley, who hardly ever came to India, came all the way to India just to break the record.
Yep.
And then it went past 400. Richard Hadley finished 400. Couple there went past 400. What are we talking now?
Courtney Walsh.
Kumble 619, Anderson 670, 680 something.
I think he's into the 680s, or the 685 possibly.
Wani 708, Murali 800. I mean, what is the limit of human achievement?
Well, it might be just that. That might be the limit. I mean, the way Test cricket's going, Harsha, it's Australia, England, India will play lots of it, but will they play against South Africa and West Indies and
Nobody
Sri Lankans?
Does seem unlikely, doesn't it? New over starts here from Siraj round the wicket to Carey, tucking into the onside. But the acceleration of the world record, I suppose, is a bit like the 100-metre world record got broken so many times in quick succession and got brought down with Usain Bolt's 2008 Olympics and then the 2009 World Championships. I mean, the improbability of that, it feels like that will be the mark for a long time. And Murali's likewise. So it was broken repeatedly through the mid-80s into the 90s and early 2000s, but now it seems unbreakable.
Only person playing Test cricket, I'll tell you, but there's one person who can break a few records. Siraj
delivers and Carey defends.
The only bowler, he won't get to 800, but the only bowler who's looking very, very strong at the moment is Kagiso Rabada. I think he's about 270, 280 already.
And a strike rate.
He's phenomenal strike
rate's about the 5th best of all time.
The problem for him is going to be that South Africa will just not play enough Test cricket. So you'll find all the records will probably stay in England, because England plays such a lot of cricket. The only other batter who can get into the big batting records is Joe Root.
Joe Root will overtake Tendulkar's 15,000 waiting from where he is.
I thought that about Alistair Cook as well. But you never know when careers suddenly end.
Here's Siraj again to Carey, who clips at the middle of the bat down to fine leg, gets one. He's 19, Australia 5 for 160, lead of 333 at Graham Gooch, I believe. Speaking of high-scoring English batters, who Steve Smith passed a couple of days ago, 8,900, his career runs. But Root passed 10,000 at Lords last year, passed 11,000 at Lords last week. What did Tendulkar finish with?
15,000, yes.
15 and a bit.
But Root can score as many runs as you want. If you put out a pole here at the ground, and he's not winning it.
We've all had a bit of fun with that, Harsha.
It's a fun pole anyway.
Well,
Mohamed Shami being crowned the best Test bowler of all time.
They're announcing it at tea. It's going to be Shami versus Kapil Dev for the greatest fast bowler of all time. Glenn McGrath's got no hope, and nor does Pat Cummins, I assure you.
Louis, if you were Indian, you might have had a chance of getting onto that one.
Poor old Dennis Lilly. Halfway through the over bowls. Here's Siraj on the shoulder of the bat. Green in the end does pretty well to wear it. Because had he got a bit further outside the line, it might have ended up with Virat Kohli at fourth slip, and Green drops the blade, takes the lid off. I suspect we're going to see the physio here, Nick Jones, because Green's in some discomfort, wincing, but now kind of smiling as well, trying to guts it out with Alex Carey, waiting for a replay for tyre power.
You said shoulder of the bat, Adam. I suspect it was shoulder of him, shoulder of Cameron Green.
So we're behind Green. The way he played it, I thought it was wood, but that might be bone. We'll get a second look here. Siraj delivers, and oh yeah, that's back arm. Yeah. That's nasty. Siraj was a real handful when India bowled the first time around, Harsha. That has got up.
If it was shoulder of the bat, it might have carried to slip.
Yeah.
So look, it's interesting. Virat Kohli is sitting there and saying, so many balls have reared up. Mine was the only one that went to hand. So maybe he'll get some luck. But this is interesting on this track. We've seen Manas Labuschagne almost go out of form. We've seen Cameron Green now getting struck a little bit. I wonder if England are watching this and saying, Siraj, Shami, go for it, keep going.
Well, India have made their mind up. Crickviz have crunched the numbers through the drinks break. They're bowling far shorter. So if you look at where they were earlier in the innings compared to now, they were bowling a quarter of balls short, now 38%. Good lengths have dropped from 64 to 56. So they've made a decision that they're going to try and bang it in and sort them out that way.
I think they've just done a demo for England on how to bowl to Travis Head.
Yeah.
Well, a cynic might say that England prepared a juicy wicket just to see if they can break a few fingers before the Ashes. I wouldn't say that, but a cynic might say that.
The Australian medical staff leave the ground. They'll have a couple of minutes leeway there from the match referee, Richie Richardson, when he fines them all 100% of their match fees, which they'll never pay. 3.33 the lead for Australia at the moment.
He's very concerned with who pays the money.
I just think that the fining the players is a complete waste of time.
You know, by the time this test match ends, we're going to have lost well over half a day's test cricket. It's going to be a 4.5-day test match if it goes a distance. We've already lost 31 overs.
Yep.
We'll lose another 7 or 8. And I feel sorry that we're almost talking about it so casually that we will lose another 7 or 8. Unless Jadeja bowls a bit more.
Yeah. Do you know how many overs they lose in the county championship in a given round?
Yeah.
0. Why? Point penalties. They just don't want to run the risk of it. If they get in trouble with the over rates, well, they don't. The point is they don't. They have the extra time to bowl them. Siraj up to Green on 21. He's faced 80 balls. Now he's faced 81. Nicely played out towards the offside. We were saying earlier with Bharat and with Pete, the only way to fix this is in-play run penalties with penalty runs, but they won't do that either because the reason never allow that.
And the reason for that is there could be subjective assessments of time lost. The match referee might deem something as acceptable and something as not, and it could lead to a lot more controversy. But I agree that there should be some in-game penalty. It's working pretty well at the moment in T20 cricket, where you have to get one fielder from the outfield into the circle if you're bowling your over short.
And that's subjective. And my view would be is that it's worth noting, I've spoken to a couple of match refs about this, they're talking to the umpires about time allotments the whole way through the day. So right then when we had the physio on, the central umpire would have radioed up and said...
The clock stops.
It's basically like a football referee.
Yeah.
We're going to give them 2 minutes leeway for that. Last ball here from Siraj. Inside edge, not far away, back pad. Good over from Siraj, right on top of Green. Just 1 run coming from it. The lead's up to 333 Australia. 5 for 160 on the Beaumont scoreboard. With Green on 21, Carey on 19, and Siraj still with his hands on his head.
The Kia EV6 GT. A sleek, pure electric supercar. Enjoy your flight. Kia EV6 GT.
Kia, movement that inspires.
We're here for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe and our session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to drink wise. Ravinder Jadeja. Left arm over the wicket to Carey. Needs a wicket here. Past the edge, very close. Bharat takes the bails as well. Decisions for both umpires, both given not out. I don't think they're considering a review there.
I'll tell you what I'm happiest about. The square leg umpire didn't go up. Sometimes the square leg umpire just takes an umpire's review for every little thing.
And even that, by the way, whenever there's these little reviews that the umpires talk to the referee. So I don't think it's that subjective. It's the judgment call based on the time. Carey balloons off his front pad, spills into the offside again, no run. So they give them, so let's say they made the call that Shardul Thakur 3 physio trips yesterday morning. Yes. That's worth 7 minutes. India and Australia, that's not counted as minutes lost. That's counted as time that's just absorbed within the game. Then they make an assessment at the end of all of that, added time, if you like, and that's when they get their fines and so on. That was an inside edge onto Carey's pad. We're watching the replay for tyre power. No silly point.
There is for the right-hander.
Yeah, silly point and slip. Jadeja around the wicket to Green. He lunges forward. Big stride in.
There's something interesting Nathan Lyon said in the pre-match interview. And he said the ball's turning a little bit from the rough, but it's not turning off the straight. It's not turning off the stumps.
Right. Said spin will play a big role in the next couple of days. Jadeja here. Can he get another? Flat one off the index finger. Green cuts it straight to backward point. Should have hit 4 there.
And then he walks off a little bit, takes a couple of strides back towards the pavilion and turns. And some people might have thought, gee, did that carry?
21 from 84 deliveries, as you say. What a contrast to that 50-ball ton he made in the IPL. Jadeja again, Green lunging forward. The stumps are on an angle here. I've noticed it a couple of times through the test match. This will sound like a weird thing to say. They're on a tilt. I've seen it a couple of times on our screen as Green faces Jadeja, finishing his over in 60 seconds. It's on the leg stump, and again, Green can't quite get it away. He's in a bit of a rut here. 21 from 86 balls. It completes the over. It leads the 334. Australia 5 for 161. Carey down the other end on 20. That's on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN World Test Championship final cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Got Harsha Bhogle with me, the voice of Indian cricket. The Indian crowd need to find some voice here as well via Siraj. He was hot to trot in his previous over. Round the wicket to Carey. Couple of catching men. Bowls here. Carey defends.
He's bowled beautifully, hasn't he, Siraj? It's been one of the subplots to this game that he's just running hard. He's bowled a new ball. You want an enforcer. You want to come and pitch it short. That's Siraj. You want a long spell. That's Siraj. They've asked so much of him in this game. I think actually here's something interesting. How much has Thakur bowled in the second innings?
Yeah, barely at all.
6.
Barely at all. 6 out of 61 before this over.
Yeah, Siraj is into his 17th. So Jadeja was the 5th bowler in the first innings. I get the feeling Thakur is the 5th bowler here. But some of the Aussie batters were saying that he actually troubled them a little bit more with his lesser pace.
And he said that he wanted the more up and down bounce, didn't he, Thakur? He spoke on day 3 at stumps. Siraj round the wicket. Carey, his movement towards his pads, clips it down towards deep square where he joins Green on 21. They're the 2 leading run scorers for Australia today so far for DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. 21 runs apiece. Phil Long.
Over the years, Australia have had very seamless transition in wicket keepers. They've hardly gone through a phase where they've had to carry a weak wicket keeper. I know Tim Payne was a decent keeper. He was captain for a while. But if you look, Healy through Gilchrist through Haddin, then a little bit of Tim Payne, and now into Alex Carey. It's been a pretty seamless transition all along.
Probably the only time there was any volatility was when they chopped and changed a bit with Matthew Wade, and I think they had a bit to do with Nathan Lyon. Not saying Lyon was litigating the case for Wade to be left out when he was initially for Brad Haddin in 2013, but you could see Lyon's confidence grow over time when bowling to Haddin and subsequently Payne. Siraj here over the wicket to Green to resume their contest, and Green gets it over the top of Bharat's head. What did that clip on the way through? Did it get anything? Must have been glove. We're behind Green in our position. We'll take a look on the replay screen for tyre power. Went over Bharat's head. Green's fourth boundary.
This is... Test cricket is such a stern examination, not just of your technique, but of who you are as a person.
Oh, that is a beauty. That was training on his helmet and off the grill, off the glove, and no more than a foot away from Bharat being able to drag it down with his left glove himself.
Another day, Mohammad Siraj got 7-8 wickets in the Test match.
He's bowled like an attack leader.
Does England have anybody who can bowl at sustained pace long enough in the Ashes? What do you think?
It's a big question. Wood can him burst, that's for sure. But Siraj here, Green leaves. The issue with Wood is how many tests can he play back-to-back. He's bowling off no first-class cricket. He's been playing 20-over cricket, then a break back at home. Didn't play in the championship. They've got Josh Tongue.
I've not seen Josh Tongue.
He was good last week.
How sharp is he? Is he 140 plus?
Oh, yeah. He bowled 90 plus in miles an hour.
Yeah, the reason is they're still talking miles. You know, when I did engineering about 150 years ago, I was told the foot-pound second system is obsolete. And then I come here and everyone's measuring in gallons and miles. And
can I offer
what happened to the metric system?
Look, I'm metric all the way. I'm from Australia.
Yeah.
However, can I offer a view?
Yes, go on.
For one thing I don't mind miles an hour for is fast bowling. I'll explain why after this Siraj delivery.
Okay.
Gets to the crease to Green and bowls. He defends into the onside. Is because the barrier forever was the 100-mile-an-hour mark, right? It's been breached a couple of times. I think that's quite neat. If you're trying to hit one, if 100 is the maximum speed one can bowl at, broadly speaking, I'm sure that'll be defied at some point in the future, but not as yet. If you're trying to hit 100, you know what 90 represents out of 100, don't you?
Yeah, it does. But you know what 144 represents out of 160?
Yeah.
It's still the same. But the moment you get into yards and furlongs and stone and ounces and why... I mean, I still don't know how many ounces is how many stones and how many stones is how many pounds. And there'll be a decimal in somewhere and some old shillings coming in somewhere.
Siraj to finish. That's less threatening. Green pushing into the onside. 5 runs from the over. He's 25. Carey's 21. 5 for 166 Australia. They lead by 339.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
We're talking about the metric system on SEN Test Cricket for Matt Cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. I'll tell you one thing. There was a development here last night which is going to make it harder for the imperial system to get a foothold longer term in the UK. It was an election promise from Boris Johnson in 2019 that they bring back the imperial system in shops. Pounds and ounces and all the rest. Jadeja bowls and pushing forward his Carey to get 1-2 extra cover.
Do they want to bring up the night lamps as well? The town crier going around at night with the lamps. Everybody go to sleep.
Well, he's leaving the Parliament. The Privileges Committee are going to suspend him for more than 10 days. So he's leaving his seat. There'll be a by-election in his constituency. So certainly not coming back to the top job. And thus we can move forward in this country to the metric system at last.
Furlongs. They'll start measuring speed in furlongs per fortnight.
Obviously. So Jadeja's changing angle here, Harsha. He's going to go over the wicket to Green. He's got the slip, the one that slides across. Silly point might become second slip as a consequence.
Trying to look for that little rough outside the right-hander's leg stump.
So just 3 on the leg side. Man out for the cut shot if he drops short. Jadeja over the wicket, new angle to short leg where there's nobody. I reckon there was an inside edge in that.
And he's bowling fairly wide, so he's telling Green, you want to go across the line, feel free. There's a man right down at the end, though, deep back at long leg. That's the interesting one.
India need wickets now. It's just drifting. This partnership's worth 43. More importantly, in a way, they've faced 94 balls between them, Phil Long.
Yeah, approaching 90 minutes played for the day. Cameron Green just 9 scoring shots today.
Soaking time out of the game. Jadeja bowls Green, kicks it away, and that's Australia's prerogative. They're in the position where if this session goes slowly as it has been through to lunch, so long as they're not bowled out, it does make it yet harder for India, who still need 5 wickets in this second innings. They bowl here, or he bowls here. Jadeja's up for leg before. It's pitched outside leg, but he's convinced it's pitched inside the line of the leg stump. I have to say, from our angle, I thought he just kicked it away again. But
now the funny thing is, he's made about 5 appeals and not taken a review.
If he's convinced, then he should be telling his captain to send it upstairs. 4 seconds, 3. No, all smiles. He was trying to dupe the umpire. Watching it back, it was a better shout than I initially thought. It was the one that goes straight on with Jadeja, the quicker one, and he was screaming at umpire Richard Illingworth, who's a
left-arm spinner himself.
Left-arm spinner, of course, 92 World Cup. He's like, no, mate, go away. So now the short leg's there for Green. That's better. Slipping a short leg. Jadeja delivers outside the leg stump, nearly at short leg. Wanted to flick. Hit the front pad, goes to mid-wicket, might have hit it inside edge again, up at 96 kilometres an hour. Last ball of the over, last ball we have Harsha with us for. This is good stuff.
I'm just trying to think of the Australian game plan. How long are they going to bat? Until an hour after lunch? We thought lunch might be as long as they would bat. Go on to an hour after lunch?
Maybe a little bit later than that, I'd say. Jadeja last ball is kicked away. Bowled him off the pad. Jadeja sneaks one through. It hit the pad, it trickled into the off stump. Green's gone for 25. Jadeja might have just opened this test match up again. They still lead by 340 Australia. India still have some way to go, but they needed something right then. And of course it's Jadeja. Australia 6 for 167, Harsha Bhogle.
Oh, the agony for the batter. He's not played a shot, which is the right thing to do. It's bounced a little more and gone back of the pad. So this long vigil for Cameron Green ends. The game you think has opened up a little bit, but it's still in Australia's pocket.
We'll take a break. Harsha Bhogle's back off the TV. Our coverage is for Marcus. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. And what a celebration around the ground here at the Oval. The crowd celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. Bharat Sundaresan in with me. Nikesh will take over at the end of the next over, taking us through to lunch. At the time when India were in dire need of a wicket, that partnership worth 43, as Phil pointed out, dragged out to about an hour and a half. The energy had dropped somewhat, but now Mitchell Starc coming in at 8. They get a look at the bowlers.
Sudhir in the crowd.
The man who wears the Miss You Sachin body paint. He's excited. He's at every Indian day. The crowd are on their feet. Mohammad Siraj, it's been a long spell, a probing spell. A lot of short stuff. If they can go bang, bang here with Carey, it might just do what they needed. They needed to get Australia out before lunch. There's 30 minutes until then. Jadeja drops down the fine leg beneath us. Fated by the crowd. Round the wicket, Siraj. Past umpire Gaffney bowls here. First ball of the new partnership. Carey places down towards mid-off. He's on 22.
Yeah, almost felt like someone unmuted the Oval. Gone so silent in the last 40 or so minutes. And a new challenge for Cam Green. He's never had a left-arm spinner bowl over the wicket to him in the rough. He looked all out of sorts in this over.
Well, he tried to kick 4 away.
Yeah.
One he got well outside the line to do, and that was fine. One was very close to the leg stump per the Jadeja appeal. And the last one in the set hit both pads before slowly going back. Green was tracing it with his eyes.
Yeah, it looked very unconvincing even prior to that.
25 from 95, Green's contribution. Siraj bowls here, and Carey slaps it out through point. He's got plenty of that. A boundary moves him to 26 from 40 balls. Just waited, played from the crease, balls of his feet. 6 for 171.
Ian Healy will be really happy with the way Alex Carey has batted today. Doesn't he always say, you should bat like a wicketkeeper if you're a wicketkeeper? It's been a brisk innings. Hasn't taken any risks, but he's put the boundary ball away. And he's kept the scoreboard moving, unlike Cam Green, who I thought just got stuck into a very negative mindset, and that led to his dismissal.
Just past 9 p.m. on the eastern seaboard of Australia. Australia tuning in, watching Carey face Siraj, tucking in around the corner for one. He moves to 27, the lead 345. They want a second. They take on shuttle Thacker. They're through. Carey committed to it straight away. Didn't turn blind. He knew what he was doing. He knew what the risk was. 174 for 6 now, the score. Lead up to 346. Watching the replay again, Green knew the death rattle was coming. And just one bail fell off.
Just before that Cam Green wicket fell, Adam, I was just thinking about what Australia's strategy could be. Because it's been such a tough, difficult pitch to survive on. To just hang in there. I wonder if they're even thinking about dangling any carrot rather than just bat.
And they've lived experience they've had of bowling for a long time in the 4th innings. Short ball through the cordon, 4 more. Carey went back to ride the bounce, opened the blade through the cordon past Shubman Gill. Get a second look at that. What it does do, it takes the lead to 350, another milestone along the way. Carey into the 30s with a couple of 4s in the over. So it was round the wicket on the angle, Baz. And just got it down. Just got it down. Hit down on the ball.
It got big on him, Alex Carey. Didn't expect it to be so close to him. Somehow just jammed down his bat at the right moment. And just going back to the declaration or how long Australia would want to bat for, I almost feel like they want to take this game away from India, where all India can do is to bat time, and that brings them into the game a lot more.
Siraj again to Carey. Defends into the onside. Yeah, I think there's a couple of parts to this. One is that they've had the experience of bowling for a long time in the 4th innings and are not going well, and knowing that by the time you reach the final session, per Karachi, per Brisbane, per Sydney against India, the sting goes out of the game entirely.
Yes.
They'll probably view it as, if they can't bowl India out in 4 sessions, they're probably not bowling them out in 5.
Exactly, yeah. And it's still safe, right? Yeah. And there's no harm in doing that.
So there'll be a change in commentary after this ball. If you're driving home, settle in for a Saturday night, turn down the telly, turn up the radio, sync us up. I believe we're close to synced up perfectly with the TV tonight. Get all the noise from the ground here through the effects mics. Last ball, Siraj bowls to Carey on 32. 10 runs from the over. He defends down the pitch. 6 for 177 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Stark get the score. He's on strike next over. Carey on 32. The lead 350. Brat, I'll leave it with you. Then Nikesh coming in, calling through to lunch.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe, coffee fit for an Aussie.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Ravi Jadeja then to continue here. 25 minutes until the lunch interval here in South London. A beautiful day it is.
Well, good afternoon, Nikesh. I'm very curious to see how Mitchell Starc bats in this innings. He got into his shell in the first innings and then, of course, was run out. But does he try to take the attack to the Indians? 350 already, a sizable lead. But I just get a feeling that Australia would want as many runs as they can get. As obvious as it sounds, but there's also to bat India out of the game and push them into a corner where there is no carrot that they can see, or there is nothing dangling.
I think you also have to look at the nothing dangling at all. 350 the lead, but you have to look at the scoreboard. 177 for 6. I think that kind of shows where this game, where this pitch is at.
Exactly.
It's a tough pitch to score runs on
and to survive.
Yeah.
You know, you're never in, so you kind of push the opposition into a mindset where they're not sure. I mean, you can talk all about, yeah, we'll chase down 600, but that's very different when you actually have to do it. You leave them in two minds, it just increases your opportunities of getting them out.
Jadeja into Starc to start a new over. Bit of turn and bounce. Starc leaves alone. It hits him in the midriff somewhere and trickles away down towards slip.
And this is a factor. Yes, the most of the rough is outside the left-handers off stump, where India do not have a lot of left-handers. So in the top half. None at all. Till Ravindra Jadeja walks in at number 6. But still, Nathan Lyon will be looking at what's happening as Alex Carey gets some help from Ravindra Jadeja. This is the strap of his helmet, looked like.
Jadeja then in once more. Floats one up outside off this time, and Stark leaves alone. Suspiciously, though, as he watches that ball just go wide of the off stump through to KS Bharat.
Nathan Lyon doesn't mind coming around the wicket to right-handers. He wouldn't mind this.
Jadeja goes a little bit quicker, and Stark is fully forward here, almost bringing the silly mid-off into play there. The man under the lid. We've got a short leg in place. We've got 3 men out for the slog sweep on the leg side. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. Long on as well. This time Stark is back and chopping this away down towards deep third. That'll be 4 more. A bit of width offered that time from Jadeja, and played very late by Stark, just initially expecting that one to possibly turn out of those footmarks, and realising it wasn't going to do so, played it very late and got it very fine.
Yeah, skillful batter Mitchell Stark. You can argue all you want about how he hasn't done justice to his batting skills, but he's not your old school slogger. He has skills.
Jadeja for the final couple of balls of his over. Start pushing away just backward of square on the offside this time. Tentative push really, playing from his crease a little bit on that occasion. 6 for 181 Australia on the Beaumont scoreboard. Jadeja to complete the over, gets Stark again pushing forward. He dead bats it into the pitch, and is well negotiated by the left-hander. So end of another one. Australia's lead 354. They are 6 for 181.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Shardul Thakur coming into the attack then from the pavilion end. We start around the wicket here to Alex Carey. Carey on to 32 from 44. Sort of troubled on a couple of occasions, but generally has played well. 4 boundaries in that innings for him as well. He's kept it ticking over nicely.
Yeah, just before the last ball of that last over, TV cameras were on a picture of the great late Shane Warne. You know, there's a picture of the great Shane Warne in pretty much every major cricket venue around the world. He would not have agreed at all with what I have been saying about the declaration and how long Australia should bat for. He would have been calling for a declaration this morning.
Australia, in some people's eyes, already having enough runs here. 354, that lead now. As Thakur comes in to begin a new over, and Carey is defending this into the leg side, no run.
Was that the Indian fan in you speaking in some people's eyes? I think most people would agree that they have more than enough.
Most people's eyes, but there are a lot of supporters I've been speaking to on the way in, feeling that there's still an opportunity if Australia get out with that lead not reaching beyond 400. I think it's pretty much done. We were talking with Harsha, weren't we, on commentary yesterday? We were saying 350 is going to be way too much, and they've already gone way beyond that.
Yeah.
And he was thinking that we were gambling by suggesting that. Thakur is in, and this is Carey pushing forward, defending back down the pitch.
I mean, at least you look like someone who has a lot of money to gamble with. To accuse me of being a gambler.
I don't know about that.
Longi, I hope you don't mind me including you in this. I don't think people look at us and think,
There's a couple of high rollers.
It's Harsha and all the Ravi and the crew from TV in their 1,000, 2,000 pound suits.
Rollers of a different kind.
Thakur bustles in once more, round the wicket, delivers, it's full, it's driven, it's well fielded there, it's short extra cover. Akshar Patel, the substitute, diving away towards his left, saving a couple of runs at least.
And that is another factor that we haven't spoken about a lot, the fact that Akshar Patel has been on the field throughout Australia's innings. Ajinkya Rahane did not take the field after his 89 yesterday. Plus, he's carrying a finger injury, so he would be allowed to bat in his normal position, but you wonder how much it's going to hinder him. Such a crucial player for India.
And once more, and this time Kerry guides it just away from the right-hand side of Akshar. Gets himself another single. 6 for 182. Wonder what's on the lunch menu today.
It was a bit same on day 1 and day 2, but I think they spruiked it up yesterday.
They mixed it up. There was something which they called a curry, mixed vegetable curry.
Oh, it wasn't.
Had to put quite a lot of pepper on that, salt and pepper. I mean, it was a very anglicised version of a curry.
Some Keen's curry powder, maybe.
When you've got a mixed veg curry, it's not really an authentic Indian dish when you just bung some cauliflowers, broccoli,
unless it's
carrots, all
good
that.
old pav bhaji,
Pav bhaji, very different, very different. Tucker is in again. This is worked off the hit by Stark into the leg side, and there is no run. Well, that's not a curry, Bharat. So it's Mumbai street food, as you will know. For those who don't know, it's the mixed veg stew, basically, nicely spiced, mashed up, simmered, and then you get the 2 hot bread rolls with butter literally dripping on.
Oh, yeah.
There's an Indian street food van outside in the concourse.
There is.
Where we go in. I can confirm it is not Indian street food prices.
London prices. London cricket prices. Just met a friend just before I came back on air. Offered to buy me a couple of drinks later on. Said yes, thank you very much. £12 a pint, you can do the buying. Kerry defending this one out behind square on the offside, and runs the first one quickly. There's a bit of a fumble. They're down at deep third, and Shubman Gill allows them through for 2.
Yeah, almost a collision between Shubman Gill and Umesh Yadav.
End of the over. Australia 6 for 185.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Jadeja then to carry on his spell here. He's 3 for 38, 16 overs bowled in this Australian second innings. So it's a lot more threatening than we perhaps first thought he might when he was selected for this match. He's in discussions here with skipper Rohit Sharma.
We're just talking about pav bhaji in the last over, Nikesh. Looks like the 2 Gujaratis on the field, Jadeja and Akshar Patel, have heard us. I just overheard Akshar Patel speaking to Jadeja about Shubman Gill, who's had a few fumbles this morning. And over the stump mic, he said, butter laga ke aaya hai. Translates to, looks like Shubman Gill's got some
butter fingers. He's fumbled a couple here. He's in at slip here. As Jadeja comes in and beats the outside edge. Good delivery there to Mitchell Stark.
Saw that picture of Shubman Gill after he made one of his many hundreds in the IPL with his top off, the rig out. It looked like he's ever had pav bhaji in his life.
Yeah, certainly not in recent times anyway. In extremely good shape. Jadeja bustles in, and this is defended back down the pitch by Stark. We've got 2 short legs in place, really. A conventional forward short leg, almost a silly mid-on as well under the helmet. The ball turning and bouncing into the left-hander. This time outside, off stump, inside edge, past the stumps, and that's going to race away down to fine leg for 4. Didn't know too much about that. Mitchell Stark threw his hands hard at the ball, and that can't have been too far away. Phil Long.
Buys.
Oh.
Signalled buys, yes, no. No inside edge, but sharp turn, which gave it the impression that it did come off the inside edge, out of those footmarks. Getting more and more prominent.
It is. I mean, look, we've spoken so much about what the damage the fast bowlers can do on this pitch, but Nathan Lyon will be smiling.
Jadeja tries once more, aims for those footmarks. The ball balloons up in the air, and appeal for a catch there at short leg. I think it may have come straight off the pad. Jadeja was enthusiastic about it. It was a good low catch taken down. Are they going to review it? Rohit Sharma with his usual gestures doesn't look too convinced. Mohammad Siraj getting involved as well. Jadeja pleading with Rohit, and I think they're deciding but they're not going to go upstairs for this one.
I mean, if there are two people on that field you wouldn't trust is Ravindra Jadeja and Mohammad Siraj. Mohammad Siraj walked all the way up from short third man with his finger up. And Rohit just turned away.
He had a good view, didn't he, from that angle?
Rohit just turned around and walked away.
Jadeja fires one in this time. It's a thickish outside edge. It's racing away down towards that position there at deep third. Siraj gives chase. They jog through for a comfortable 2. अरे नहीं यार
अरे यार तुम लोग भी यार all of you want DRS यार I'm the captain is what Rohit would have said. And he did speak a lot in India about how he's always under the pump when Jadeja or Ashwin's bowling. They think everything is out.
He does wander in as if, oh, here we go again.
Yeah, no, he does have that energy.
Jadeja into Stark once more, who defends down the pitch, and there is no run. That completes another Jadeja over. 3, in fact, 6 from it, including the 4 byes. The 2 off the bat. Australia 6 for 191.
I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. Back then, wasn't worried about me though. In the gym, trying to work on my free throw. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
The new Kia Seltos. That's what's poppin'. And yeah, it's got options. The new Kia Seltos. The word is out.
Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Driving well, but can't beat Akshay Patel there at short extra cover. Rughani, he's a very capable fielder in Test cricket, in particular in those catching positions as well. But in terms of the athleticism, it does help India having somebody like an Akshay Patel out there just to bring that energy. Very good fielder indeed.
Yeah, he is. Though he is a pretty highly rated fielder himself. Ajinkya Rahane might be 34 now, but still very fleet-footed. We saw in the first innings as well, him putting in the dive a couple of times.
He pats down his bat vigorously, drives another full delivery off the toe end of the bat. And out towards deep point for another single.
In a strange way, yes, Cam Green was playing an important role for Australia, but his wicket has opened up the game a little more for Australia. The scoring more regularly, it's not there again. Mitchell Stark has come out swinging his bat, but there's more rotation of strike with Cam Green, and Phil Long will tell us how few scoring shots there were in the Green innings today. He wasn't rotating the strike either. He just got stuck, and we've seen him do that in Test cricket before.
Yeah, 9 from the, what would it be, 69 balls that he faced in
wow. 25 off 95 is total effort. And Stark pushes at this one and guides it down towards deep third for another single. That's what we're talking about.
And the 9 included the ball that flew off his glove for 4. There was that straight drive he hit. So you're basically talking 3 scoring shots in 69 balls.
Well, no, 9 scoring shots.
9 scoring shots.
Yeah, 9 scoring shots. Yeah, and one of those was the involuntary 4.
Yes.
Down here over the slips.
Kohli getting involved here. Lobs the ball to the umpire. I think they're checking to see if the ball's gone out of shape, putting it through the hoops. We can see the TV commentators.
They're the high rollers, aren't they?
They are.
They're the high rollers.
Just look at them.
Their silk ties and Armani suits or whatever they are.
Did you see the picture of all of them in the tube the other day?
I did. Even that looked like a luxury carriage, didn't it? As Thakur is in and Carey's driving square. We'll get another single out towards deep point. It was Sunil Gavaskar, Matthew Hayden,
Justin Langer.
Kumar Sangakkara. DK was
there, Justin Langer, the whole crew. Ravi wasn't there. Ravi wouldn't get into a tube.
No Ravi, no Harsha.
That's true. The SEN crew were left
part
out.
of our crew, aren't they?
Yeah,
part of the SEN crew.
Maybe we should pose for a picture in the tube. Those two.
So many likes we get.
Yeah, imagine that.
Maybe buy Ravi's Rolls Royce at the end of the day's play.
Yeah, true. Why not?
Stark then back on strike. Thakur continues round the wicket here, short of a length. It's defended off the back foot by Stark. 4 for 100, 6 for 194 rather. 367 that lead. Stark 8 from 15, Carey 37 from 52. were talking about greatest test batters, weren't we? That poll that came up on the screen. The man speaking on TV right now, Kumar Sangakkara, not often spoken of in that GOAT debate, but what a record he's got.
Unbelievable.
Average of over 57 from over 100 test matches. Tucker is in again, and this is Stark guiding down towards deep third. This is, again, like we were talking about, really good rotation of strike. End of another over. Australia 6 for 195 now.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Rohit in discussions with Ravindra Jadeja here about field placings. They've been at it really before the start of each of Jadeja's overs. Jadeja asking for a couple of changes, and Rohit trying to convince him by the current field set should be adequate. Always good to see when the spinner's getting passionately involved in these discussions, as Stark is pushing forward at one, just outside off, guiding it away down towards third for a single.
Yeah, everybody's getting involved. Ravindra Jadeja wants a silly point now for Alex Carey.
Carey, yeah.
But he doesn't get the silly point, does he? No, he doesn't. Considered deepish.
It was a polite request, wasn't it, really? Jadeja is in once again, and Carey this time defending off the front foot out into the offside.
It's a deepish forward short leg. It's a Pujara station. Jadeja, interesting position, maybe for the flick more than the inside edge on the bat.
Jadeja fires this one in with a round arm, and it's defended into the leg side this time towards Rohit Sharma. Rohit has been quite vocal this morning himself. Jadeja outside off this time. Carey looking for the single into the covers, can't quite find the gap. There is no run.
There's that big gap through the offside. He's tempting Alex Carey, asking him to hit against the turn from the rough. One thing we have seen from Alex Carey, he has kept his word, no reverse sweep.
Jadeja fires one in, and this is too full outside off, and it's been hammered through the covers for four. Lovely shot, but Jadeja will be disappointed with that. Half volley outside the off stump, and Carey doesn't miss out. Australia bring up their 200 as well. 6 for 200. And that lead creeping ever higher, 373 now.
That wasn't an invitation, there was a request. Please hit me for four. He duly did.
Final ball of the over coming up. It's a lot straighter, and Carey's pushing forward, defending into the offside for no run. Australia 6 for 200.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
They're back. Spicy Chicken McNuggets with a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. Get them before they're gone. Again. Order Spicy Chicken McNuggets at Macca's today. Available for a limited time.
That was live here at the Kia Oval as we tip down towards the lunch interval. 4 minutes to go until that break. Will we just see this one Shardul Thakur over or not? More field changes being made, so we've got a fine leg going back out onto the rope. For Mitchell Stark, we've got 3 slips in place. Deep backward point on the boundary. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. So this one is worked off the hip by Umesh Yadav. It is actually change in bowling, and Yadav starts off with a shorter delivery, well negotiated into the leg side by Mitchell Stark.
Yeah, just a reminder that the highest successful chase here at the Oval in a test match was 263 for 9 for England versus Australia way back in 1902. India themselves only team to twice score over 300 in the 4th innings of a test, both leading, or one leading to a draw. won a defeat. That was great timing from Umesh there.
It was. Running into bowl and then...
I was still talking.
Pulling away at the last moment.
Yeah, 1979, India 429 for 8, chasing 438. One of the classic drawn tests, wasn't it? And that 5 years ago, 2018, India 345, chasing 464.
Umesh bustles in again, gives Stark a little bit of width. He guides down towards deep backward point for another single. That was Rishabh Pant's first Test 100, I believe.
Indeed, KL Rahul and him had a big partnership, and then Adil Rashid bowled one of the balls of 2018.
Way outside, wasn't it?
It was.
Big turn from those footmarks.
Exactly, the
that we
same
keep talking
footmarks.
about.
Yeah, we've seen here.
Was from the other end, was from the pavilion end, where we've not seen as many footmarks outside the off stump of the left-handers. It's been more from this end, the Vauxhall end, which is where Jadeja is bowling from.
We're bringing the field in now for Alex Carey.
Packed offside field, almost a ring there in the covers, as this one is full. It's driven by Carey only as far as mid-off. Shardul Thakur with the fielding. Still a nice gentle breeze just blowing from left to right as we look on. You can see the flags above the old pavilion. Quite as boisterous as yesterday.
They've been up and down, haven't they? Umesh Yadav had them on their feet with an early wicket. Manas Labuschagne. They had to wait a long time before Cam Green padded and battered himself out.
Umesh is in once more, and Carey is defending this one into the offside delivery that rises slightly, and Alex Carey now the equal leading run scorer for Australia in this innings, with 41, level with Manas Labuschagne. Leading run scorer brought to you by DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years.
In some pain, Alex Carey just got an inside edge onto his shin, I think.
Yeah, his toe, yeah.
Hurt.
Seen a few batters with war wounds out there. Variable bounce in this pitch. Shardul Thakur, Manas Labuschagne knocked off his feet a couple of times yesterday. Umesh in once more, and Carey negotiates this with a forward defensive back down the pitch. Should be just the one delivery here until the lunch break.
Yeah, I don't think anyone on that field is in any hurry to have another over. This Jadeja will be done soon.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark had spotted something on the wicket there.
Yes,
he needed to have a look at that, didn't he? Just waits for that clock to tick over.
Yeah.
Bit of gardening. Umesh comes in, delivers again, and Carey fields, Umesh fields rather, a forward defensive, which is hit to him back down the track, has a little shot at the stumps. It hits Carey on his pads, and lunch has been called. The bell's taken off by the umpires. So 40-minute break here as Australia go into lunch, leading now by 374 runs. They make their way to 6 for 201. Mitchell Stark unbeaten on 11. Alex Carey on 41. And Bharat, another interesting session, really. India had their tails up early on, took the early wicket, sensed that breakthrough. It didn't quite come. That wicket of Cameron Green, though, really kind of opening up the game, really, in a sort of more... it's had a lot more pace to it since his dismissal. He was 25 from 95 in that long hold, and he's got stuck in. Looks solid, a lot more solid and assured than he did in the first innings. But now with Mitchell Stark coming in, knocking the ball around at will, really, picking up those singles quite easily. Australia in a fabulous position and edging up ever closer to that 400 mark.
Yeah, in the last 40 or so minutes, half an hour or so after Cam Green got out, is when Australia looked the most confident they have in the last day or so. Alex Carey has played another crucial hand. Don't forget his 48 in the first innings. But when all the other batters are getting stuck and not or struggling to get a move on, I think he's played a fluent innings, crucial runs on the board as well, and Australia will be feeling pretty comfortable at this moment, though it wasn't all easy sailing for them.
No, the session in the end, 26 overs in that session. That's a bit better, isn't it? 78 runs for 2 wickets. So 78 runs, 26 overs. It's bang on 3 and over. It's probably where Australia wanted to be.
Phil, Bharat, thank you very much for now. We can head off to lunch now. So 40 minutes time, we'll be back with you with the second session live here on SEN Test Cricket World Test Championship Final. Australia versus India live from the Kia Oval. But for now, we will take a break here with India needing some quick wickets. Australia leading by 374. They are 6 for 201.
In the first county game, got a 50.
Umesh again, Labuschagne edging and taken at first slip. Umesh Yadav has got the early breakthrough. India were craving. Labuschagne just hung the bat out there. A little bit of movement off the seam, enough movement off the seam, and it ballooned up to first slip, and it was taken with ease. Maybe a little bit later than that, I'd say. Jadeja last ball is ticked away. Bowled him off the pad. Jadeja sneaks one through. It hit the pad, it trickled into the off stump. Green's gone for 25. Jadeja might have just opened this test match up again. It's a World Test Championship final live from the Kia Oval on SEN Test Cricket for Knackers. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. We're waiting for the middle session of the fourth day to commence, with Australia still in a commanding position. They're 6 for 201 in their second innings. That's a lead of 374. That session saw 78 runs added for the loss of 2 wickets in just 26 overs. Alex Carey is still there on 41 from 61 balls, batting with Mitchell Starc on 11. They've put on 34 after they lost Cameron Green bowled to Jadeja for 25. That was the second wicket of the session. He kicked it onto his off stump, and Labuschagne was out in the opening exchange, his second over of the morning, not adding to his overnight score. Caught it first slip by Pujara from the bowling of Umesh Yadav for 41. So Australia in the lead by 374. Adam Collins, Sundaresan with you. Phil Long as well to start us. Ravi Shastri in here shortly. Australia look to be trying to take some time out of the game and bat conservatively in the first session. I think Phil Long worked out they went exactly 3 and over. There'll be nothing silly here. There'll be no hitting out, I don't expect.
I think in the last half an hour of that first session, it looked like finally Australia took complete grip of this game. Yes, they're still a few runs shy of getting to that 400 lead, which will make them feel even more comfortable. But just the Alex Carey Mitchell Starc partnership, they didn't put too many runs on the board. But another crucial innings from Alex Carey. He scored at a fair clip, a strike rate of over 60, 65, and without taking any risks. He's put the width balls away for 4. He's moved the strike around, and it's almost felt like, as much as Australia would have liked Cameron Green to be out there for a little longer, his dismissal opened things up. Mitchell Starc looked busy as well at the crease, and just on Cam Green. He's such a young kid still, right, Adam? It almost felt like this was a lesson out of the syllabus. He had no idea what this was. Jadeja bowling into the rough outside his pads. He was like, wait, I don't know. Nobody told me about this.
I mean, he faced a lot of spin last year in Pakistan and Sri Lanka, but yeah, trying to kick away outside the leg stump, it's kind of a skill all of its own, because you so rarely have to do it in Test cricket. But yeah, after a few attempts, and it was good bowling from Jadeja to change his angle to Green earlier in that over. He was around the wicket to that point, but yes, went over and it worked for them. And Jadeja has been bowling for most of the session, 9 of the 26. So he gets through his overs, Phil, in about 75 seconds, the fastest over rate in all of world cricket, typically. Yet only 26 overs bowled. What are we up to in terms of overs burnt through the test so far?
Well, we were on exactly... We'd lost... I've got it here somewhere. Let me flick
That's
back.
Okay. You can pad. I'll give you time.
I'll pad. No, there we go. I knew it was on that page. So we lost 5 on the first day, 13 yesterday, 12 on the second, 13 on the second day, 12 on the third day. We've lost 30 in total, which, if they bowled at 15 overs now, it would be 2 hours. But in this test, we know it's probably about 3.
We'll try not to whinge about it too much, but I thought it was worth laying a marker that another session where they've just done as they please, really, and that'll be a talking point after, I suspect, Bharat.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard the ground announcer talk about the number of overs in a day's play, because he does sound very wistful when he says, and the overs that are lost every day, or overs that aren't bowled at the end of 6.5 hours, will be lost to the game.
And of course, in the longer term for this game, there is a chance that tomorrow those lost overs could mean we have a draw rather than a result.
It's a really good point. So we've lost effectively a session. It'll be a lot more than that by the close of play tonight. And Australia rather, will be probably in a situation where they're pushing for victory on the final day. In India, look, they might be chasing the runs. They might be playing out for a draw. Another factor in the World Test Championship final is that a draw means the sides split it. It doesn't matter whether Australia have dominated and India are 200 away from the target and they're 9 down and men around the bat. A draw is as good as a win to split the trophy, or the mace, I should say. So that is unusual. We don't normally think of Test cricket in quite that way, but it does add an extra element tomorrow. And if there are fewer overs to bowl, well, they've got nobody to blame but themselves.
But at this point, I don't think Australia would be thinking about it. I think they would focus on just keep scoring runs, take this match, or literally bat India out of the game. Yeah. Where, I mean, if you are India and you want to chase it down, good luck. But then you put those doubts in the batter's minds where you're not sure, there's one thing, there's a difference between looking to score and having to score. And
so the two Australian left-handers, the session starts here. Stark facing the first ball from Jadeja, left arm over the wicket from our Vauxhall and defended into the onside. A short leg and two slips to catching men. The slips Kohli and Gill. Short leg Pujara. Bowling here is Jadeja, pushing down to mid-on. 3 out on the leg side, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and no protection on the offside, just a man at backward point and a conventional extra cover. That's Akshar Patel, the sub. Jadeja bowls, darts it in, Stark pushing to backward point, no run.
Is it safe to say that this is a field that pays respect to the long levers of Mitchell Stark?
Yeah, 3 back when he tries to go the heave-ho, as and when. Hasn't so far quite so much. Facing Jadeja across his stumps, defending. Interesting where he's taking guard here, Baz. He's catching on our screen here for Tyre Power end of financial year sale that he's more or less across on the off stump facing up. Jadeja bowls, Stark drives and beats the man at extra cover. Straight of him down to the rope. Australia begin the middle session of day 4 with a boundary. Stark up to 15. That's his second 4. 6 for 205 Australia, leading by 378. Well played.
I've liked Mitchell Stark's intent in this innings. He got a little stuck in the first innings. We spoke about it earlier, but here he's walked out and he's not tried anything silly, but every time Jadeja has missed his length, he's put him away.
Jadeja again bowls to Stark, while the back foot punches to Akshar Patel. And that completes the over. We'll take a break. 6 for 205. Australia lead by 378 with Stark on 15. Kerry on 41 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX-9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Bharat bowling a 1-over spell to give Ravi the chance to finish from lunch after being on the ground on telly with Matthew Hayden at the interval. He's with us now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, it's very hot, let me tell you.
Those suits getting a workout. Umesh Yadav round the wicket bowling here. Up-ish and through the cordon from Carey. 4 runs. Went between first and second. Kohli and Pujara. There'll be a replay for Tyre Power end of financial year sale. Pujara slowly makes his way to the rope to retrieve the ball. So Umesh first ball after, maybe a bit of reverse even. Carey hands off the bat, bisected them at a catching height. They've got to take that.
Yes, absolutely. Someone had to go. Good catching height. Oh, good catching height.
Everything needs to go right from India here.
Absolutely, especially when you have just 2 slips. Someone has to go.
Carey up to 45. He made 48 the first time around. They lead now by 382. 6 for 209. Umesh Yadav getting the first opportunity from the pavilion end. Swung around from where he bowled from in the first stanza. Wide of the crease, round the wicket. Carey defends to mid-on.
Good point you made there about reverse swing. Now, you'll see even when India is bowling, a lot more now in this session of play, especially when Australia bowl, there'll be a lot of cross-seam bowling. So that they can get one side of the ball roughed up and then shine the other to get some reversing swing going, because it's a bare surface. There's hardly any grass. It's pretty rough as well. So if the ball loses shine on one side, you can expect it to reverse swing later.
Carey thumping the bat into the turf on 45. Umesh wide of the crease again. Carey just pushing it into the onside where there's a mid-wicket. 2 out. Jadeja beneath us at fine leg. There's a deep square leg in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School. There's a deep backward point for that cut shot that Carey loves. In addition to that, 2 slips, a cover point, a catching cover, broadly speaking, a mid-off and a mid-on.
See the lead now, 382. So psychologically, it'll play in India's mind. Once Australia go past 400, you might see a shift in gears from Carey.
Bowles and Carey pushes and doesn't quite beat mid-on. They consider a single. Diving stop from the captain, Rohit Sharma. Nearly snaked it through. Stays at 6 for 209. Yes, we've been kind of speculating about when the moment might be. What was your conversation on television with Matthew Hayden to that effect? Did he have a view about when they might try and really put the foot down?
In the sense, he said they might get... Tactics might change here once they go past 400.
Right.
And Carey might be the one who will be the aggressor.
Mexican wave goes around. They boo the pavilion who don't participate. It's like we're at the MCG, Ravi. Past umpire Gafty. Umesh with 19 on his back, bowls and gives Carey something that cut and he misses. Movement again away that felt late. I think it's reverse. Just the sense of that. We're going to replay in a tick, but yes, that's the second time in the over he's been able to sort Carey out outside the off stump as the Mexican wave gathers pace beneath us in the JM Fin stand and over to the Bedsa where the players' pavilions are, or the players' dressing rooms are. The old pavilion. Wait for the boo. They pick it up in the Galdari, the Peter May stand, the Lock Laker, and then back to where we started. Umesh bowls and Carey plays with a straight blade out past backward point for 1 where there is a sweeper. He's 46 from 67, 6 for 210. That's the end of the over. They lead by 383 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Jadeja about to start his 10th over today from our Vauxhall end. Still 3 out with Carey on strike as well on the leg side. Goes the lap sweep. Doesn't make contact. Half an appeal from behind the wicket, but well outside the line of the off stump. Jadeja's got 3 for 49 so far. Feels like he's the key. If they're going to run through Australia in a hurry, it's going to be Jadeja.
It has to be because he's got 2 left-handers there. He's bowling into the rough every now and then. The ball is turning sharply and bouncing.
Slipping a short leg, delivers to Carey, sweeping again and missing again, maybe via an inside edge. They pulled out of their appeal. Jadeja bowling really well in this innings.
And good tactics from Carey. I like his shot selection right through this innings. He's opted for the conventional sweep.
Let's put the reverse away for now. Jadeja bowls and Carey defends and doesn't quite beat Rohit, who kicks it away with his feet. He's not going down with his hands. I suppose a man of his experience and stature and the leader, he gets away with fielding that way. You wouldn't if you're a junior player. A boundary away from a half century. Made 48 the first time. Carey facing and goes the lap for a third time. Foot outside the line of the off stump, or pad I should say. Hits him on it. Leg by 1. They might get a second on the overthrow. The throw came in from Bharat, wasn't accurate. Happy with the single. Waiting for the leg by signal from the ump, but don't think it comes. So an inside edge, 47 for Carey, 6 for 211.
It's a good option to rotate the strike because your foot is outside the line. You cannot be leg before. He's not trying to hit it too hard, just looking to paddle around the corner.
So it's Stark's turn. The field remains the same. That's the slightly longer boundary. Stark goes back and defends. So, correction, slightly shorter boundary this week. Over to the Kennington side of the ground, where the gasometer is positioned. He'll want to pop one in the gasometer, Stark. That's his hitting zone. Cow corner. Hitting with the spin too. Jadeja bowls and Stark's beaten on the inside edge. Tried to play it through cover. Sharp turn to complete the over. Just 1 run coming from it. Australia 6 for 211 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. They lead by 384 with Carey on 47 and Stark on 15.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
We're here for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Umesh Yadav towards us and towards Carey on 47. Goes back and defends and shouts no. Got Ravi Shastri with us for the first passage of play. Middle session, day 4 for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, Dave having a beer or two out there, if I'm honest, Ravi. I saw some mates at lunch who've been sitting in the sun in the Galdari stand, and they're stinging for one.
No, I tell you, it started at about 11 o'clock in the Sylvester Clark bar.
Oh, yes.
They said it's a medical advice. Get yourself hydrated.
Umesh bowls and Carey plays with a straight bat out to cover, no run. Yes, there's a Champions League final on tonight as well, with City playing Inter, which is a big fixture where City are heavily favoured to win. Inter can get over the line, big upset, but the reason I raise that is every pub is full on Champions League night. Hope you've got a booking somewhere, Ravi, or you want to come with us to a beer garden.
It's going to be wild.
There's a pub to our left about 400 metres away with a beer garden with our name all over it for the Champions League final. Lead 384. Umesh has bowled so well today. Delivers here to Carey, who knocks it on the head out towards cover, no run. I saw Winviz pop up a moment ago. Australia 85%, India 10%, which means 5% for the draw. I do wonder whether that's a bit low on the draw, because they'll reach a point in this test match where India are incentivised to draw because they can share the title. I'm not saying we're anywhere near that point yet, but if the win looks far-fetched, they're not going to keep chasing it, because then they can give away the chance of splitting it. That might be a factor tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Carey, 4 taps of the bat. Umesh bowls to him, and he's happy to defend again. Umesh is holding up at end nicely here, giving nothing away.
He's bowled much better today. The rhythm's good, the pace is up. Far better than what he did in the first innings.
Yeah.
And obviously that wicket of Labuschagne early doors must have encouraged him immensely.
So Carey, a couple of boundaries since lunch. 31-year-old from Adelaide. Umesh wide of the crease, and Carey drives but straight to cover. Got a good piece of that. Straight to the fielder. Carey, who made his first test ton against South Africa, Boxing Day test last year. Felt like an important sort of box to tick for a wicket-keeper, reaching 3 figures for the first time. It's an expectation of keepers these days, isn't it, that they can make bulk runs and all the rest?
Adam Gilchrist really started it.
Yeah.
Then came MS Dhoni. And you see, ever since, a keeper has to be an all-rounder in many ways.
Last ball from Umesh here, delivers to Carey off his hip. He'll keep the strike. There might be 2 there. His time, the depth as well, but no, they're happy with 1. So he moves to 48, end of the over, 6 for 2-1-2. Lead 385. Stark down the other end on 15. Got Phil Long with us as well throughout the course of this test match.
I'll just put my weatherman hat on, shall I? 1 or 2 clouds just bubbling up there to our right. It's still glorious, but there are rumours of
thunderstorms,
the odd storm possibly this afternoon, so we'll keep our eye on those.
As long as they don't end up right on top of the Kia Oval, then we're okay. I think we'll be fine. This session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise, and we're here for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Waiting for Jadeja here. They need a wicket here. Ideally Carey. He's 48. Bowls here, turns him down to long on for the easiest of singles, giving a strike back to Stark. When will Stark pull the trigger? Carey 49, 6 for 213, lead of 386. Might it be that psychological hurdle? Get to 400 and right, pin the ears back and go full Mitchell Stark. He's got 4 half centuries in England.
Yep, overdrive from there on.
Jadeja delivers an inside edge of Stark. So we saw in the previous over, Jadeja got one through the gate when Stark was trying to lace it through cover. He's yet to really hit with the spin this session.
There are 3 fielders in the deep.
3 sweepers, a mid-wicket and a short leg on that side of the ground. Jadeja to start batting on off stump. Turns it down to long on as well. Good batting. Gets 1. He's 16 from 29. 6 for 215. The lead up to 387.
And he's a tall man. He can use his reach to good advantage, especially when playing against Jadeja.
Jadeja's got the slip leg gully configuration for Carey on 49, and he'll stay on 49. Up at 95 kilometres an hour for the left-arm spinner who passed Bishop Beatty yesterday, and he's 266. Talking with Harsha earlier, it's an extraordinary achievement from Jadeja. Delivers again. Stark beaten on the inside edge for the second time. That's turned considerably. That'll be something for Nathan Lyon to look out for as well. But Jadeja's now finding the footmarks, and they are turning. Bought just about square. Our replay here for Tyre Power. End of financial year sale on now, and that's gone a long way. So Jadeja to finish. Couple of singles from the over. Stark, that's better. Smothering any spin that is out there from the footmarks. 75 overs gone. 6 for 214 with Stark. 16 Carey, 1 away from a half century. That's all on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale now in this middle session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. We've got Louis Cameron jumping in as well, I believe, if he hasn't already. Where's Louis? Louis going to join us for a chinwag too. Nikesh to continue. I wonder whether they'll be tempted to go to Siraj just for one more. I know he went before lunch and went hard, but one more crack at the helmets.
Probably. They'll go to him ahead of Shami, because if they look at Shami and say, don't look with this way at the moment, they're bold enough. There'll come a point where, India will start thinking about their batting. They'll know that Australia well in control, the lead over 400. When that happens, that's the time, and that will start happening.
So it's going to be Nikesh again from the pavilion end. Third over of the spell. Start round the wicket, bowling at Stark. Delivers here. Stark plays and misses. A ball that doesn't actually get up at all. That might be the equivalent part of the pitch on the other side of it, which we've seen up and down from that length, about 8 metres from the bat.
Yeah. I did the pitch report this morning, and the cracks there are ideal length for someone like Pat Cummins. It's his natural length. It will suit him, especially when the ball is hard and new. That's when serious damage can be done.
So Stark's putting a shift in here with Carey, facing back of a length, knows the call when he works it into the onside. So they've put on 47 now from 74 deliveries. So at lunch, you must have been scorching out there in this suit.
It's very hot. It's and it's they say the UV factor today is the highest in England. When there's no clouds in the sky and the sun like this, and it's 32, 33 degrees, it's like 43, 44 back home in India.
I was going to say, it feels in Australia, if it's 30, we don't really talk about the weather, but in England, 30 feels different for whatever reason. Nikesh gets to the crease and he beats Stark with one that takes off. I say takes off, it's more about pace than bounce, but at 85 mile an hour, 134 kilometres an hour, with seam movement around the wicket, straightening up to a left-hander. Again, I think maybe reverse.
Just a little bit, just a hint.
Just a little tail of reverse, and we saw it indoor, didn't we, Ravi? That when Nikesh gets it reversing, he took 3 for none in that spell to finish off Australia's first innings.
He's at his best when it's reversing, because he has much better control. He knows which way the ball is going.
So Nikesh, all this experience to draw down on. Into Stark, round the wicket, rides the bounce, pushing out towards cover, no single.
You're talking about the heat. Justin Langer, who's doing commentary with us, he said he got sunburned yesterday. So can you imagine the conversation between Haydos and him after that?
What's it been like working on telly with Langer and Hayden?
Oh, it's great fun. I've done a lot with Haydos, I think.
Yeah.
With Justin the first time, because both we guys were busy coaching different countries.
I suppose my point is, what's it like with them together?
Oh, it's good fun. Contrasting characters, though.
3 slips. Nikesh to the crease, bowls here. Turning into the onside, Stark finds a gap through mid-wicket. Strikes it well enough to reach the rope in front of the beds to stand. So Stark moves into the 20s with his third 4. Australia's lead up to 391. They're 6 for 218 as we welcome listeners for the first time this evening from Victoria, South Australia, Tasmania, Western Australia and the Northern Territory. Reporting from the Kia Oval at Australia have lost 2 wickets today, but they have taken their lead from 296 to near enough 400 now. Alex Carey, 1 away from a half century. And Phil along with us as well.
And they joined us as the 50 partnership supporter.
Very nice. This pair coming together when Green was bowled for 25 just before lunch. Labuschagne, the other man, out for 41 when play resumed. Umesh bowls and down the ground goes Stark. That's an even better shot. This might be the moment when Stark really starts to go for it. His 4th boundary. They advanced to 6 for 222 at the end of the over. The lead's up to 395.
That's a glorious shot. It was hit very hard. Now Australia getting themselves into a very, very comfortable position. 395, the lead. You might just see both these batsmen looking to shift gears now. There'll be a time in mind, ideally, I think, from Australia's point of view. It would be good if they can have a crack at India half an hour before tea.
Well, they're probably in that position where they can start thinking about that, aren't they? Like, it would have been a bit early before lunch, I reckon, just because of the energy of the innings. I mean, they were getting bombarded by Mohammad Siraj. Jadeja was turning it square, but now a bit of breathing room, as Phil points out. 50 partnership. Got Louis Cameron, former Victorian seamer, cricket.com.au journalist, joining myself, Adam Collins, and Ravi Shastri on the call here at the Kia Oval for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe as Jadeja waits to start his 22nd over. He's got 3 for 52. Carey 1 away from a milestone, and he gets it down the ground. Nicely played, Alex Carey. Reaches his half century. His first Test match in England. The 5th time he gets to raise his bat in Test cricket. 82 deliveries to reach that mark with half a dozen boundaries. Still work to do. But with 48 in the first dig, Louis, 50 not out so far here, a lead of 396. What a great way to start the series, or the tour rather, for him, as Jadeja bowls to Stark on 24 and Stark inside edge onto the pad and pull out of the appeal.
And batted like a guy who's batted here before. I mean, we know he hasn't played Test cricket in England, but he has played a lot of one-day cricket. We know he had that great 2019 World Cup here.
Jadeja delivers, and outside the off-stump, Stark sets up and pushes out to extra cover. And he was also on the tour in 2019, wasn't he, as Tim Payne's reserve wicketkeeper. Didn't bat on the tour, but I guess just being in England, being part of it, of an Ashes squad. Jadeja to Stark, 24, and he tries to hit against the spin. He's not beating cover, I should say.
And he's put the reverse sweep away this innings.
He did promise, didn't he? He promised Bharat the other night after play. That was done for the time being. Playing back here is Stark, and that's the one that shoots through from Jadeja beyond the outside edge, taken by Kasparov up to the stumps. Yes, I think he told us that in India as well, didn't he? There was no more reverse sweeping, and got out to it when Jadeja came on a couple of days ago. Bowls here, Stark. Full face of the bat, back to the bowler. We'll take a break with the score at 6 for 223. Australia in the black by 396 runs. Stark on 24. Carey an even 50 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles, huge sale now. Catch you later, Ravi.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Our session for Drink Wise. Remember, if you're having a drink in the heat here at the Kia Oval today, to Drink Wise. Ravi's gone back to the other place, as they say at Parliament, the television studio, as Louis moves chairs into Ravi's spot. Not that anyone can really replace Ravi Shastri. And
I'll do my best, Adam. I'll do my best. I can't promise anything. But...
And Phil's back from the naughty chair into his spot as well, as Umesh Yadav prepares to go again. Change of angle here over the wicket. Had it reversing in the previous over. Up to Carey on 50. Bowls here, Carey, inside part of the bat, down towards mid-on. There'll be no single. Wonder whether it's worth just one final surge from Siraj to try and just break things up a little bit before this reaches a stage when we're not talking about India bowling Australia out, but rather when Australia might declare.
Yeah, and I think India have toiled away well this second innings. I think they bowled a lot better this second innings than they did in the first. It will be cold comfort to them because they've essentially given away the game, and barring a fantastic run chase, they're coming from a long way back.
Carey facing Umesh, who defends into the onside. How about this? We've got a little photo sent through to our group that Mick Jagger is in the pavilion today on the other side of the ground. He's usually in the Lord's Pavilion, but I don't know whether he spends much time at the Oval, south of the river, so he is. Got a message in the other day from a listener. How's this? I'll bring it up on my phone between balls, but a listener who was with us on a tuk-tuk, on a rickshaw, driving around the northeast of India in a rickshaw race. David Loftus from West Bengal in Sikkim. Go Aussies. Rickshaw race. Umesh bowls and Carey turns it off his hip down to long leg. He'll get a single. Jadeja does the fielding. Carey's 51, 6 for 224, lead 397. We spent plenty of time in tuk-tuks and rickshaws when we were in India earlier this year, Lou.
And David was in Sri Lanka. I reckon he played in our Media 11 game. He was the kind of gentleman who
David
brought
Loftus.
the drone along.
David brought.
Yeah, he had some beautiful footage that we use in the edit to show the highlights of that.
My apologies, David. I didn't put the two pieces together. He was a fill-in for the side that I led to victory against the Sri Lankan media. Happy days. Umesh Yadav bowling to Stark on 24, pulling over the top, not quite. For a moment, I thought he got a bit of an edge on that, but it wasn't to be. Stays at 6 for 224. So if you're listening, David, I hope you're enjoying yourself. He says that they crossed the finish line after 12 days around northeast India with 26 other rickshaws. It sounds like something you do, Longy, in your off-season.
Well, I wonder how many people he told the meter doesn't work. The meter's not working.
We heard that a bit, didn't we?
Yes.
Sort of nightmares about a tuk-tuk ride in Delhi.
3 slips. Umesh in the long sleeves, bowls to Stark. In the short sleeves, pushing out to cover. There won't be a single.
I had to take out a small loan to pay for that one after I literally got taken for a ride. going down the street for a shop. They're very aggressive, the tuk-tuk drivers in Delhi.
I was telling Daniel Norcross, you need to walk at least 250 metres away from any decent hotel, otherwise you're paying 5 times the going rate.
I think I learned that the hard way.
All the fun of the fair went touring around India as we did on SEN Test Cricket earlier this year. Great privilege to be there for the Border Gavaskar, as we will be for the Ashes starting next week. Umesh in, Stark, last ball of the over, gets underneath a short one that takes off. Bharat had to go up with one hand like a goalkeeper, dragged it down. Just 1 run from the over. Australia leading by 397 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail. 6 for 224. Stark 24, Carey 51.
I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. Back then, wasn't worried about me though. In the gym, trying to work on my free throw. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
The new Kia Seltos. That's what's poppin'. And yeah, it's got options. The new Kia Seltos. The word is out.
Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Alex Carey back on strike. He's our leading run scorer today for DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. Jadeja to him here. Slip and a short leg. I should say as well, given we've got listeners coming in from around the country, that you can mute the telly, you can listen to us, and it should sync up quite nicely in Australia. I'm reliably informed. Why wouldn't you? Carey bowls, return catch, not quite. Jadeja lunged forward, landed about 2 metres in front of him on a Saturday night. What time's it in Australia now? Footy's finished. It must be about 20 to 11. Jadeja bowls and Carey's back, and it's edged and it's 4. It was Kohli at first slip. Went right, probably should have gone left. Just caught on the hop a little bit there. It'll make for an important replay for Tyre Power and their end of financial year sale. Louis Cameron, talk us through it.
It's having a bit of a nightmare in there. We saw one a little bit before, probably a little bit harsh if I'm saying that's a drop catch. That's bounced just in front of him. Having looked at that though, I just don't reckon he was all that low. I don't think he was in position to catch that.
It's a sort of one where you can catch it off your boot if you're down low enough, I reckon. Carey's 55, the lead's beyond 400. 401 as he defends the next delivery down the pitch, no run. 6 for 228.
It certainly bounced in front of him, that one. But yeah, you're right. If you're in that position, if you're in that crouch position, there's sometimes the one you can dive forward to.
3 out on the leg side if Carey wants to have the heave. He doesn't. He gets on the front foot and finds an inside edge onto the pad. Jadeja still very much in it here. 3 for 57. 1 ball left in the over. He's racing through them, trying to catch up on that abysmal over rate. Probably not. 2 catching men, slip and short leg. Carey plays again with a straight bat, keeps the strike with a push out to cover. End of the over, the lead's 402 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale at 6 for 230. Carey's 56, Stark's 24, and after the break, Nikesh Rughani coming in for me.
Pick your favourite Kia. From the award-winning Kia Sportage to the street cred delivering Kia Seltos, or Kia's most powerful car ever, the all-electric EV6 GT. Book a test drive today to find your chosen one. Find out more at kia.com.au or drop into your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
SEN Test cricket for McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Umesh Yadav then to continue from the pavilion end. So left slip still in place. We go slightly wider there, almost a second slip. Colleen at the third slip. Alex Carey strike Yadav short of a length, and it's just defended away into the leg side. Bharat Sundaresan alongside myself and Louis Cameron.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. The Indian fans next to us are already praying for rain. Tells you how this game, as in the last 40 or so minutes of play, moved more and more away from India.
Australia 6 for 229, that lead 402. These two looking very comfortable indeed out in the middle. The other charges in again, and this is tucked off the hip just wide of mid-on by Carey. Gets through for a single. This is what they've been able to do really well, isn't it? And what Cameron Green wasn't doing so much of. 25 off 95 for him. But Stark and Carey both have just been able to knock it around, even though the boundary balls haven't always been there. Getting those singles, turning the ones into twos.
And Louis, yeah, I mean, we shouldn't be looking too far ahead. It's still the World Test Championship final on.
One day at a time.
One day at a time. But I want to. Just looking into the crystal ball, and this is a good sign for Australia. They need their lower order to fire.
Yeah, round the wicket here to Stark, who drives only as far as mid-off.
And it's an interesting one with Stark going up to number 8. We've seen for most of their careers, Pat Cummins has been the man to come out before Mitchell Stark. Pat Cummins' record with the bat in the last few years has been quite poor. He's really gone off a cliff, and I think he's recognised that, and Stark's gone up to 8. I actually think it's very, neither of them really necessarily have the ego to try and get up the order, but Stark's up there now. I think that's a right call. You can see he plays proper cricket shots. He's not just slogging like we've seen in some of his innings before.
In again, and he does have a bit of a wild slog at that one. Gets it away for 4 down towards cow corner. Agricultural, I think, is the best way to describe that. Right on cue.
What were we saying about proper cricket shots? That was agricultural. Is probably the best way of describing it. It's just kind of smeared away in front of deep mid wicket.
And that was a New South Wales fast bowler telling a Victorian fast bowler, there's no way he was telling me what I should be doing. I think he misjudged the length. It was much fuller than he expected it to, but the bat came down at the right moment, but made enough contact. It flew off the bat. But he didn't look in control, did he?
On the replay, with tyre power into financial year sale, his head was at least very still. It wasn't up in the air as he was playing that, which allowed him to get the power through and find the timing. Just wide of long on out towards cow corner. Umesh goes short again, and this is another hack across the line, and just falls short of mid-on in the end. It was airborne for quite some time. It was away to the left of Rohit Sharma, who couldn't quite make up the yards to get to that one, and Stark all of a sudden starting to live a little bit dangerously.
And that was an even filthier slog. So it's the last time I'm ever going to say that a tail ender's batting like a top order batter.
408 though the lead ticks over to with that single.
I think Ravindra Jadeja would have got to that. That wasn't too far away from Rohit Sharma. He started slow.
Carey then back on strike. The other is into him and it's guided away. Backward of point on the offside. Get through for another single. And that brings the over to an end. 80 overs now bowled in this Australian second innings. The new ball coming out. Reserve umpire Kumar Dharmasena. You can hear new ball aa gaya from some of the Indians out there in the field. And we'll take a short break here with Australia 6 for 236.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket live at the Kia Oval with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And the Indians have taken that second new ball. It's like a decent cherry there. And you see a change in bowling here. Mohammad Shami, India's strike bowler, taking that new ball. Just wiping away the sweat from his forehead. Even the Indians feeling the heat out there in the middle.
Yeah, it's an aggressive move from India. I mean, those last two shots from Mitchell Starc at the back end of that over just suggested that the Australians might be going after him a little bit more here and might have one eye on a declaration at some point in this session to, you know, give him 4.5 sessions rather than just 4 to bowl India out. With the new ball, we know that's going to fly off the bat if they are taking the long handle.
Shami with new ball in hand will begin around the wicket here. Alex Carey on strike. Shami delivers and Carey defends this one into the leg side and there is no run. One thing Shami's often been accused of is bowling a little bit too short in these types of conditions. We saw a little bit of that in the first innings as well on the first morning when there was assistance from the conditions as well as the pitch with the extra cloud cover. He needs to be a lot fuller, you feel, in this spell to cause the Aussies any problems. Got 3 slips out there waiting. The last thing they want to see is play and miss one after another. Sounding as Shami runs in once again, bowls, and this is full, but on the pads of Carey, who just defends out towards mid-on.
I think that sounded like one solitary drum. It's almost ominous the way that drum sounded. Throughout the morning session, you saw multiple drums being played all around, and there was a crescendo of noise. This is more a drum being played in hope. Maybe like a learned gentleman to the right, and the crowd just said they're singing. Singing for the Kale Megha, the black clouds to come.
Yes. As you may have seen the film Lagan.
That's exactly what he was talking about.
Yes. Mohammad Shami in around the wicket, and this one is defended away out towards point. There's a gap there, so they get through for an easy single. That film, all about cricket, really. It was a bunch of villagers taking on the British Raj, wasn't it? Back in 18-something to avoid paying double tax, basically. Match. A fictional cricket match. Some might like to believe it was the first unofficial test match between India and England.
Or unofficial test match of all time.
How do they go with the cricket scenes in Bollywood films? Because I feel like it's a bit hilarious in you know, Western films whenever cricket's in there. It just doesn't look right. Is it a bit better in Bollywood? Have they copied it?
It's the same.
I'll tell you what wasn't too bad. I'll tell you after this delivery. This one is hitting Starc on the pads. It thuds away into the leg side. They get through at least one leg by. They're thinking about 2, and Bharat with the fielding gets there pretty swiftly to prevent that second. The film 83, because they used a lot of CGI effects on that. And they took, it's from the 1983 World Cup, a Kapil Dev biopic, and the shots that are played, and they're basically based on the footage that was available to them at the time of replays of certain things. The only match in that film which wasn't filmed in real life was Kapil Dev's 175, so that looks a little bit off, some of the shots that are played. The rest of it is pretty accurate based on those computer effects they've got going on. Shami in and cuts him in half this time, Carey. One that comes in a long way from outside the off. Carey looking to play that one on the just outside off-stump line, and it jagged back quite sharply.
Shami's bowled beautifully in the second innings. He's really unlucky that he's not taken a wicket. He has bowled fuller than he generally does in England across both innings. You saw him hit the pad quite a bit in that first innings. And just unlucky.
And that's what makes him so hard to play, is he gets that seam bolt upright, so it doesn't swing from the hand. He'll often just get that really late movement, which is what undid Alex Carey there.
Final ball of Shami's over. First one with the second new ball. Here he comes. And Carey gets an inside edge and away for four down towards fine leg. It was a very similar delivery. Another one with that sharp in movement off the seam. Carey looking to push that one towards cover or point. And gets away with one to add insult to injury. 4 more runs onto the Australian total. They end the over on 6 for 242.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Mohamed Siraj then to share new ball duties, as always, with Mohamed Shami from the pavilion end.
He's still 37 runs away from it, but it's scary. He's in with a fair shot for that second Test century. You don't want to put the mockers on him. He's got a long way off, but the way he's batted, yes, he's been lucky a couple of times the last couple of overs, but he deserves it.
It's down at the non-striker's end, though. Stark facing up here to Siraj. Gets one down the leg side. He just helps it on its way down towards Mohamed Shami at fine leg for a single.
And I thought his wicket-keeping in the first innings was fantastic as well. I mean, he didn't take any spectacular catches or amazing stops, but he didn't let through many byes. And it's the first, remember, we keep saying it's the first time he's kept wickets, the first time he's played a Test match in England. So from a white ball perspective, playing over here, you get an understanding of what pitches are like. From a keeping perspective, you wouldn't, because you play against the white Kookaburra, not against the white Duke. So all of that is new to him. He has to stand closer to the stumps because of the variable bounce, particularly this pitch. And I thought he equipped himself really well. It will get even harder for him in the final innings, though.
Yeah, I remember him keeping wickets in Australia's tour game last Ashes tour at Derby. He was flown in, Tim Payne took a break. But he hasn't kept a lot with the red ball in these conditions before.
And different on, a county ground compared to the oval.
Yeah.
Siraj charges in and almost delivers the ball. I think he just got his footing slightly wrong there and pulled away. He was almost through his entire action there, wasn't he?
Yeah. Fast bowling question for you, Louis. You spoke about Shami's seam position. Another former Indian fast bowler was known for that. Srisant is around as well. I've seen him do some Hindi commentary. When you talk things seam position, like what Australian bowlers come to mind, I wonder.
So the one that the Australians think is the most like Mohamed Shami in terms of getting it bolt upright is Scott Boland. So he can bowl it off the wobble seam, but his natural one is a dead bolt upright seam.
Siraj is in, does deliver this time. It's down the leg side. Good take by KS Bharat, no run.
And the other one is Josh Hazlewood. Gets very, very straight upright. And you kind of think of both those guys, right? And they're not really out and out swing bowlers. I think when you get it bolt upright, it actually probably won't swing. It's when you look at Mitchell Stark's release, it's just tilted slightly off centre towards a right-hander's leg slip. That's why he gets that beautiful in shape towards a right-hander, because he's got it tilted in that direction.
Siraj tries again, and again just straight towards that leg stump. It's helped on its way by Carey down to fine leg for a single.
Historically, would you say, or not historically, just looking back a few years, Ryan Harris was someone with a good seam position? I remember him
And you see that, there's a famous close-up of the ball that he bowls Alistair Cook with at the Gabba, and that just kind of wobbles and does things a little bit late. That's the difference between these elite bowlers who, a lot of bowlers can stand this, can swing the ball, they can, but good players can play swing, they can see it out of the hand straight away, especially with the Duke's ball that, is even more extravagant. It's the bowlers who can stand it upright, like Shami, like Boland, like Hazlewood, who can then move it off the seam or nip it late.
Siraj goes short this time. It's hooked high in the air out towards Shami at fine leg, who doesn't get there. He runs past the ball. The ball almost ends up going to the boundary for 4 runs. And Australia, after all that, get a couple of more runs.
Stark is living dangerously. Mohammad Shami in the middle of a spell. He took off very slowly. I don't think he was very keen on going towards the ball, to be honest. I don't know whether Mohammad Siraj really appreciated the effort or lack thereof.
Yeah, he was probably never going to be going for that forward roll dive. Mohammad Shami. We were talking earlier about his. Doesn't look like the most athletic guy, but he is. He doesn't move that well, but he's a fantastic cricketer.
He is.
Siraj then in again to Stark, and this one's even shorter and bounces over the head of KS Bharat. Signalled 5 wides as well. Siraj getting slightly carried away. Typical fast bowler's response. Dig another one in short. And this time too short. Rohit Sharma not impressed. Hands on hips. And Australia bring up their 250 with that as well. 6 for 251.
A stats question for you, Longy. What else could it be? A lot of wides in this game. Don't see too many in a test match from both teams, especially the Indians and Siraj in particular.
Yeah, and while Phil's looking that up, I wonder whether that's because of the variable bounce. Bowlers are digging it in just that little bit shorter.
Shami in again. It's Fuller this time to Stark. He's off the front foot and defending. Siraj, he's bowled a few of those, and all the wides I think that we have seen in this test match have been those ones overhead high. Very difficult to, well, conventional wide, which is too wide either side of the batter to be able to hit. It's good to see these calls being taken, because often in Test cricket, umpires, I wouldn't say they're lazy about it, but it's not something that happens too often, signalling wide, so it's often not at the front of their mind. Siraj again goes full, but onto the hip of Stark, who tucks away out towards deep mid-wicket. He'll retain strike for the start of the next over. SEN Test cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Australia 6 for 252.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. Harsha Bhogle back in the box, replacing Louis Cameron as Shami has to bowl another over here with this second new ball. 425 now. The lead, Harsha, and we're talking figures of 350, 380 yesterday, and seems a long way off now. India would have been happy with that.
Well, I think the moment it went past 375, a lot of us thought it was enough. 420. 425 now, about 140 overs left. We're getting to above 3 and over, which has been very difficult to score in the last day.
Shami, and again, this is full. It's driven by Stark, but didn't get good contact on that. Examines his bat after knocking it away to mid-off, and there is no run. We talked about the wides in the previous over. Phil Long.
Yes, 7 in the game that have been given for the height reasons. 4 for Mohammad Siraj.
Saying typical fast bowler's response, though, after that catch didn't quite make it to Mohammad Shami down a fine leg.
I think Australia want to bat on till it gets to a stage where there isn't even an outside chance of India getting there. They only want to survive, which is when batting can sometimes be difficult.
Shami, and again, goes short this time, and Stark thinks about having a pull at that, pulls away from the shot at the last moment.
No wonder they say great minds think alike, Harsha. No wonder you and I have always gotten along. This is what I've been saying for the last 2 hours. Like, it's brilliant.
So basically, I'm just copying what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right.
Sorry about that. Nikesh should have told me when you sit next to Bharat, just be careful.
Yeah.
Not repeat what he's already said.
Be careful about a lot of things, not just that. 6 for 252.
I just wanted to sound like someone as smart as Harsha before.
Hello.
Shami then continues round the wicket, goes short. This time Stark does pull it away for 4, just in front of mid-wicket. There was a fielder out there on the boundary. It was only about 10 or 15 yards to his right, but he just stood still and collected the ball. 4 more to Australia, 6 for 255.
He's got
danger with the second new ball. Sorry.
Well, he's been given the freedom now. Now he's been told, look, we got the runs. Just go and get as many as you can. And he's now batting a bit like Alyssa Healy does.
She was on camera.
She's here. I thought it was fantastic. Mid-Star came to the WPO to watch some of the games. Always there. It's nice to see.
He's always there. I remember last year or 2 years ago when India women were playing a test match on the Gold Coast. Mr. Stark was there. It was the off-season, helping out some of the Australian women's bowlers.
Shami goes over the wicket now to Stark, who rides this away just backward a point. There's a big open gap there. That's going to run away for 4 as well. It is. Fielder down there at deep third. I think it was Mohamed Siraj running away towards his left. Absolutely no chance. And Stark pulling out all the shots here, actually. Promoted up the order in recent times, up to number 8 above the captain, Pat Cummins. He's 41 from 55, and he's played some proper cricket shots today.
Any minute now, I'd imagine. Any minute now. Australia lead by 433. It was at this ground that India almost chased down 439. 429 for 8. How we love those old crutches, don't we? So it's never going to happen again.
Sunil Gavaskar's double 100.
Yeah, no, it's very different conditions.
Different bowling attack.
A different era, yeah. Gavaskar and Chetan Chauhan put on 203 for the first wicket. India with 300 odd for 1.
Shami back around the wicket now to Stark, who plays and misses, goes for a big booming drive down the ground. And that's a little bit better from Shami, but you can see the intent there from Mitchell Stark. He hit very sensibly at the start of the innings, was accumulating runs still, knocking away those 1s and 2s quite regularly, but now looking to attack a lot more.
Yeah, I can just spying into the Australian dressing room. Nathan Lyon just walked into the dressing room and then came back out. He still has his pads on, so does Pat Cummins.
Yeah, I mean, he probably doesn't get to wear them often enough, so he's just...
Fair enough.
Nah, I was just joking.
Yeah, it's coming though. It's just a matter of time. I would have given Alex Carey a chance to get to 100. That's just the South Australian talking.
It's too far away.
It's a lovely fake mace made out of tin foil by somebody in the crowd as well. Some India fans holding it up.
Must have come out of the Mahabharat.
Comes Shami again. This is full. It's edge and it's taken. A good catch at the second attempt. And Shami gets the breakthrough. Big roar from the Indian fans. The mace, or the gada as it's known in India, waving proudly, as are all the Indian flags now. Brings to a close that over from Mohamed Shami, but just an indication there, Harsha, of those tactics from Mitchell Stark, just trying to get on with it, leaning back, looking for the big booming drive, and a decent catch in the end from Virat Kohli.
Yeah, it's a good innings, this 41, especially after he was given the license when big. Partnership was worth 93, which I think has taken the game away from India and has taken one potential result away, which is the Indian win. I think it was a distant one in the first place. So it's just really now Australia win or draw. Pat Cummins is coming out.
Pat Cummins is coming out, and just before he left the dressing room, Harsha and Nikesh, Andrew McDonald, the head coach, just called him over. They had a very quick chat, so obviously something tactical. And the fact that Pat Cummins is walking out to bat kind of tells me he might bat for a little longer. Maybe they're giving Alex Carey 3-4 overs to see if he can get
He's 36 away, though.
a few boundaries away. The new ball's flying.
Yeah, but Cummins doesn't live in Adelaide, does he?
Loves Adelaide. He's missed the last 2 Adelaide test matches, though.
No, I think that's too far away.
Philosophical question for you, Harsha. Do you think like the way we think about declarations as cricket is in a way is reflective of how we live life?
In terms of Australia wanting to be safe rather than adventurous? I think if there was less time, Australia might have declared already. If, for example, they had 90, 100 overs left, they would have declared with the lead of about 370 or so. But given that they have time, they just say, okay, let's put it beyond reach. But now every over that they play is just reducing the length of the game. Right now, Alex Carey's in strike. Everyone's vanishing to the boundary.
There we go. Just the one slip in place. A fine leg, a deep backward square. Deep third man, backward point as well. Fielder there at mid-wicket who's going halfway back to the rope as well, looking for a top edge potentially. Carey just examining the field. Siraj prepares to start a new over. Siraj 1 for 73 in this second innings. Carey takes his guard. He's unbeaten on 64. Cummins down at the non-striker's end. Siraj runs in, delivers, and Carey guides one fine down towards third man, straight to Shipman Gill, who does the fielding. They take the single. We spoke about the crowd in here today. Lots of them. Harsha will be watching the Champions League final later on tonight. Manchester City versus Inter Milan. You're a football fan, aren't you? Well, one of my friends, actually, who works in communications, was involved in a trip of yours out to Barcelona. Mayor
I know Mayor. Yeah, I know him well. It was a great occasion. Went to Barcelona to watch Barcelona play Sevilla. All expenses paid, which came in very handy. One of the great things you want in life, see Leo Messi play. Played 21 minutes, broke his hand, and went off.
You saw him play live. You can always
play for 20 minutes.
Take that away from you. Siraj is in. This is punched off the back foot by Cummins. Gets off the mark with his first delivery out towards deep backward point.
Big Guardiola fan.
Yep. Well, some say, Harsha, that this current Manchester City team, having already won the Premier League, they've won the FA Cup, the way they beat Real Madrid in the semi-final.
I saw that game.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. A lot of people suggesting this side has got the potential to be even better than Pep's Barcelona.
Depends on who's saying it, though.
It does.
Is it people in England saying it? Is it people in Spain saying it? Is it people in Italy saying it? It's like people in India talking about Indian players versus people in England talking about English clubs.
That is very true. That is very true. One thing they haven't got is a Lionel Messi, and that sort of all-time great in their side, but a collection of very, very good players indeed. Siraj is in, and Carey gets one off the thigh out into the leg side towards square leg. There's a big open gap there. They run the first hard and get back for the second as well. Good running.
It's a great side, though. It is a great side. You always measure the strength of a side by who's not playing in it. I mean, even in this side, if Hazard was fit, Boland is not playing, and you think, wow, Boland is some bowler. If he's not in the side, it must be a really good seam bowling attack. So you often judge how good a team is by who doesn't get picked in it. And you look at the bench that plays for City, hey, it's an honor to be on that bench.
Players like Riyad Mahrez being left out regularly. One of the best players in Europe.
Riyad Mahrez played for... Is there a link there?
There is, as this is top edge down towards fine leg, bounces well short. Shami with the fielding, and Carey gets another single.
That was some side, actually. Riyad Mahrez, N'Golo Kante, Leicester City, Jamie Vardy.
Jamie Vardy, who's still there. One of the very few remaining from that Premier League winning side.
All I'll say is around 11 p.m. in Australia. Everybody's wondering what the hell you're talking about. What about Hawthorn winning today?
Hey, everybody knows about Leicester City. I was in Las Vegas for work the day that Leicester City lifted the trophy. I was wearing my Leicester City top with Mahrez 26 on the back. And all these Americans coming up to me. Oh, Leicester City, well done. Congratulations. Here comes Siraj. And this is a beautiful shot, just lofted down towards long on by Pat Cummins. Couple of bounces, crashes into the boundary hoardings there. Siraj dispatched.
Where are Leicester City now?
Next question, please. Terrible season, Harsha, unfortunately. We were relegated just a few years after winning the Premier League, winning the FA Cup in 2021, of course. 2 fifth-place finishes, and then finishing in the bottom 3, unfortunately, this season, and down to the Championship for the first time in a while. We'll be back. Final ball of Siraj is over. It's short, and he goes for the hook shot there. Cummins misses, and the ball gets through to KS Bharat. So an eventful over once more. Australia now taking that lead to 442, almost in the blink of an eye. They are 7 for 269.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
With SEN Test Cricket live at the Kia Oval with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. The second session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, Drinkwise. Phil Long.
Oh, you mentioned Australia had got to 269 in the blink of an eye.
In fact, sorry, Phil.
No, that's right.
Interrupt you there. Have they declared? Have Australia declared? They're making their way off the pitch at the moment. In fact, no, they're not.
They're not.
I think they're going to take a drinks break here. I think they've decided that while the change in overs was happening, the clock has just ticked over to 10 minutes past 2 in the afternoon local time, and lots of cheers going up from around the stands. The Indian fans were hoping 443 would be their target in this final innings. Maybe just a carrot being dangled for some of them. But no, Pat Cummins and Alex Carey stop halfway to the boundary and the drinks come out.
Yeah, 269, you mentioned the score had raced on to 45 runs from the last 6 overs.
Indeed, so getting an absolute move on there. Right, we're going to take a break as well here for drinks, and then on the other side, Adam Collins will take up the call.
Kia EV6 GT. A sleek, pure electric supercar. Enjoy your flight. The Kia EV6 GT.
Kia, movement that inspires.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
His first test match in England. The 5th time he gets to raise his bat in test cricket. 82 deliveries to reach that mark with half a dozen boundaries. Still work to do. SEN Test cricket for Nikesh. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. We're at the drinks break on the 4th afternoon with Australia in a really strong position now. They lead by 442 runs. The Indian fans thought that the declaration was coming, Harsha, with Australia 7 for 269. Carey 66 not out. We heard his half century before in the highlights there with Cummins. A partnership of 93 between Carey and Stark, who was out for 41. The only wicket of that 3rd hour meant that India won't be bowling Australia out in all probability. They will get a chance to declare and set India a target. I think it's a line of yours, isn't it, Harsha, that Indian fans love Indian players batting. What they want most in the world is watching Indian batters bat, and they thought they were about to get that, but it wasn't to be.
We are a batting-loving country in India, so yeah, they would have looked forward to that. Though I think they would have looked forward to it with a touch of apprehension. The new ball has been very effective so far. Can Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma withstand the new ball? Can they start to eat up overs? Can Australia start to think, oops, did we leave it till a little too late? Because as things stand at the moment, it's what, 140 overs, 140 overs left. They'll lose another 7 or 8. We're down to 130, 132 overs already.
I'm trying to remember what the Loggy could look at this. I know that the Gabbard chase was more condensed to one day, but the Sydney draw in 2021 was roughly that mark as Shami runs away from us and bowls to Carey, who races forward, swings and misses outside the off stump. A rare buy from KS Bharat. You don't see that so often. 7 for 270, lead of 4-4-3.
It's amazing how the game changes. They blocked and they blocked and they blocked and they blocked for a couple of hours, and now they're sneaking a buy in just because the ball dropped a little behind the keeper.
We're seeing on the replay screen in front of us for Tyre Power, end of financial year sales, someone holding up a sign saying the ghosts of the Gabba are still alive. Well, I suppose that's something to hold on to if you're an Indian fan, given what they were able to achieve.
Gabba was 329. I think Sydney, as you said, is a better one to look at.
And the reason being is that if India do draw, they were set about 450 on that day as well. They look likely for a session before lunch on day 5 as Shami arrives and bowls to Cummins on 5 and swings and misses. through to the gloves of KS Brett. When Richard Punt was punting Nathan Lyon into the Brawongle stand over and over again, it thought like they might be on their way to a 400-plus chase. But yes, in all probability, this will reach a point where India could look to the draw as a pretty good option, and how long they need to save the match. And that's when you start looking at historical markers. Australia batted 141 overs to save a test in Dubai back in 2018.
Yeah, I mean, we've long passed the stage where there's no chance India are going to get this.
Yeah.
It's not even that theoretical. Is there a 1% chance? No, India are not going to get these.
2 out on the offside behind point. Shami bowls. That's the swing, and that's the direction that Cummins is hoofing it. It'll be taken by Akshar Patel, though, running back with the flight. The swirling breeze meant he got into position quite early, and that will be the declaration as well. So Cummins holds out for 5. Australia 8 declared for 271, which will mean that India require 444 to claim victory in the World Test Championship final. Alex Carey did a fine job. 48 in the first inning, 66 unbeaten in the second from 105 deliveries. And Cummins 5 from 5, the last man out. 444 for the target. And we'll work out in a moment what that will mean in terms of overs. So left today 49.3. They'll take 2.3 off that, which leaves 47. They'll lose about 7 of that for the slow over rate, which means 40 plus 90. Well, there it is, 130 overs.
130 overs. It's 130 overs. I don't know if they were playing for that mark, but if you can bowl 140, why would you want to only bowl 130? But it was clear that they've got to around where they wanted to, which I think was guided by a number in the amount of time left that India cannot feasibly chase. But I mean, this Australian bowling side is among the better bowling sides in world cricket. Conditions up and down. The track is not as easy as it was. 130, 132 overs. You could have taken another 10 or 12. I'd love to see a situation where there's about 5 or 6 overs left, 2 wickets left, and Pat Cummins is just trying to scratch his head and say, did I delay it a little too much?
Phil Long, we're going to turn you up first.
Yeah, if we say it's 130 overs, 444 would be a run rate 3.41 and over, so that's not crazy.
And Shardul did say, for what it's worth, Harsha, Shardul, he's got more front than, you know what, he was saying, well, we'll chase 450 easy. They'll go for 450. And Ravi this morning said, he didn't say that, but he did say that the attitude in that dressing room is a win-first attitude. So they'll go out and see 444 and they'll look at the run rate required and they'll do that. And we all know that the 418, the chase in Antigua in 2003, the current record the Windies set against Australia, that's going to go soon. Teams are making more runs in the 4th inning, so they'll be aware of all of that. So the door is ever so slightly ajar given how long they've got left.
And it makes sense too. 130 is a lot of overs to block. And if they're only going to block, if they're only going to be intent on defence, then they're not. I mean, they're going to play into Australia's hands. So I think what they will do is they will say, let's not do anything stupid, but if there's a ball that's to be hit, we will hit the ball. And that's an approach. I think this approach was openly announced Adelaide 2014.
Yes.
When Virat Kohli first said, I'm going to be one of the great test match batters of the world, with that second innings century to go with the first innings one. And he said, whatever the target, we are going to go for it. If in going for it, we fall short and lose, so be it. And he said afterwards, yes, we lost by about 30-40 runs in that test match. He said if it had only blocked, we'd have lost by about 100.
I had a feeling 444 jumped out at me, and I remember why now. That's what India made Adelaide in 2014. That was in the second innings of the test match, but they made that exact score when you want to go back to that test 9 years ago, which maybe they are in a dressing room at the moment. 444, also what England made in a one-day international to break the world record.
Was it that many? How many did Australia set in that Adelaide test?
300 plus on the last day.
Yeah.
So that was the second innings of the match. But my point is that is a number they've made against Australia in the last 10 years. That was a target of, in the 4th innings, they were set 364 by Michael Clarke, and they were all out for 315 in the last innings. The 4th innings, they batted for 87.1 overs. Phil Long.
The most India have ever made in the 4th innings of a test, 445. Again at Adelaide, 1978.
It was a phase, Phil, where India made more than 400 runs in the 4th innings 3 times in the space of 2 years. Started off with that win against the West Indies at Port of Spain, 406 for 4. Made 429 here in 1979. and then 445 in 77, 78 in that test match in Adelaide, where they were set 490, if I remember. My final year in school, so I remember all the numbers well.
Yeah. So that's the 3 times they've passed 400 in the 4th innings of 8.
I would imagine that except for one of those situations where Gavaskar opened with Gaikwad, Gavaskar opened the batting in each of those, Sunil Gavaskar and Chetan Chauhan is one of the most unheralded opening combinations in world cricket. And they did that often. In that 429 chase, they got an opening partnership of 203. So I think for India to stay alive, they need a 100 opening partnership. If you're suddenly down to 38 for 2, then it's very, very long up.
They were set 464 here at the Oval back in 2018. They got 345. It was a fantastic end to the Test series, actually, with centuries via KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant's first in Test cricket. Look, they're all reference points. We'll go through them again, I'm sure, in the chase. It's about to start in a few minutes from now, so we should take a break on SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe, Australia declaring their second innings closed at 8 for 270. India set 444 to win the World Test Championship final. SEN World Test Championship cricket here live at the Kia Oval for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Australia declaring their second innings closed at 8 for 270. Alex Carey top scoring was 66 not out. An excellent innings coming in at number 7 when they needed him to give Australia all told a lead of 443 when they decided to pull the pin. Cummins the last man out. Shami finishing with 2 for 39 at the end, 3 for 58 for Jadeja, 2 for 54 for Umesh Yadav and 1 for 80 for Mohammad Siraj. An awful lot better than that. But 444 is one number. We're sort of tossing around 130 or so overs they will need to bat to save the Test match and split the World Test Championship. A reminder that a draw means that they are crowned dual world champions, or they're equal world champions, whatever you want to call it. And Phil Long in the outbreak has found a nice little hook for that. Longy.
Yeah, Sydney 2021. Australia in their second innings batted for 87 overs. Here they batted for 84.3. They declared there with 8 wickets down, and in that draw with India went on, batted for 131 overs, which we think is roughly what they're going to need to bat here to draw the game. And if they still bat after 131 overs, they will have won the game.
I like it. I like it a lot. That's what we were looking for. We were looking for a hook, Harsha, for India's sake at least. And there it is. It's in the form of Sydney 2021. Pete Lawler's also jumped in. Pete, you were there at Sydney in 2021 watching India do the miraculous.
Say it, Peter. It'll sound so much nicer coming from your words. Say it, Peter. You're hanging on to straws, India, at the moment, so might as well.
I'm going to say this. I think it's fantastic that India have to make history to win the World Test Championship final.
It is.
And only 2 sides have batted for longer than that, and one of them was India. In 1979, they batted for 150.5 overs to save the game. South Africa did it in 1947. Which was a long, long time ago. History's there to be made by India. In fact, they'll make history either way, won't they? If they win the game, they'll have made history in a good way. If they lose it, they'll become the first team to win 2 consecutive World Test Championship finals. Lose.
Yes.
Lose. Sorry.
It was sounding so good when you were saying win.
Win, yeah.
Rohit Sharma's going to face his opposing number, Pat Cummins. They're both playing Test match number 50, and the first time around, Rohit had his front pad blown off by Cummins for 15.
Yeah, I think if India have got to have any chance of surviving, these openers have got to bat till about 100. Find yourself 40, 50 for 2, you've got no chance anyway.
So it's going to be captain to start. 3 slips a gully. Warner, Smith, Khawaja, Green. 2 back for the short ball. Lyon at backward point. Labuschagne at extra cover. Stark at mid-on. And in comes Pat Cummins, the captain. Rohit first ball leaves alone a ball that shapes back towards him. Nicely bowled and nicely left. Pete.
Well, this is the most critical time for India and Australia. You were on air earlier, Harsha, I think, when they were talking about the difference in the bounce with the new ball and the old ball. At this end is 77 centimetres.
72, I think it was, thereabouts.
72, thereabouts.
It's more than 2 feet.
2 feet. Yeah. So the critical time is with the new ball, isn't it?
It's the most difficult time to bat with a new ball. And I'm intrigued to see the 2 fielders back there. They're going to feed him to his strength. And Rohit Sharma will play the pull shot.
Here is Cummins again, pavilion end, bowls on the hip of Rohit Sharma, tucks him round the corner and bisects the 2 men out for that very shot. He had no room to work with there. Travis Head and Scott Boland converged and the ball went right between them. Rohit Sharma off the mark with a boundary from the second ball of the innings. That's 4 done, 440 to go, Harsha.
And he controlled that shot so well. Normally Rohit Sharma doesn't bother playing it down because he backs himself to clear the boundaries. Played it down. What's the distance between those two?
I'm sure TV will give it to us in a moment.
Yeah, it's not a lot. Not a lot. Wow, this Test cricket just enthralls, man.
Right out towards the gasometer. Pinpointed the pull shot. Cummins again, Rohit goes back. It's big on him. From that part of the pitch, it gets a bit nasty. I've got one more number for you two. Pete, we were at Karachi last year. We watched Australia have 5 sessions to bowl out Pakistan. They weren't able to do it. 171.4 overs. What did Pakistan make? 443.
Was that dead, though, that track? Or was that...
It was as dead can be. But just make it 443 is what the lead was when the declaration came. History rhymes and all the rest.
Jeez. Adam, you're mining numbers today.
All for you. All for you.
And that previous delivery was that bounce we were talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the part of the pitch Cummins is aiming for. Nagging length. Fully here. Rohit Sharma on the front foot, pushing out towards mid-off. No single.
I'll throw something else in the mix for you. 10 right-handers for India. The best bowler in the world to right-handers is Pat Cummins. I'd put Kagiso Rabada in that list. But Pat Cummins is an excellent bowler to right-handers. I still think, though, the relentless nagging Scott Boland is the danger.
And I wonder whether Boland's getting a new ball. Boland's down at fine leg at our Vauxhall end.
Might as well throw it to Stark if he gets a swing.
But Stark's at mid-on. We'll go into this in a moment. So Cummins bowls a bit wider of the crease to Rohit here, and he defends. We saw some analysis a couple of days ago about Stark having a staggering record in the first 5 overs of a Test innings, but with the Kookaburra ball, not with the Dukes. And the theory is the Dukes takes a couple of overs more to get roughed up enough to swing the way that he would want it. So maybe Boland might get first crack and Stark might come on first change. I wouldn't rule it out. Because remember, in the first innings, Boland was at mid-on in the first over and Stark was at fine leg.
If you've got one of the great contemporary left-arm swing bowlers, you want him to come straight up, don't you?
Says a bit about the pecking order maybe as well. Cummins rather bowls here, leaving alone his Rohit outside the off stump. End of the over. Well, no, in a minute. 4 from it. Just the boundary from Rohit Sharma. None for 4. He's 4. Gill yet to face the ball. That last delivery was up at 140 kilometres an hour. Cummins' quickest ball of the over. That's on our tyre power screen. End of financial year sale. And Australia searching for a Macca's moment. Macca's I'm loving it moments. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's, and what do you know? I've called it for once. It's going to be Scotty B, Scott Boland, to start us off from the Vauxhall end. Pete Lawler, what do you reckon?
I reckon there's one major difference between now and the first innings, and that's the cloud cover. There's none of it. It's sunny. There hasn't been any notable swing early with the new balls.
He bowled only 2 overs, didn't he? With the new ball in the first innings.
Yes, 2 overs, got him off. Yes. Yeah. And Stark will want to bowl from the other end also. So Scotty Boland will be putting in the hard yards at this less favourable end, but it doesn't bother him because he's bowling at the top of off with that wobbler, where the other 2 down this end, they're looking for those flying edges.
Harsha's done overtime here. Does he want to stay for another over or will he go? I don't know.
Sometimes when you say I'm willing to do the hard yards, you only get the hard yards to do. And I think Scott Boland's played himself into that role. But you know what? You're 34 years old. Every game that you play at this level is a celebration.
He was Australia's best in the first innings, taking 2 for 59, but doing everything right. His first ball here to Shubman Gill. Knocked him over in the first innings. Defends out towards extra cover where there won't be a single. So 3 slips a gully, point, extra cover, mid-on. And still 2 out for the short ball, which Boland, Pete, doesn't bowl too often.
No.
I say a bit about their game plan here. Travis Head at deep backward square and Mitchell Stark at fine leg.
I don't want to see Scott Boland going the short ball here. Scott Boland's job to bowl at the top of the off from this end. It's not bouncing as much, perhaps keeping down low even at times.
Didn't Otis Gibson, I think when he was coach, have a chart that said what the length has to be at every ground in the world to hit top of off?
Boland 19 on his back, delivers here. Gill pushes into the onside for a quick single to Pat Cummins right. Well played. Just the inside portion, angled it enough. Gill 1, India none for 5. Target 444.
I'm perpetually amazed watching Test cricket in this country with people clapping a single. I know it's an Indian crowd, but still this is Test match cricket. You know, this is not T20. This is not a World Cup game. They've all come here to watch day 4 of a test match.
Well, I tell you, with Rohit Sharma batting, there is not a seat available beneath us here at the Vauxhall end of the ground. Every Indian fan is sat watching, eyes trained on the captain. He's taking guard at the pavilion end. This is where Boland did his damage over days 2 and 3. It was bowling from our Vauxhall and hit the stumps a couple of times.
Yes. The Indian crowd believes, just as the Indian team has to believe that they can
The
do
Indian
this.
team has to believe, but we in the commentary box have to be pragmatic. This is not happening.
Boland in, Rohit in behind it, pushing to Cummins.
And it's not just about India. I think if India was bowling, Australia was batting, you'd still say that if you're chasing 443, 135 overs left, you still favour the side that's bowling to win the test match.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. You've got to make history.
Yes.
You've really got to change the world to win.
This man at deep backward square, Harsha.
Yes.
Put a lid on him and put him at short leg.
I think he's there to play to Rohit Sharma's ego. I've put a man there. Do you still want to play the pull shot? He did in the first over.
He was caught there in the 4th innings at Sydney a couple of years ago. Boland delivers, Rohit clips out to deep square. That's where Travis Head is fielding. That's his 5th run, none for 6 India.
It's a big innings for Rohit Sharma too. He's been short of runs in most formats so far. So, yeah, big performance from him would be make him feel a little better as captain. It's an Indian batting side that's got to prove to its fans that their best years are ahead of them.
Well, a big part of that story, Shubman Gill. A century against Australia at Ahmedabad 3 months ago. In the last test these sides played. Shouldered arms to Boland a couple of days ago around this time of the day. Facing up here, Boland delivers right on the money. Defended straight back down the strip with a nice straight blade.
Must be great expectations now, the Shubman Gill in India.
Enormous, enormous, and he's had a fabulous 2023. The pressure here is unlike anything he would have seen. Pressure in an IPL final is there, but it's a different kind of pressure. But if he can play out this session, he's batting tonight, he'll just grow in stature as a batter. He'll grow in his own estimation. He's got so many runs. 2023 has been a dream year for him so far.
Last ball of Boland's first over to Gill here, and he takes one hand off the bat. Extra bounce, wants a single, sent back by Rohit. Cummins throwing to the danger end. He was back, wasn't a direct hit anyway. So 2 runs from Boland, none for 6 for India. On the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont tiles, huge sail on now. Rohit has 1, Gill has 5 rather. Gill has 1, and they're chasing 444. Catch you later, Harsha. Nikesh in for me after the break.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. Cummins to the crease. New over, bowls here to Rohit Sharma, defending down the track. I thought I was leaving, I'm not. One more over for me. It was Harsha who was leaving. Then Nikesh jumps in and takes us to tee. Lovely shots on our screen of Big Ben, the Houses of Parliament, a couple of miles from here. Our screen for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale.
They're inspecting the guard or some nonsense like that today. I went up there this morning, great preparations around Buckingham Palace and people getting around in silly hats and red coats.
That's a bit further on. That's the Big Ben's not quite Buckingham Palace.
Oh, it's just behind it. No, but they come down to the Parliament, don't they?
They may well do. Cummins up to Rohit. Full and straight and driven and 4. The on drive. The most attractive stroke in the game when it's played well, and Rohit is one of the most proficient exponents of it. Takes India to double figures. None for 10, he's 9 from 10. Couple of boundaries in that.
Yeah, just over-pitched there, Cummins. Won't be all that happy about that delivery, but I'll tell you who will be happy. It's the Indian captain. You're really in good positions and your balance is right when you're playing that shot.
So Cummins has been part of all of those Australian sides that have struggled in the 4th innings in the last couple of years. 3 slips a gully, bowls here. Rohit into the onside. Quick single through. None for 11. To the right of Stark. And of course, with all of these things, we only ever remember the times it didn't work out. It's like the when we talk about Australia over the years falling short in 4th innings run chases, getting bowled out here in 1997 and at the SCG in 1993. You don't remember when they chased down 100. And the same applies for bowling sides out on the final day. We when we talk about Karachi, we don't talk about Lahore when they did it perfectly the following week. So I don't want to overplay the point, but there is a little bit of scar tissue there from days that hasn't quite worked for Cummins and Stark and Lyon, often with Josh Hazlewood.
Loving the Indian engagement with that ground. That painted Sachin Tendulkar devotees here with a massive flag, the full body paint on, like Daniel Cherney at the St Kilda Grand Final.
Great comparison. Cummins bowls on the back foot. That is some shot from Shubman Gill. All timing. Reminiscent of Damien Martin in his pomp. Out to the rope in a flash in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School to the right of our commentary position. That's where Shubman Gill is outstanding to watch. Done for 15, Phil Long.
Harsha Bhogle mentioned what kind of form Shubman Gill's been in this year. 300s in the IPL to go with that. He made that 100 in the Test at Ahmedabad. He made 100 in a T20 international. And in ODIs, he just made 200 and a double 100 all in 2023.
Wow. Form of his life, his young life. Facing Cummins. Outside edge. Should be 4 more. Ballooned up through about 5th slip. Nathan Lyon in hot pursuit. He won't get there in time. So 3 boundaries from 5 deliveries in the over. 1 from Rohit, a couple from Gill.
Well, the first one was an elegant drive through the covers, the sort of shot that Shubman Gill's become renowned for in his very short Test career. That second one points to the bowler. That ballooned up there. Wasn't close to the fielder, but he was beaten by that delivery from Pat Cummins.
So a big over from India so far. He's got them believing. One chap in a 1994-95 Australia one-day shirt watching on amongst the Indian crowd. Cummins to complete his expensive over. Pushed down the mid-on by Shubman Gill. He's on 9. Rohit Sharma's on 10. India none for 19. Their targets 444 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails. Huge sail on now. Nikesh replacing me after the break. Bharat also jumping in.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
This here live at the Kia Oval. So the atmosphere just picking up a notch or two after those 3 boundaries in the previous over from Shubman Gill. Scott Boland it is to continue. From the Vauxhall end into Rohit Sharma, who's forward and defending. India 19 without loss. Phil Long is still with us.
I was just going to make the point. Can you imagine the atmosphere if India are still batting this time tomorrow?
With just 2 or 3 wickets down.
The wind predictor not really in India's favour. They're in the single percentile, but that might change. This partnership was to build. Rohit unbeaten on 10. Boland comes in once more, delivers. It's full, it's flicked away, and that's going to be 4 more. And towards deep mid-wicket. It's a lovely flowing flick of the wrist there from the Indian captain. Listen to the fans once more.
Yeah, I was at the back yesterday asking Ravi Shastri how he would have batted against Scott Boland. He said, I'll just cover my stumps, not show him my stumps. And then when he does hit the stumps, I'll flick him away. Rohit Sharma from the same Mumbai school of batting. Yeah. Exactly what he did. He walked across his stumps. Scott Boland, not the quickest. Took 1 step towards him, 1 step towards off stump. And just flicked it away from off stump.
Very clever batting.
Open gap there at mid-wicket as Boland makes his way in once more. Rohit leaves one outside the off-stump this time. Boos with that leave from Rohit.
It's going at a hellfire pace, aren't they? You might want to have this done by stumps.
I think this is the way you guys would probably agree that India have decided to go about this. Be positive. Any opportunities to score, you've got to take them, because you don't want to be bogged down. The last thing you want to do is be bogged down. Let the Australians build that pressure.
That normally. I mean, these two are free-flowing batters. But that was good intent from Rohit Sharma, the boundary of Scott Boland.
Yeah. Boland in once more, and Rohit's defending this one out towards point.
One thing you'll agree with, Pete, is as good as Scott Boland has been in Test cricket so far, nobody's made him change what he does so far. No batter has charged at him or done what Rohit did even on that one delivery.
And I sense that's the tactic there. We also saw Rohit just walking across that one as well, trying to break up his length a little bit. You cannot allow Scott Boland to settle on that length, because he's going to get you.
It's almost like facing Ashwin and Jadeja in India, right? If you don't hit them off their length, they'll get you eventually.
Boland turns around, runs up once more, past the umpire, delivers, and Rohit leaves one outside the off stump once again. 23 without loss, India. That target 444. A reminder, if you are just joining us, that after Australia declared their second innings on 8 for 270. And, despite the mammoth total in front of India, the fans are still here in good numbers. They're chanting, the flags are waving, the door drums are playing. It's a beautiful sunny day here in London. Saturday afternoon, Test cricket. Test cricket still alive, it seems, as Boland is in once more and Rohit leaves the final delivery of the over outside off stump. 4 from it, India 23 for none.
I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. Back then, wasn't worried about me though. In the gym, trying to work on my free throw. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
The new Kia Seltos. That's what's poppin'. And yeah, it's got options. The new Kia Seltos. The word is out.
Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
SEN Test cricket live here from the Kia Oval with Maccas. It's going to be Cummins to continue from the far end, the pavilion end. Shubman Gill it is on strike. In comes Cummins and gets a full one. Gill drives, can't beat mid-off. Good diving stop there. Marnus Labuschagne swooping down on that one. Shubman Gill in the form of his life at the moment.
Yeah. Still at the crease. He's kind of cocked, isn't he? You know, the bat's just half raised, knees slightly bent. None of those elaborate sort of ups and downs and sideways movements.
Statuesque.
He is on 9. A couple of boundaries for him off the previous Pat Cummins over. Cummins delivers once more and Gill this time flicks backward of square on the leg side. Will just be the single down to Scott Boland in that position down at fine leg.
That's a good pickup. Pete, very old school in terms of how he sets himself up in that stance. That one little back and across, but he's still, the head doesn't drop, the head doesn't move. Kiss cam underway on the ground. Sorry to.
Thought it might have been a proposal at one stage. Just a bit of smooching going on.
Yeah. Well, if they put the camera on Bharat and I, we're going for it.
We're going for it for sure.
Cummins again into Rohit this time, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
Speaking of beautiful things, Pete, you had something to say on Shubman Gill.
If you do say so yourself there, Bharat.
Extraordinary cricket fans, the Indian cricket fans. What's the backstory with Sachin Man? Do you know, Bharat? The guy that's in the full body paint. Paints himself from head to toe. And I think he uses house paint, doesn't he?
He does. And there's something with the ball's being put through the two hooves. Just to see if it's fine. I think Australia are very happy with it. It's not doing much in the air.
And it's looking a little flat, almost off the wicket as well.
It is. It is.
But haven't quite pumped it up enough.
I think, and a bit of the seams come off. So Chris Gaffney with the
scissors.
Leave the ball alone, say the Indian fans. We like this one. Don't do anything to it. They had a bit of trouble with the Dukes balls the last couple of seasons.
Just on Sudhir, he's just a crazy cricket fan who 10-12 years ago started traveling around India on his push bike.
On his push bike across India.
Across India, from the northeastern part of the country. And then got the attention of Sachin Tendulkar and a lot of Indian cricketers of that era.
back underway. Cummins, and again gets a full one to Rohit. He fields it well in his follow-through as Rohit drives back down the pitch. And that's another dot ball.
And initially, it was, like I said, it was just around India, and then Sachin and Yuvraj Singh and Harbhajan Singh and that era of Indian cricketers really bought into him. And a lot of his trips are sponsored, and he carries his own paint. I've helped him many times in airports around the world. Just
really.
Painting.
He brings his own paint.
Yeah, I haven't painted him. Yeah, he brings his own paint.
I saw a documentary on him once, and I wasn't kidding. I think he was using something like house paint in the early days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cummins in again to Rohit, who's off the back foot defending this one, and there is no run.
You'll remember in Nagpur, Nikesh, he was using our commentary box as a place to keep his Indian flags and the conch shell that he keeps blowing. And
that's right. Yes.
And it's not just for game speed. You'd see him at Indian practice sessions and suddenly hear the conch shell go off, and you'll think it's time for war, but it won't be. It's just that he's arrived at the ground.
Fans in England will be pleased to know he doesn't always use the paint. He's actually got a long sleeve top.
Oh, has he now? Okay,
Skin
I'm glad he's changed. Yeah.
For the colder weather. He might be in the paint today, actually.
Yeah, he is, yeah. The face is painted for sure.
He's got the hair as well in the cutout in the shape of India. This final ball of the over from Pat Cummins is a short of a length one, just negotiated into the offside by Rohit Sharma. 5 overs gone in this Indian second innings. That target, 444. India are none for 24.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
India then going well at the moment in this second innings. That run rate up at over 5 runs and over. Apparently meant to try and get through another 42.2 overs, or 42 overs, I should say, for the rest of the day. Not going to happen, is it? We've got 20 minutes left until the tea interval.
It's moved at an infuriating pace this game.
Boland then, and again into Shubman Gill, who drives, and can he beat mid-off? No, he doesn't. Labuschagne there, stopping it, running away towards his right. Didn't quite get the timing on that one, Shubman Gill, but even when he's mistiming it, it looks pretty elegant.
It doesn't. Just to finish on Sudhir, so when India did win the 2011 World Cup, he was the only member or only person not part of the Indian team set up to be invited into the Indian dressing room by Sachin Tendulkar to hold the trophy aloft. There's a famous picture of him and Sachin with that trophy that night.
Well, Australia have got a matching fan.
Poland again. Edged and drops just short of second slip there, Steve Smith. It's a right mitt on it. Dropped half a yard short down towards his right.
Was never carrying that one, played with soft hands, but still it's difficult to bat out there. You have to play at that. Play at that. That's what Scott Boland makes you do. Play where you don't want to play. Saying before that delivery, Lukey Sparrow is here. He's up there on the deck of that stand. Is that on the other side? To the left of the pavilion.
The new structure on the far side of the ground. Boland bustles in once more, and Gill is forward defending at this one, much more a short shot.
It's actually called the Jim Laker stand, that bit, the first deck over there. I went over yesterday and was having a chat to Luke. And getting back to the over rates, it's one of his pet hates, his over rates. But he's telling me at the rate this game is that they're playing cricket at the moment, he's paying $4 and over to watch the test at Lords. That's how much. You know, so Lords, they say the tickets must be over $300. You know. Lukey's a man, careful with his pennies.
Again, Boland. This time Gill finds the gap there at cover. Just a punch, really, and it's racing away out towards the boundary. It's been pulled in by a brilliant bit of fielding. There, Marnus Labuschagne giving chase. They get back for 2. Just another elegant punch. Didn't try and overhit it. Almost a defensive shot there from Shubman Gill.
That's a very characteristic Shubman Gill shot. It's almost a short arm punch. You see batters play, and he's been asked about that shot that he plays, and he can also swivel and hit it through the onside. Puts it down to the kind of bowling he faced growing up and the narrow laneways where he played cricket.
It's not a full stroke of the bat, is it? It's just meeting the ball under your eyes and sending it across the square.
How does Boland respond to that? He goes full on the legs and is flipped away into the leg side, fielded by Khwaja there at short mid-wicket. And there is no run. The ticket price, I mean, that's another pet peeve of mine. In this country, there are people who are willing to pay. And if you're trying to reach that newer audience, more casual fans, or trying to bring new people into watching cricket, I mean, you look at other sports like soccer, you would never pay over 150, 200 English pounds for a day at the football, albeit a shorter day. But it's, 30, 40 pounds to watch a Premier League match at times.
The trouble is, as you said, people are willing to pay it. That's the trouble.
Boland in once more. Final ball of the over-edged and just dropped short of backward point. I think he got a hand on that as well, Nathan Lyon. He looks to have maybe done some damage. He's holding his right hand. Hopefully he's not done too much damage to that. 6 overs gone in this Indian second innings then. They are none for 28.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Change in bowling here at the Kia Oval. Mitchell Starc coming in for a short spell here before the tea interval. 15 minutes left until the break.
Yeah, and the ball's been looked at again. Maybe has Pat Cummins got his way? Chris Gaffney, the umpire, once again. Don't forget, it needs to go through one of those grooves and not go through another one, and I think he might get his way. We should see Fox of balls being brought out. Kumar Dharmasena, the fourth umpire.
I think Chris Gaffney has signalled over.
Yeah, you can see Kumar Dharmasena running down the steps at the Oval.
Yeah, we've knocked that ball out of shape already.
Yeah.
Cannot get it through. Interesting captaincy by Pat Cummins to take himself off after 3 overs and throw the ball to Starc. He took Starc off in the first innings after 2 overs.
Yes.
Gave it to Boland. Good proactive captaincy.
And just looking forward to what's to come during the rest of the English summer for Australia, Pete. Interesting that Mitchell Starc bowled first change. He did bowl first change in that only test he played last time around in Manchester. I think that was the only time since 2015 that he bowled first change. Generally just assume he'll be getting the new ball, but in these conditions when the Duke's ball does start moving around, maybe after the lacquer's gone off 7, 8, 9 overs, not a bad idea. That's how they used them. That's how Tim Payne used them back at Old Trafford.
Well, we were saying earlier, if you couldn't get swing under those heavy skies on the first morning, we certainly weren't going to get it in these conditions. So go to Scott Boland.
And now the lacquer would have come off, and now we have a new ball as well, newish ball, a replacement ball.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see if we can get this to go.
And those Indian physios and drink swallows, we're going to see a hell of a lot of them over the next day and a half, because India are going to be in no hurry to get this done.
Ashwin and Ishan Kishan.
Little and large.
I want to call it a jog, but
it's an amble.
It's an amble
away from the field.
Yeah.
And they were about to get back underway. So Stark's got the newest cherry in his hand. Boos rung around when Kumar Dharmasena brought out the box of balls for the change.
Just 2 slips. Cameron Gully. We can call him Cameron Gully. He's always
Cameron Gully. Green Gully. Rowett taking his time here. And why not? Control the pace of the game.
Right, Stark it is then, over the wicket here. Rohit Sharma on strike. Stark charges in, delivers, and Rohit is off the back foot defending out towards point. Big shout of no. So he refuses the single.
Even predominantly shot to Rohit Sharma. The 2 overs he bowled to him in the first innings, Mitchell Stark. And Rohit Sharma, as always, was prepared to take him on. The impulsive shot that he just plays on the hip. They have 2 men back, as you would expect. Scott Boland at the long leg, and Travis said a few yards in from the deep backward square leg boundary. And Nathan Lyon, the whitish third man.
Stark then comes in, bowls, it's short, it's hooked around the corner by Rohit Sharma. It's gone all the way for 6. Well, he is one of the best pullers and hookers in world cricket when he gets it right. And Rohit just swivelling on that, using the extra pace and helping it up and over the rope. There are 2 men out there for that particular shot, a deep backward square leg, a fine leg who's not particularly fine. And Scott Boland closest to it, but it goes sailing into the crowd.
Yeah, just as we were talking about it, this is exactly what Stark did to Rohit in the first innings. He took him on then, he's taken him on again. And he'll continue to do that.
Impulsive player of that shot, Rohit Sharma. India onto 34. Stark is in, not quite as short. It's pulled along the floor this time, out towards Scott Boland. And just the single on this occasion. Rohit on to 21 from just 24. It's not just the rate at which he's scored, it's the intent that he's shown. He's been happy to leave good deliveries outside off stump, but anything has been remotely there to hit, he's gone after it.
Yeah, well, he's got those 2 men back there catching. He's hit 1 between them and 1 over them. So he's not concerned about that. He's concerned about taking the game on and playing to his strengths.
Sign in the crowd, Rohit, if you played in heaven, I would die just to come and watch you. Comes Stark. Delivers to Gill, who's off the back foot, punching beautifully out towards deep point. Again, just a lovely bit of timing to get it away from that fielder. Labuschagne just forward of that point position, gets away close to the boundary for a couple of runs. Dedication, isn't it?
Always talk of the supernatural and the afterlife when it comes to Indian cricket fans. We have gods, we have demigods. And
no ball.
No ball.
We do. Mitch Stark overstepping by quite a long way, actually. Looking at the replay there. The replays for tyre power, end of financial year sale. India none for 38 now. Every little helps when you're chasing 444. Stark will try once more. And he comes, bowls a little bit wide to Gill, who slashes at this one. Labuschagne fields, he fumbles a little bit though. And Gill gets through for another single.
Caught him on the end of the fingers, I think, that one.
Yeah, that stung, Manas. Rare to see him misfield the ball.
Comes at you hard and fast on that square.
Mitchell Stark once again need to find his radar. You see the last 2 balls he bowled to Rohit were both shot.
See, we've got a famous guest over in the pavilion. We mentioned that.
Stark wants to be a little bit careful here, actually, looking at a couple of the replays. Maybe just very close to that danger area in his follow-through as he's bowling here to Rohit, who flicks away out towards square leg this time. There is protection out there, another single taken.
Well, Nathan Lyon will be encouraging him to get into those danger areas because there's no rough outside the right-handers off at the pavilion end, is there?
Smart
harder work for the left-handers, but India just doesn't have any left-handers in the lineup, really, apart from Jadeja. Is that right?
Yeah. It's smart by India to get bowled out in 70 overs and make sure Mitchell Stark didn't bowl too many. Ravi would have won that. That was the plan.
Stark to complete his first over of this innings then. It's been expensive so far, 12 from it. He runs in and bowls to Gill this time, is just guiding it down towards deep third. Gill retains strike for the start of the next over. 7 gone in this Indian second innings. That target, remember, 444. India, and none for 41.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
Cover this here live at the Kia Oval as we edge ever closer to tea. Just over 7 minutes remaining until the interval. Lalor has left us. Nikesh Rughani alongside Bharat, Sundaresan and Phil Long to take you through to the interval. You can hear the chants of India, India ringing around. As their side make a positive start here. They're going at over 5.8 and over.
Yeah, 7 overs gone. Two of those overs have gone for 13 apiece.
That last one from Mitchell Stark. Scott Boland. Continue here. He's into Shubman Gill, who edges, and it drops just short of Green, does it? No! He's taken it! Leaping low down to his left. What a grab that was. The big buckets come out. And the umpires just want to discuss this one to see if it carried into Green's hands cleanly. He's claiming it. The Australians already celebrating that wicket. The Tobin brothers' funerals, celebrating lives. The umpires have reviewed this, so let's have a look.
No more soft signals. Cameron Green pulled off a stunner to his right in the first innings.
Best angle for the catch, please.
He looks very convinced that he's pulled off a stunner to his left in this innings. What a grab that was. Went very low to his left. Like Nikesh called it, it did look like it was going to ground. Here is the replay.
Dying on him, wasn't it? Hit the top of the bat. It goes into his hand. Did he drag it along the ground? Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The Indian fans are convinced that it went into the ends of his fingertips. He held on to it. He then hit the ground. Did he drag the ball onto the ground while taking that catch? There were cheers when they saw the initial replay. There were boos trying to suggest Cameron Green is claiming something which wasn't clean. I don't think we can tell conclusively from this angle. Let's have a look from a different angle. We're looking from behind Cameron Green now. So initially it does really well just to get to it initially. I'm not sure. I mean, they always look a little bit worse for the fielder when you see these slow motion replays.
And more and more replays. And I think it's very important that there's no soft signal anymore. So it's completely up to Richard Kettleborough what he makes of this.
Getting another look from front on here. Well, I think he's suggesting fingers underneath the ball.
Yeah, he is. And
the crowd are cheering. They keep seeing these replays, the Indian fans, and they keep thinking that the ball has touched the ground. But what Richard Kettleborough is saying is that he thinks the fingers are underneath the ball. I think he's ready to make his decision on the big screen.
Okay, and then that's not going to show me much, actually. Take me back to the first angle you showed me, please.
So now we're looking at the first angle again. We've seen it in real time. We've seen it in almost fast-forwarded time as well. And now we're seeing the slow-mo replay from front on once again. From a low-down position at mid-wicket, the camera is zoomed in.
Fingers underneath the ball there.
Well, he's fingers underneath the ball, so I think this is going to be bad news for Shubman Gill and for India. He's rolling through just to make sure that Green didn't then lose control of the ball, which he didn't. Almost lost control of his trousers there. Coming down, halfway down his backside. He won't be concerned about that after taking a blinder. Decision pending up on the big screen. And wait for the reaction. Cheers initially turn into boos. Shubman Gill is on his way back. Controversial, and Rohit Sharma extremely unhappy with that decision out there in the middle. The Indian captain slapping his pads with his bat. His hands are out to his side, saying, how can you possibly give that out? How can you possibly suggest that there was enough evidence to say Cameron Green took the catch? But I don't know if I agree with Rohit Sharma there. I think it was a brilliant piece of work there from Cameron Green. Did really well just to get to it initially. And in real time, when you're watching it in real time, it looked as though the fingers were underneath the ball. Rohit's in discussion with both on-field umpires there. There's nothing much they can do about it. Look, they referred it upstairs. They weren't sure initially. And either way, Shubman Gill is he's left the field.
And they called T.
And they've called T with all that
What
as well.
drama. What drama to finish that session. Rohit Sharma looks like he's refusing to leave the field. He's still out there in the middle. Look, the more you saw it through different angles, it did look like Cameron Green's two long fingers, the middle and the index finger, were under the ball, and that's exactly what Richard Kettleborough deemed. But Rohit Sharma not happy, and I wonder if it's an impulsive reaction. He would have loved to have gone to the tea break 0 down, but Shubman Gill has to go. What a catch from Cameron Green, though.
Outstanding. Diving away, down low towards his left. It's a long way down as well for Green. We saw him drop an easy one yesterday, took another brilliant one in that Indian first innings, and once again showing why he's one of the best all-round cricketers in the world. So India, having been set that target of 444 for victory, were going along really nicely. They were 41 without loss, but they're 41 with 1 wicket down now. That current run rate still 5.72. But Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma really disappointed with the way that session would have ended. 110 runs in that session for the loss of 3 wickets across the back end of the Australian innings and the beginning of the Indian one. So tea has been taken with India 1 for 41. Scott Boland continue here. He's into Shubman Gill, who edges, and it drops just short of Green, does it? No! He's taken it! Leaping low down to his left. What a grab that was. The big buckets come out. And the umpires just want to discuss this one to see if it carried and wait for the reaction. Cheers initially turn into boos. Shubman Gill is on his way back. Controversial, and Rohit Sharma
Fun and games here at the Kia Oval. We're waiting for the final session on day 4, where India, who've been set 444 to win after Australia declared their second innings closed in that middle session at 8 for 270, 66 not out. Alex Carey, the top scorer, lost a wicket on the stroke of tea. Shubman Gill caught Green, bowled Boland for 18. A replay that's going to go around the world 1 million times or more. Adam Collins with you, and accredited umpire Bharat Sundaresan with me. Perfect timing. Phil Long with us as well. We're going to have to go through this in some detail, Baz. Are you ready for it?
Let's do this.
Let me tell you how many times it will go around. Not 1 million, 1 billion.
1 billion, that's it. That's closer to the mark, I think. Phil Long, who jumps in from our bench. We're starting our broadcast thanks to Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. And there are 5 balls remaining, as you can hear through the effects mic, I'm sure, of the Boland over. Wicket with the first ball, T was subsequently called. He took the new ball from out Vauxhall end. Mitchell Starc followed Pat Cummins. He's 1 over into his spell. And Rohit Sharma is still there on 22, and the new man's test swept Pujara. Pujara, the first time around, was bowled by Cameron Green. Watched the ball onto his stumps that jagged back violently from out Vauxhall end. Boland did the same to Gill the night before. So asking good questions then, as I want to here in this important session before the close of play on day 4. 2 slips of gully, Boland away from us. Play called by umpire Illingworth. Boland delivers, and Pujara's first ball on the pad, half an appeal, not to be. Right, so Bharat, let's unpack all of this. Catch given by umpire Kettleborough upstairs, who we both know pretty well. The soft signal, which until this test match prevailed, is now gone. Can you first of all explain what that adjustment meant for Richard Kettleborough there?
No, as soon as the soft signal was taken out of the game, it meant that once the umpires on the field referred it to umpire Richard Kettleborough, he started from scratch. He started from 0. It was completely his decision, not influenced by what the on-field umpires were saying.
Boland up, delivers to Pujara, leaves alone short and wide outside the off stump.
Just to explain that further, back in the day, or back till last week, when there was a soft signal, what it would mean is whatever the soft signal was from the on-field umpires, whether it was out or not out, Richard Kettleborough then would have to take that decision and then be convinced that whatever the replay showed him were convincing enough that it was or it wasn't not out. So he had to prove the soft signal wrong, if that makes sense.
So they needed conclusive evidence to overturn it,
exactly.
which led to some controversial moments for Kettleborough earlier this year as the umpire Boland bowls off the glove of Pujara, rears up off a length. We've seen some volatile bounce from this end in the last hour or so as well before tea. All safe though behind square, no run. They've got to let gully there if one does rear up and fly in that direction. So Richard Kettleborough at Sydney earlier this year copped some pelters because there were catches he did not give out because the soft signal was not out, and he didn't feel comfortable overturning those decisions on the basis that he didn't feel there was conclusive evidence.
Yes.
So had we been living in pre-last week and there was a soft signal of not out as Boland gets to the crease and delivers and Pujara defends out towards mid-wicket, there won't be a single to Travis Head. He would have been in a position where he would have had less latitude. And the camera angles, as we know, are never going to be perfect on these. Low to the ground, foreshortening as well. The experiments that Tony Gregg used to do all those years ago on Channel 9. We know this is an imperfect process, but the one major difference is that he no longer needed to stick with the decision on the field that used to, more often than not, be the decision that would prevail. And I think that's really important to understand here. There's been a considerable shift in how this is interpreted. Last ball of Boland's extended over, delivers to Pujara, who carves away for 4. Great start to the session for India's veteran number 3. He's got a great record against Australia, 5 centuries, and he's away here. 1 for 45, the target 404, 399 to go. Rowan down the other end on 22. That's all on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. So Bharat, once Kettleborough had that decision given to him, once the central umpire said, no, it's over to you, he's effectively reverting to the laws of the game, correct?
Yes,
the MCC
exactly.
laws of the game. So I think that's the next place we should go.
Yeah.
So law 32, which deals with court, or appeals and dismissals, but primarily court. 33, sorry, you should know. You've done the exam. 33.1, or 33.2 rather, is fair catch. And this is where it's a choose your own adventure story, because these laws were written so long ago. They're tweaked periodically. The most recent update was 2017. Mitchell Stark from the pavilion end, but 1 over, had 13 taken from it before tea. First ball hits the pad, Rohit Sharma, or the thigh pad. Bit of extra bounce, back of a length. Good question to be asking there. It's got 2 slips and a gully. 33.2.2. Furthermore, a catch will be fair if any of the following conditions apply. The ball is held in the hand or hands of a fielder, even if the hand holding the ball is touching the ground, is hugged to the body, lodges in external equipment, etc. But that's the relevant bit there. Even if the hand holding the ball is touching the ground. In other words, if you are seen to be underneath it as Stark gets to the crease and Rohit Sharma way down the leg side leaves it alone, that is really the only guidance that an umpire in that situation gets from the laws of the game. Is that a reasonable impression? And from there, we're going to more convention. We're going to how umpires, since TV has become a thing, or since third umpires have had these decisions to make, have then gone on to interpret low catches. And you can pick it up from here.
I mean, the laws of the game are in place, but the decision that any umpire makes at any point is based on how he or she interprets it. And that's to do with white balls, no balls, and LBWs and catches.
Right, so umpiring is fundamentally a subjective thing, you're saying. It's Stark bowls and leaving alone. Better line and length, Rohit shouldering arms.
And when it comes to catches, another important aspect of it is you need to be in control of the ball and your body, which is the next part of the law.
Yes.
And and I think that's something we could focus on for this particular decision, because Cameron Green is going low to his left.
We'll read it out, right? So 33.3, the next subheading. The act of making a catch shall start from the time when the ball first comes into contact with a fielder's person and shall end when the fielder obtains complete control over both the ball and their movement. And Stark bowls and pulling away, Rohit Sharma, for the second time he's found that gap. He did so off Cummins to get moving. There's 2 men out there for that shot. He plays it so well. It's a trademark. His left pad thrust in the air, pulling with some authority. 3 4s and a 6. He skips along the 26, India up to 1 for 49.
Yeah, this is a tactic that Stark used a lot against Rohit Sharma in the first innings. He's sticking with it. He's been hit for a 6 and a 4. The field hasn't changed. Looks like he'll continue testing Rohit Sharma on with a shot that comes so naturally to him.
Two fielders get a bit closer out there as well. Stark bowls well wide of the off stump. That's the tempter. Leaves it alone again. One ball left in the over. So just to get back over that, and we'll have a couple of overs to go through this together. 33.3 is about control of both the ball and their own movement. So my sense would be, and you tell me if I'm wrong here, the way umpires have explained that bit is, does the fielder have their fingers underneath the ball?
Yes.
Fair?
Yeah, absolutely. So the process that Richard Kettleborough would have used, the elimination process, is, did it hit the outside edge of the bat? Yes. Did it hit the ground before it got to Cam Green's hand? No.
And Stark will complete his over. We'll take a break and return to this contentious topic. It's going to be big tonight. Stark bowls and driving on the up. A second boundary in the over for Rohit Sharma. A square drive that's hit too well for Nathan Lyon to cut it off. Didn't have far to move at backward point. 8 runs from the over. India's 50 up. 1 for 53. Their target is 444 and Rohit Sharma's 30. That's all on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails. Huge sail on now.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. I've got Bharat Sundaresan with me. Scott Boland about to start again. He's the only wicket taker so far. The wicket before tee, low to the ground. A screaming catch from Cameron Green. Arguably better than his one yesterday. I put that on Twitter and copped a couple of pelters, but I believe it. Low into his non-preferred side. Boland up to Pujara on 4. Nearly chops on. Bat a long way from his body. You don't see that from Cheteshwar Pujara too often. Gets a 4-4 at his second boundary. He's 8, 1 for 57. Going at a decent clip, only in the 10th over. Is it a one-day chase?
Oh, I think this shot in particular, so uncharacteristic of Cheteshwar Pujara, was a nothing shot, really. Bat away from the body. Maybe it had something to do with his first innings dismissal where he shouldered arms and the ball kept coming back. Almost forced into playing at this one.
So Boland again. Charging away from the Vauxhall then. Bowls to Pujara on 8, who there's a little bend at one, little flirt. Might have ran his fingers down the seam, didn't make it to the gloves of Carey for long.
Yeah, with this current run rate, India will have this done and dusted halfway through the 75th over.
So Baz again, so the fingers under the ball piece of this. So the control when the ball goes to the turf. What that doesn't mean, and again, you tell me if I've got this wrong, is that if a blade of grass touches the ball, that doesn't automatically disqualify from being a catch.
Exactly. Look, if the fielder, like Cameron Green on this occasion, if he had control of the ball at that point, and
as Boland, the leg gully delivers off the back foot. Not quite. I thought he might have placed that through point Pujara, but instead Marnus Labuschagne skips across from cover. 1 run added. He's on 9, 1 for 58 India.
In this case, like when Richard Kettleborough, you heard him through the stump mic say fingers under the ball. What he means by that is the 2 long fingers, the index finger and the middle finger, were under the ball. And if in that case, say there is a gap between the 2 fingers and the ball just happens to touch a blade of grass underneath, that doesn't count as the ball being grounded, because at that point Cameron Green, the fielder, is deemed to have been in control of the ball and his body movements. As a result, the play stops there, which means he's caught the ball, which means Shubman Gill is out.
That's how I read it too. I'm glad you've clarified that, because I'll tell you what, it's ferocious here at the moment. Cries of cheat before tea.
Yeah.
Social media is feral, just for something different.
Yeah.
As Scott Boland approaches and delivers, and an inside edge this time from Rohit. Onto the pad, spills away into the onside. That's kept a little bit low. It'll be something everyone's aware of on the field right now. He's 30 from 32, a couple of balls left in the over. And the picture you get of Boland, as rather of Green, that's doing the rounds on the internet right now. Again, it's the angle, isn't it? None of this is perfect. as one correspondent has pointed out to me, you can't see half of his foot.
Yeah.
Now, if you can't see half of Green's foot in that photo, what chance are you of saying with any with any degree of conclusivity that his fingers are under the ball as Rowett leaves alone a rising delivery from Boland into the gloves of Carey? And I think the overarching point is that third umpires are on an absolute hiding to nothing with these. There is no way anyone can say effusively that he's one or the other. Anyone who tries to is having a lend. This is all down to interpretation, cricket IQ, doing the best one can. It's subjective, and Kettleborough's gone that way, and people questioning the integrity of someone who's done this job for 15 years.
Exactly, yeah.
What, you think he's making a decision that's giving out Shubman Gill in the World Test Championship final for what reason exactly? 4 in the cordon, last ball. Bowl and extra bounce tucked round the corner. 31 for the captain. He's keeping the strike and batting really well. 1 for 59 at the end of 10. The target's 444. That's all on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails. Huge sail on now.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
I won't be long this time.
Can I get mid-strength?
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN World Test Championship cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Got Bharat Sundaresan with me for a couple more overs. Let's continue finishing his thread of the controversial catch before tea. Get some further thoughts from you after Mitchell Starc sends down the first delivery of his third over. He's conceded 21 runs from 12 balls so far. Starc up, bowls to Rowett on 31, make that 32, easing it out to the squarer of the two men back at deep square leg. 1 for 60, he's 33.
I think where a lot of people get confused with this is the whole concept of the ball being grounded. Look, if it's just bounced before it's reached the fielder, that's deemed as having the ball having been grounded. But imagine a fielder takes a catch with his hand pointing downwards, and we've seen it happen so many times. He takes the catch, and before he can get control of it, his hand turns and the ball hits ground. Now that is deemed as ball being grounded again. But like in this case where Cameron Green had 2 fingers under the ball and he was in control, like I said earlier, of the ball and himself, and then there's just a bit of...
Starc goes again. Got Pete Lalor with us as well, the news hound. Starc delivers on leg stump, turned round the corner, fine. Another boundary off Starc. On Pujara's hip. Bad start from the left-hander, none for 26 from 2.2. Their T20 figures, 1 for 64, the target's 440, Pujara 3 boundaries. Hello, Pete.
Hello. Bit of controversy, do you reckon? I reckon it's a catch.
Yeah, it is. And
it's
just
dead set catch.
Just to finish on that, Pete, so if there is contact between the ball and a couple of blades of grass while he's in control of the ball, that's still out because the catch has been taken. And I think that's where people get confused, that the ball can make 0 contact with the grass.
Yeah, if you could, I think Simon Doyle made this point on telly a couple of years ago. What if the grass was 6 inches long?
Yeah.
Is any catch down low, therefore, disqualified because the ball's touched the grass? The Starc bowls on the hip again. Only a single this time, though, to Scotty Boland, 1 for 66. Pujara 14 or 13, depending on whether it's a leg bye or not. No, it will be 13. Leg bye.
Can inflame passions, these things, can't it? Remember 2008 SCG, Ricky Ponting caught the ball and then kind of landed on the ball, almost used the ball to sort of land in his right hand. Or he grounded into turf, but that's out.
That's out, yeah, exactly.
As you're an umpire, you know, Bharat. Yeah.
Where I get a bit frustrated is when Richard Kettleborough himself has his integrity brought into question. I kind of touched on it the previous over, but
I heard you say that.
It's just ridiculous. Let's just step back from it and evaluate what the contention is. The Starc bowl's too full. He's driven square out to Marnus Labuschagne and cuts it off at point. Are we suggesting that Richard Kettleborough is a sleeper agent for the Australian cricket team? Of course he's not. He's being judged by the match referee, Richie Richardson. He's being judged by his peers. He's being judged by the captains. I mean, this is a a collaborative process being an elite ICC umpire, and he's one of the very best for such a long stretch of time. He's doing the very best he can do. And to suggest that someone's acting against the interests of the Indian Test side to advance their career, that on a whole different level is preposterous.
Yeah.
It's not perfect. It's subjective. Cricket's not always black and white. It's part of its charm. Stark delivers, left arm over. That's better. Full and straight and driven back down the pitch by Rohit Sharma, collected in his follow-through.
I'd be very surprised if this reaches the same sort of levels of acrimony between the playing groups as it has happened in 2008. As we remember, with the Indian captain accusing the Australians of essentially not playing in the spirit of cricket.
Yeah, and there was another incident you'll remember, Pete, in Perth, the new stadium, when India and Australia played in 2018. Virat Kohli was given out when he was caught at second slip in very similar circumstances. The ball was very low to the ground. That created quite a controversy as well.
There's a great picture that's just popped up as well online. Last ball of the over, we'll come back to that. Pushing out to mid-off is Rohit Sharma. He's 32, Pujara's 13. That's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge show on now. India 1 for 65. They're chasing 444.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Used to 30 years of them at Cafe. Just had a photo sent through to me on social media of the best angle I've seen, Pete. It's, it's behind green. I don't know which snap.
I think I'm looking at it myself.
But I mean, it's you can't to say his 2 big fingers or his index finger, his middle finger aren't underneath the ball is to call black white or white black. I mean, they're clearly under the ball. And I'm sure that'll be part of the maelstrom as well as Boland starts a new over. Pujara pushes it behind point, no run. I mean, you know what your night's going to be like, don't you, Pete? I do. Brad does. Phil Long does. We know what we're going to be doing.
To counter what you've just said, an Indian fan has got a picture that's 2 frames on, where it's in between his fingers, but just touching the grass, and saying if this ball is not touching the ground, then the grass is blue and the sky is green. But, Steve Smith was laughing when he came off, because I don't think that bothers them too much, that little chant of cheats.
I think about the fingers being split. That doesn't actually change what Brad said before either.
No, it doesn't.
As Boland delivers and Pujara on 13 from 11 defends and points his bat back at Boland, a la Steve Smith. I mean, if his fingers are split, and the ball is touching the ground beneath the 2 of them, he's still in control of the ball.
He is, exactly, yeah. Like, it's not as straightforward as the ball can't touch any part of the ground at any point. That's just not how it works. And maybe that law needs to be explained more clear. We obviously attend umpiring workshops, and it's something that gets discussed a lot.
Boland in his 6th over, wider of the crease here to Pujara, who helps it to mid-on. Captain Cummins fields to his right.
And there was such clarity in Richard Kettleborough. I mean, he's been around for a long, long time. Just the way he went through the processes, you could see what he was looking for. And once he was convinced, and we were convinced, that Cam Green's fingers were under the ball, he had no option but to give it out. As frustrated as it made Rohit Sharma and thousands of Indians around the ground and millions of Indians on social media and those watching on TV and listening to us on radio.
Boland up. Pujara facing 13 from 13. That's gone past the edge. That's hit the seam. That's Boland 101. Lovely stuff. And the ball's still hard and new. He'll get it standing up off the seam, shaping away. It's his natural variation. Wobble seam. Yeah, the other parts of this that's getting lost is Cameron Green. Goodness me. Oh, I don't think I've seen a better fielder in the gully. I mean, yes, Joel Garner, another tall man. That's a nice comparison, but kind of before our time, in our case, Bharat, watching him live. Jeff Marsh, Steve Waugh back in the day for Australia from that perspective. But Green, his reach, his reflexes. We've seen it 2 days in a row.
It's a long way down as well.
It is.
Yeah, huge. Boland up. Pujara defends from the inside part of the bat to the onside.
I mean, the last 15 years, 20 years, Matthew Hayden did a fair job at Gully as well. Took some really good catches, slow down.
We've seen some good ones, but he's as good as any.
I think he's on top of the list already.
He covers more ground than all of them.
And the number of balls he stops as well, Pete. I mean, yes, these catches are spectacular. The number of runs he's saved in that position in the last 2.5 years often gets forgotten.
It's all Nathan Lyon's point, isn't it, that he's doing far less work since Green entered the team, because Lyon at point, he's jumping in front of him constantly. Lyon's there at the moment, Boland's on the way, Green's in the gully. Defending hit on the pad, just snuck past the inside edge, I fancy, from our angle. It ends the over. 12 gone. 1 for 65 India. Their target's 444 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Rohit Sharma 32, Cheteshwar Pujara 13.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Brad Sundaresan and Phil Long and Peter Lawler all here with me as Stark starts another over. Needs to get it right here. First ball, back of a length, throw it. Punching to extra cover, no single. We're thinking a little bit about how Australia might set up next week at Edgbaston. I think it's an important innings for Stark. I'm not saying he spots on the line or anything like that, but sort of where he fits in a three-man pace attack. If he's going around, that'll be part of the conversation, whether it was or not 4 or 5 days ago.
Already there is a change from the first innings. That Pete, we were speaking about this off air. It's been brought in first change probably because they feel the Duke's ball starts doing a lot more once the lacquer wears off. But so far, I mean, he's just struggled to find his radar. He spoke about not finding his rhythm while bowling from our end.
In the 13th over here, going at a good clip. Bowls again, leaves alone outside the off stump. That's nice shape from Stark. Real strong breeze picking up, which will be moving the ball from leg to off with Stark bowling left arm over the wicket pavilion end.
Yeah, and the 4 and the 6 he conceded to Rohit Sharma, you can say that was strategy and they were trying to get him caught out there. But just overall, Pete, he's lacked that energy, that rhythm, hasn't he?
He has, Rick. I'm not worried about him conceding runs. He's out there to take wickets.
Yeah.
They got runs galore, sure. and there shouldn't be any pressure on him about leaking runs, particularly in a situation like that. He's out to get wickets, but as you say, Brad, not quite looking like taking a wicket yet. But he's Mitchell Stark.
Goes again, bowls to Rohit, pulling with the leg up in the air, but this time doesn't find the gap. Travis Head sweeping, gets one. 33, 1 for 66 the score. Yeah, I should clarify, I don't mean, Pete, that would be the thing that would tip him out of the team. More that it'll become a slightly frustrating thing for him that it's suddenly part of the air quotes discourse when it wasn't this time last week, when it all felt like it was Stark in great nick, Cummins in great nick, and you maybe have a question around who's the third bowler.
That is always a sign, isn't it? When Mitchell Stark is frustrated and annoyed with the landing areas and his footmarks,
they're going to have to bring out it's not called the thumper, isn't it? It's called the tumper.
Yeah.
Spelt slightly differently.
But the Indian bowlers were having trouble from that end
they were.
too. Other side of the wicket, but that is an issue.
Yeah,
Out comes a thumper. But can I go back to Cameron Green a bit?
Please.
Because I've been banging on about how valuable this kid is, the most valuable member of the Australian cricket team. I think the most important player we've unearthed for years and years. And I've only ever been thinking about his batting and his bowling. But once you factor that fielding in, this takes him up to a whole other level. I mean, it's kind of like the Prince or Paul McCartney. You know, he can play drums, he can play bass, he can play guitar, he can sing. Like I remember Jimmy Barnes talking about his brother-in-law. What's his name? Right on the tip of my tongue. His name's right on the tip of my tongue too. Can you Google that for me? This is an embarrassing moment. Diesel. Thank you, Peter.
Johnny Diesel. There we go.
Johnny Diesel. Yes, hang
on. Here is Stark. He's over the wicket to Pujara after the restart. Up at 144 clicks, so really bent his back on that one. Jans a bit on, no run. He really fell over as well.
Just to finish that fumbling story, Jimmy said, he writes great songs, he plays great guitar, and he's pretty. I don't know whether to fight him or Hug him.
Well, it's like some of us, right, Pete? It's like a media organization having someone who can write, who can do radio, who can do TV, who can do podcasts.
Well, if someone would pay me $3.15 million like they're paying Cameron Green, who are those things?
Triple threat. Sing, dance, act. Do all of that as well, I'm sure, Cam Green. He's in the gully. 3 slips next to him. Stark bowls and Pujara leaves across the body. So we've got the 6-3 field in place at the moment. They've brought up the square leg for Pujara. Next to the umpire on the gasometer side of the ground.
Start moving into that danger area too there, I think. Struggling a bit for rhythm. He said yesterday, and he said on the first day that he struggled for rhythm from this end, from the Vauxhall end, and he found it much better to bowl from the pavilion end with Mick Jagger at his back. But it's a little uncomfortable.
This is the kind of cricket that Mick Jagger likes.
Test cricket, absolutely. Yeah, he was famously the man who first had live streaming set up on the internet. Indeed. I'll tell that story in the next over. Stark bowls up in the grill of Pujara, who gets inside the line, bends it down the short leg where there isn't a man. Over complete. Better from Stark. There's one from it. 1 for 66 India on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails, huge sale. Ravi 33, Pujara 13. And our coverage is from Ackers. Here's the 30 years of them at Cafe.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Matt Cafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. We're having the thumper come out again between overs so we can talk about Mick Jagger some more.
And some magic spray.
Yeah, from the final ball.
On the last hand. Yeah. I thought he did well to get on top of that. It really reared up at him. But it has actually hit him. He just didn't react. That is the thumper there.
It's Kamlesh Jain, the Indian physio, who's been out there countless times through the test match so far. It's Nick Jones with the Aussies, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
He does that job. He was pretty busy yesterday as well when Marnus Labuschagne was in the middle. We're getting a replay here for tyre power, end of financial year sale. Well, no, we're not. We're seeing Stark's footmarks rather than the ball that reared up to hit Pujara on what looks to be the high on the wrist, perhaps. But yes, that Mick Jagger wanted to watch England play so badly when he was on the road touring that in the early days of Cricinfo, he bought the rights himself, Pete.
Yeah,
and he got the games live streamed on basically internet radio, internet video to the extent to which it existed in 1999, and that's what gave a number of people the idea of, hang on, this might work quite well. Yeah. So it's the first point in time when cricket broadcasting went beyond television and radio. Yeah, so he's a pioneer.
Well, when Australia were playing in Cardiff a few years back, Rolling Stones were playing at the stadium next door, and they gave tickets to the team, and the team all went in there.
Nice.
They got to meet Charlie. Charlie was lovely, apparently. God bless him. Charlie Watts, the drummer.
I've always been disappointed that not enough rock and roll and metal musicians from this part of the world aren't into cricket more.
Boland now starts the fresh over. That rears up from outside the off stump. Said before that I feel like this is the end, the Vauxhall end, where we're having a bit more activity out of the surface of late. Taken up high by Alex Carey.
I guess cricket was a bit too plain for Ozzy Osbourne, Pete. Ian Gillan from Deep Purple used to said he's always been a huge cricket fan.
Yeah, well, I ran into the Chats in Belfast, as you do.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Josh Hardy's a cricket fan.
Happy days.
Yeah, the guitarist. What a wonderful band.
Great film clips too. Boland away from us, 4 in the cordon, split slips group at the moment, but that's not going to make a difference when it's short enough and wide enough for Rohit Sharma to thump it through the point region for 4 out towards the Peter May stand. Rohit Sharma 37, ticking over very well indeed. That's his 5th, make that his 6th 4 and a 6. Only been out there for 43 balls. India going hard at the runs, and why wouldn't they?
Rohit Sharma was extremely upset when Shubman Gill was given out. It took a long time to walk off the field, and you could see even when he was walking back in, it just wasn't Wasn't convinced, but he's continued with his rhythm that he had in the first session or the last session.
2 slips, a 4th slip and a gully. Boland delivers, knows the call from Rowett, pushing out to point Nathan Lyons. So we've got a sign in the crowd saying, can we please have a repeat of the Gabba? Getting a lot of that on the little whiteboards where the fans ride on. That's for tyre power, end of financial year sale.
324 runs is what India needed on the final day at the Gabba.
But how many overs left today? 30 odd overs left today.
There's 33 after this, but of course they'll get nowhere near that.
No.
They'll get about, well, what are we left? In theory, we've got 2 hours left. They'll get about 23 overs in from here, I'd say, based on current trends in this test match. 24 maybe if they're lucky. Boland halfway through his set, delivers here, using his feet. Rohit Sharma, a little shimmy, but it's not the right delivery for it. It explodes out of the surface, nearly catches the glove. The cordon were all in mid-air. Not to be. They go back to where they started. Get a replay of this, Bharat, for tyre power, end of financial year sale.
Yeah, Rohit Sharma has been walking across this pitch to Boland throughout this innings. This one off a length, we've seen very few balls misbehave like that while the bowling's been from our end.
This is the end. This is the end this afternoon. It's the Vauxhall end. Won't be long before we see Pat Cummins follow Boland. I'm certain of it. Boland in the scrap. 2 left in the over. Bowls here. Rowett in behind it. It's a mid-off where Labuschagne does the fielding.
We saw a few behave in that brief appearance from Labuschagne this morning. He got struck a couple of times down
that end, yeah.
Down that end. Whereas he's doing more damage toward this end yesterday, first few days of the game.
I've got to make a strategic decision when I get off commentary here. Do I double down and talk more about the catch on Twitter, or do I delete my account? It's one or the other. I've come too far now. I've said great catch from Ken Green, great snaffle, and I'm getting pelters, but I feel like I need to go a bit harder, or a bit based on our chat. Thank you, Bharat, for that before. Boland finishing his over, and Rohit Sharma defending. That's the end of the over. Bharat and I are going to jump out. Nikesh Rughani's going to jump in with Peter Lalor. On the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. India 1 for 70, their target 444 with Rowett 37 and Pujara 13.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
Travellers here live at the Oval with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. India then 1 for 70. That target 444. Remember, and it's going to be Mitchell Starc once more from the pavilion end. Starc bowling here to Pujara. Runs in. Delivers, and Pujara's driving beautifully through a vacant mid-off area. That's going to run away for 4 as well. Seen a bit more positive intent from Cheteshwar Pujara in this innings. 3 boundaries already. In fact, that's his 4th of this innings. 17 from just 20. How long can this continue, Pete?
Well, if you're an Australian fan, you hope it's not that long. Australia encouraging him to drive there. They've got the 3 slips and the gully in. We'll be seeing Cameron Green very soon. Just don't throw him the ball and see if he can exploit some of that bounce or uneven bounce out there.
Pujara takes his guard once more. In comes Starc. Goes a little bit shorter and past the outside edge this time. Again, that delivery just rising a bit extra from that short of a length area. We've seen it quite a bit from that far end, from the pavilion end. And Pujara just being warned with that delivery that doesn't want to commit too far forward on that front foot. It's a difficult one for the batters, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's pitching in that length where the cracks are opening up. They were there this morning. They'll be wider this afternoon with all that heat. Did we get to 29?
Starc once more. Pujara leaves alone. Another sharp rising delivery. This is much better played by Pujara, shouldering arms to that one.
Currently 29 degrees at the Oval. See it, but I don't believe it. And tomorrow is going to be 30.
It's changed, isn't it?
Yeah. The original forecast was showers, yes.
So, Fingers crossed we don't need to go into a reserve day with any delays tomorrow. Sort of set up here quite nicely. India were going along very well when Shubman Gill was there. Pujara has continued that momentum so far, but India would have dearly loved Gill to continue. Stark is in just too wide of the off stump to interest Pujara this time. He again shoulders arms.
Stark again looking at where he's landing, and the umpire looking at where he's following through. A bit concerned about him scuffing up those areas outside the right-hander's off stump. For one Nathan Lyon.
Even looking at the replays with the sort of red zone highlighted on the TV replays.
Yes.
Initially he steps onto it just a touch, just onto one of the corners of it. But I think Lyon will be more happy with his second step, which is not on the danger area, but it's kind of just outside that off stump to the right-hander. In comes Stark once more, and Pujara gets a straight one. He flicks it away through the gap there at mid-wicket. It's running away towards the boundary. It won't quite reach there. Travis Head with the fielding, and Pujara helps himself to a couple more. So India ticking things over still, despite the loss of Shubman Gill. 1 for 76. Just a small matter of another 368 runs required for victory. And to complete the final ball of the over, there's a field change happening right now. Usman Khawaja going into leg slip. Very fine leg slip position as well. Stark runs in past the umpire, delivers, and Pujara leaves alone once more outside the off stump. End of the over. India 1 for 76.
Polaris end of financial year deals are on now with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar, and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel, and a whopping $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. On top of that, finance is also available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris, think outside.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Here with Harsha Bhogle now on commentary as India make their way to 1 for 76. Change in bowling as well. Cameron Green coming in from the Vauxhall end. Afternoon, Harsha.
Very good afternoon to you. And delighted to be once again with my old friend from many, many years, Mr. Lalor.
You know Nikesh that long?
No, I've known Nikesh, but I've known you for much longer.
Interesting to see what a delight it must be to be a captain of a team that can call on an all-rounder like Cameron Green in a situation like this. He's a brilliant bowler.
It is.
Could be in many test teams as a bowler alone.
Green for the first time in this innings then into Rohit, gets a short one. He thinks about having a hook at that one and pulls away just at the last moment. In fact, he's signalled wide as well. It was one of those just over head height.
I saw an interview with Rohit Sharma recently when we were doing a feature on Cameron Green, and he said, all of a sudden I've got to come to terms with the fact that he's in the other side now.
Mumbai Indians teammates, of course.
I think he's ready to be a batter in most teams in the world. Is he ready to walk into teams as a bowler just yet? What's your thought?
Discuss that after this delivery from Green into Rohit, just short of the length, and tucked away into the onside for another single.
Well, I think if he wasn't an all-rounder, he would bowl more. I think they've had him in cotton wool because of his back injury, but he started as a bowler, took 5 for on debut in first-class cricket, and was outstanding early in his career as a bowler. It's hard to judge because they've been holding him back so much. But I don't think he would walk in, but I think he's certainly, he's in the field.
My gut feel is he'll be a batting all-rounder.
He could be
a very valuable batting all-rounder.
Yeah. Green in again. Rohit looks to shimmy down the track. Pujara, in fact, shoulders arms in the end.
Couldn't agree with him more. Yeah, I think that his batting is his most valuable element. But I wonder if he weren't the batsman, he could possibly.
Absolutely.
He's a first-class bowler. That's how he started his career as a 17-year-old. He could play as a bowler and a specialist gully fielder.
Yes.
And now we've got you here. Thoughts on the catch?
My danger with taking out the soft signal and going to the third umpire is everybody's going to see what they want to see.
Green in again. Pujara knocks it into the onside. No run.
It doesn't matter what the truth is. You will see what you want to see because essentially you're taking one dimension away. And my fear is that today everybody in Australia is going to say out and everybody in India is going to say not out. And that is something you've got to live with, and that is why you had the soft signal in the first place.
But the soft signal doesn't stop that.
No, but what the soft signal does is it accepts the fact that technology cannot give you a 100% verdict, and it sends the responsibility back to the on-field umpire. The problem with the soft signal...
Green in again. Pujara again flicks leg side for no run.
Was with catches taken in an area the umpire just could not see the ball, and he still had to give a soft signal. Now, in this case, I think everybody's agreed that the fingers were underneath the ball. Of that, I don't think there is any dispute at all. It is what happens immediately after the fingers are underneath.
That is the
area. No, it matters because
if you've got control of the ball.
Exactly. Do you have control of the ball when you're still falling?
Yes.
And I don't think he had control.
So you don't think it was catch?
I don't think he had control.
Green into Pujara.
Really?
Defense to mid-on, no run.
The question is not whether the catch was held cleanly and the fingers were underneath, but whether he was in control sufficiently long and he was still falling. The hand was still moving, and that is what the umpire had to judge, and that is where the dispute is.
When is the hand ever still? I mean, do you have to hold your hand still?
So how long?
What do you want? He's got his hand around the ball.
You hold a skier.
Yeah.
It's easy.
He's not fumbling it.
He's not complete. Well, the fingers are underneath, but he's still falling over when the ball touches the ground after that. That was the area. Now,
the ball touches the hand.
Defended into the leg side.
Touches the ground while in his hand. He's got control of it.
It's the end of the over.
Well, keep arguing off air.
We'll pick this up at the end of this with India 1 for 78.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Nikesh Rughani playing referee between Pete Lalor and Harsha Bhogle right now as we discuss the Cameron Green catch. We have to call it a catch because it was given out.
I was given out by an ICC elite panel umpire, so I'm not in dispute with that. It's an umpire's judgment, and it's a qualified, bona fide umpire's judgment.
Pat Cummins then to begin a new over. When he comes to Rohit Sharma, who's defending this one into the onside for no run.
We see it every week in the Aussie rules. An incident will happen that's slightly controversial. Everybody who barracks for that team says it went that way, and everybody that team went that way. But I am really surprised that you don't think he had control of that ball.
Yes, because I think he was still falling. And listen, that's a personal judgment. It's not whether I'm Indian and you're Aussie or whatever. No. And that is why you have umpires. So I'm not disputing Richard Kettleborough's right to have that. It's another no ball, is it?
It is. No ball signal. Pat Cummins having a few issues from that end.
I love how Phil Long's trying to tell us, do you guys want to still watch the game?
Cummins tries once more then into Rohit, who tucks it around the corner down towards fine leg. Another single taken.
Look, well, I mentioned earlier before you came on the Ricky Ponting catch at the SCG, where to Ricky's mind he had control of the ball, and then the ball touched the ground as he was falling. By your definition, that's not out.
I don't. That was the only time I've been in Australia.
Yeah.
And the only test match I don't want to remember because it became too unpleasant.
Couldn't agree with you anymore on that. There was a horrible time in cricket. It became very, very unpleasant. But And I'll continue this after I get my hands off from around your neck.
Cummins in, and this is short, and Pujara just sways back out of the way of that one.
Yeah, so
I don't think that's going to happen here, because I think those are two very sensible sides, and I think that the atmosphere in cricket has improved immensely. There's a lot more understanding between teams.
It has, and I think it's also because there's a new generation of match referees. I think the new generation of match referees has played a big part in making things more palatable.
Have they? Yeah.
So, in this case, luckily, there is no dispute on whether the catch was taken clean. I think everybody agreed the catch was taken clean. Thereafter, you just have to go with the judgment of the umpire.
Cummins in again to Pujara, who flicks just forward of mid-wicket. It's going across those practice pitches. It's gaining a little bit of pace as it gets towards the boundary. Diving effort, all in vain. Good bit of timing there from Jetheshwar Pujara. Brings 4 more runs to the Indian total. 1 for 84 now.
So I have no problem with Richard Kettleborough's decision. It's just that...
It's just that you don't think it was out.
No, we see it differently, that's all. It's an interpretation of whether or not someone was in control. Right. It's like an LBW. Was it going over? Was it umpire's call? We go with the umpire's judgment.
You totally disagree with him, but you have no problem with his decision.
No, I have a different opinion. Okay, I disagree on whether it was in control. But it's his decision. I think the problem would have been if there was dispute on whether the catch was taken clean.
Cummins continues here. Pujara is forward defending at this one.
But we cannot lose sight of the larger issue that by going to technology every single time, every time there is a low catch, we are going to we're going to open our big can of worms every single time, because you will never ever be able to get a certain decision.
Well, it's warming up. We're getting camera shots of Richard Kettleborough in his airy at the other end of the ground.
Something about Kettleton being warm.
Not always what you want as a third umpire, to be the focus of attention.
That's all right. That's his job.
In comes Cummins again, and Pujara is once more forward and defending into the offside this time. It's like we were talking about soccer earlier, weren't we? Harsha, and the VAR, the video assistant referee, and the disputes with offsides and the different angles we see. There's always controversy about that.
But VAR is a kid brother of DRS, because VAR is only line calls. And the dispute is should a toenail crossing be construed as offside or no, but it's a line call. You get
also fouls as well, red card decisions, that comes into it as well. So there is a little bit more scope for interpretation as Cummins comes in to complete this over, the 17th of the innings. He's into Pujara. This one rises from a length. Pujara defends it well into the offside. We'll pick this up after another short break with India 1 for 84.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Cameron Green then will continue from the Vauxhall end. Rohit Sharma on strike. In comes Green, and this is defended into the onside. And there is no run. Debate rages on.
Yes, and we lose sight of the fact sometimes that India scoring at almost 5 and over. It's a stirring response to what seemed an almost impossible target. It's a stirring response, this, to go to be 84 for 1. And even Pujara's what, 23 of 35 balls. Rohit Sharma 39 of 50. And India with what, 6 and 5, 11 fours into 6, just between these two. It's a stirring response, this.
Is the India fans very much enjoying it, and Rohit punching this one off the back foot, can't quite find the gap there at cover.
The one thing I will say though, which might get buried in the controversy, was that to get down and catch that was a supreme effort from the fielder. And I hope the controversy that will erupt and rage wildly does not lose sight of the fact that for a tall man at that speed to get down and pluck it off was a sensational piece of fielding.
Long way down for Cameron Green, all 6'8" of him. In comes Green. It's short, it's hooked out down towards fine leg, and it gets down towards the boundary. I'm not quite sure if it's carried for 6. Umpires are just going to have a check here. There was a fielder down there at long leg. It went very fine towards his right. He didn't move an inch, Mitchell Starc, and he didn't quite see either, I don't think, whether or not it went all the way for 6 or for 4. So we'll just wait for the replay. Our replays with Tyre Power, end of financial year sale. Still not up on the screen in front of us. And here we go. Very short delivery, and Rohit just swiveling on that. Maybe a slight top edge on that. Can't quite see from that first replay.
Just as well we're not umpires, Peter.
Hopefully Richard Kettleborough has a better television than we've got.
It's also a lot brighter because we're outdoors. He'll have a better view.
And this is an old valve model.
Just bounced inside the rope there.
Did it?
Signalled as 4. Umpire Illingworth.
Richard Rughani said it's 4.
There you go. Umpire Illingworth agrees. Signals 4. Another boundary for Rohit Sharma. In comes Green, and Rohit is defending this one to mid-on.
Peter, isn't there something gladiatorial about people running in and bowling short, and the batter say, I'm not going to sway, I'm going to take you on? And Kalicharan against Lilly all the way back 1975 in a World Cup. How stirring was that? And the tendency most times is to bend your knees, let it go. Rohit's taking him on, and that is what has made this one of the most enthralling sessions of play in this Test match.
Well, it's done that almost from the first over, hasn't he? Taken on the short ball.
Green into him again, and Rohit leaves one outside the off stump this time. He's 43 from 54. 7 fours and a 6 for the Indian captain.
When is Nathan Lyon coming? I still think Nathan Lyon could be the key, you know.
Once Mitchell Starc's done a bit more damage up that other end.
But did you notice something very interesting? After every ball, whether it was Rohit Sharma or Pujara, they'd go down and take a look as if to tell the umpire, are you watching this? Are you watching this? Then the umpire would come and take a look. Oh, the little stories within the stories in our game.
I think Mitchell Starc tells Nathan Lyon he owes him a little bit of his match fee.
Final ball of Green's over is a straight one. Rohit defends just in front of cover. They did think about a single, but he sends Pujara back. So India, that target 444, another 356 runs to get. Australia need 9 wickets. India 1 for 88.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Back live at the Oval with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
Right. Off air, we're still arguing about what constitutes control. I think the 2 fingers and the thumb wrapped around it like that's total control.
With the space between the fingers?
Yep.
Cummins into Pujara, who's defending out towards mid-off, and there is no run. I think we might have to get to a stage where we just agree to disagree.
How much space between the fingers?
We've only just finished.
Close together.
We'd only just finished arguing over 2008 and agreed to move on. I think that ended up with us having to have a peace dinner.
Yes,
down in Hobart, didn't we? We did.
In Hobart.
We got so heated.
And we've been friends since. Actually, the interesting thing is, I said, who is this Peter Lalor? And I said to him, Peter, let's have a meal in Hobart, and we've been friends ever since.
Lovely to see. Cummins runs in again, past the umpire, delivers. Pujara flicks down towards fine leg. There's a bit of work to do here, but Travis Head running away towards his left. Cleans up in the end, and Pujara gets back for 2.
You went home a bit early that night, but I ended up with Sonny. And Sonny replaying Sir Gary Sober's innings for me out on the footpath out front of that restaurant in Hobart.
So you see, you come out for dinner with me, it ends well.
Yeah. Well, I got it. Yeah. But I always think it's one of the highlights of my life, seeing Sonny Gavaskar sort of go in and replay the shots that Gary Sobers had played with the rest of the world team at the MCG.
And of course, anybody who played in that era just reveres Gary Sobers.
Yeah. And Sonny.
Cummins in again to Pujara. This one rises off a length. He defends it down behind square on the leg side.
How good is this? The sun is out. It's a gorgeous evening. It's a full house in England for India versus Australia. One of the best bowling sides in the world. And the batters are taking them on. If this is not a commercial, this is not a 6.5 hour long commercial for Test cricket, other than the over rates, I don't know what is.
And if this goes down to the wire, absolutely 10 out of 10 match winner. Just what a World Test Championship final deserves.
Yeah. But it's just too many runs.
Cummins bowls again. Pujara takes a shimmy down the track, guides it into that vacant point area, gets through for a single. But this is what this innings needed, really. Just from a neutral point of view, for that advertisement for Test cricket as well. And that's the 50 partnership between Cheteshwar Pujara and Rohit Sharma as well. And even in this partnership, despite the stick that Pujara sometimes gets, they're going at nearly 4.5 and over.
I promise you, you will not see this kind of reaction to a Test match anywhere else in the world. Occasionally in Australia, sometimes in India, but consistently only here.
A lot of expat Indian fans delighted to see their team play.
Cummins into Rohit this time, who's forward and defending to extra cover.
And so many Indian people have flown in for this match as well.
All over.
Everywhere I go.
And you just go around the sponsor boxes. Boxes have been bought. Everything is good. We're still contributing to the English economy, you know.
The only thing I'm disappointed about is the Surrey members over the far side of the ground, the Mickey Stewart Pavilion. Lots of empty seats there over the last few days.
They'll be here end of July.
They will. They certainly will.
And then in August for the 100?
August for the 100, the Oval Invincibles. Nice humble name.
Will they come?
They will. In comes Cummins, and this one has been left outside the off stump by Rohit to finish off another over. 19 gone in this Indian second innings. They are 1 for 91.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And here we go, Harsha, as Peter Lawler leaves the commentary box. The arguments between you two can take place a little bit later on, maybe over dinner. And Nathan Lyon into the attack.
I must tell you, we've been having arguments now for 15 years. And we sit down and have a meal. We're great friends. We have different points of view on things. And that to me is exactly how you live. That you can have different points of view, but you agree on a common goal, which is that both of us love cricket. Everybody watching is listening into SEN now. They're listening in because they love cricket, and that is the wider community, the bigger village that we're all part of. Within the village, the neighbors might have different points of view, but we're all part of that one common village. Right, I'm interested to see how he bowls now, because I think he's going round the wicket. But it's not misbehaving as much as it was earlier, the ball.
Well, we'll see if Lyon can get any purchase here. 483 Test wickets. 120 matches.
It's one of the great contests in our game. Nathan Lyon versus Cheteshwar Pujara is one of the great contests in our game. You think he's got him out many times. Pujara will always use his feet and play him out through mid-wicket. And as a result, there's a catching shot mid-wicket into.
Yep, short leg in place as well. Lyon coming round the wicket here to Pujara, and immediately he flicks it to that man at short mid-wicket along the ground. Cameron Green in that position there. There are some rough footmarks outside the leg stump of Pujara. Lyon in once more, and Pujara is flicking this away into the ground and then fielded at short leg. Half appeal, bit of a crowd catch, a few boos around the stadium as well. This is the difference, isn't it? We love the theatre, the booing. It's like the Colosseum, isn't it? With all those Romans, either thumbs up or thumbs down. Lyon floats one up to Pujara, uses his feet and flicks it away. a bit squarer of Cameron Green there at mid-wicket, out to the sweeper on the leg side for a single.
I think he's one of the most old-fashioned players of spin in world cricket at the moment is Pujara, because he will come down the wicket, he will come to the pitch of the ball. There's very few. Most Indians these days tend to play spin from the crease, and that will give Lyon an opportunity. The question is there enough on the surface for him just yet? And that is what we're going to test.
Rohit Sharma then facing up here to Lyon for the first time. Lyon continues around the wicket, delivers just outside off, and Rohit a little bit surprised by the extra bounce and maybe a little bit of extra turn as well in that one. Negotiates it dead into the pitch. 1 for 92.
It's a good start. It's a very good start. Is that rain forecast tomorrow going to stay away? Is the
it
forecast
looks as
got
though
better?
it has. We just checked it before you came on air, actually, and it looks to have cleared up now as Lyon is in. Rohit sweeping, he's wrapped on the pads. An appeal for LBW given. Richard Illingworth took a long time to decide on that one. Rohit just looking back almost as he gets up to see how far down the pitch he was, how big his stride was, and he reviews straight away. So, Richard Illingworth giving it the slow death almost. Rudy Kurtzen-esque.
Checked, it's a fair delivery. We have front-on spin vision.
And we'll take a look at the DRS review with IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate. Call 13 IMAR.
They're the tradies mate. That's IMAR.
Yep, so just taking a look at the replay here, and well, did it maybe even pitch outside leg?
I think it's straightened though.
It's close to the inside edge there.
The first replay is always from an angle.
It is. So we're going to check the ultra edge first to make sure there wasn't any bat involved or glove indeed. As it hit the front pad. So no bat or glove involved. It hit him just below the knee roll with his front leg. It was a long way down the pitch. You can see the leg stump exposed. It pitched on middle. I'm not sure if it straightened enough. It did. Hitting off stump, not even umpire's call.
It's a big moment in this game. And I was saying to Peter Lalor a little while ago, I still think Nathan Lyon's got a role to play. I thought Rohit Sharma was looking very, very good for a big score. He was looking very fluent. This could be the game. It's a big moment in this game. This and what happens with the batter to come now.
Yeah. Well, we'll wait for the noise to erupt. He's making his way down the steps at the moment. India's number 18. And here we go. Just listen to that. They're all up on their feet to welcome Virat Kohli to the crease. India could have done with having him in the pavilion a little bit longer. Rohit Sharma was looking very good indeed for his 43 from 60, but Nathan Lyon making an immediate impact in this second innings, getting Rohit to try and sweep one, trapping him LBW, and Virat Kohli comes in with India 2 for 92. That target's still a long, long way away. 444.
You've got to be a particular kind of person to be able to see this kind of adulation and response and still focus on the job at hand, because he's hearing it. Make no mistake, he's hearing it as he comes out. And now you've just got to say, they're doing it because I'm great. If you start to think, oh my God, that's the expectation around me, then you're in trouble. And it's an aspect of batsmanship. It's aspect of the game with the greatest stars of the game, in a game that's followed so assiduously, so hard by all the by India, that if you're a Tendulkar, if you're a Kohli, this is an aspect that you've got to live with, the sense of expectation. And I asked Tendulkar this once, I said, did it bother you? He said, no, because my expectation from myself was greater than yours of me. But this is a huge moment now.
Lyon into Kohli to complete the over. Kohli flicks his first delivery behind square on the leg side, and Lyon with an immediate breakthrough in that first over. So he's 1 for 1 from his solitary over so far. Big wicket of Rohit Sharma. India then, that target 444. They are 2 for 92. We'll take a short break here with Adam Collins replacing me on the call.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now.
Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
To the crease, the captain Cummins bowls here. Pachara around the corner, not far away from the man at backward square. You'd say he's inside the circle in a one-day international context. Adam Collins picking up commentary. I've got big Louis Cameron with me. Phil Long still with us in the naughty chair. Hello, Lou.
Hello, Adam. Hello, Phil.
Just another quiet afternoon for you, I'm sure, running all the news out of this game.
Just another quiet one. Just another quiet one. I've got a list for you.
I think
the bad list.
That was a front foot no ball called retrospectively by Richard Kettleborough, everybody's favourite third umpire out here in the crowd at the moment. That moves the score along too as we get a replay of Nathan Lyon's wicket again for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale. You just can't sweep him around the wicket anymore because in the last 5 years he's learned how to get the one to go, hit the shiny side and go straight on. So many batters have been out to him that way in the last couple of years. Cummins wide of the crease, full and straight and driven by Pujara, but straight to the bowler. Your list.
I've got the bad list. It's the list. All the Australian fans back home, they're probably asleep now, but it's the list they don't want to hear.
Right.
Headingley 2019. Sydney 2020. Oh, sorry, 2021.
Yeah.
Gabba 2020-21.
Yeah.
SCG 21-22 Ashes, slightly different.
They had plenty of time to bowl them out, though, didn't they? They had more than a day.
Karachi 2022.
Yes, that was a long 2 days at the office. Cummins bowls, back of a length, doesn't get up. Pujara tucks it into mid-wicket where Travis Head does the fielding, no run. 171.4 overs in Karachi. Don't forget that in a hurry. We had the outside commentary spot there as well, and it was hot.
Yeah.
And we earned our money. Through IR after it. And don't get me wrong, Barbara Azam batted magnificently well, but they were 2 long days. WinViz is updated after the line wicket. Australia 94%, India 5%, which leaves 1 for the draw or the tie.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Well, the tie's more likely than the draw, I suppose. No, that's wrong, because India would be too far from the mark. 2 slips a gully. Cummins towards us, pavilion end, towards Pujara as well. He defends with a puff of dust out of the turf. Every defensive shot being applauded by the fans sitting next to our position as well. So that's the naughty list. That's the when Australia have not been able to get the job done. You might not be able to write that story if they keep taking wickets, though.
Well, I think that's the way it's heading. I mean, Rohit Sharma, he batted well.
Oh, yeah.
But since the wicket of him, I'm thinking that maybe I won't have to write that one tonight. But it is, it has to be going through these guys' minds. Like, the bulk of this team has played in all those games.
Yes.
And you just got to think that when they're in the 4th innings, the demons kind of start to come up again.
Talked about this before as Cummins delivers. Uppercut, edged and gone as well. Australia go bang, bang. Pujara, that's not his game. Trying to play it over the cordon. Carey takes the catch. The captain's in the book. India lose 2 in 2 overs. It's 3 for 93. Pujara, the number 3, walking off for 27, Louis Cameron.
Pujara's just played so well in this innings, in getting leg side of the ball and playing that cut shot. But this is a really good short ball from Pat Cummins. Close to the body. He didn't back away, but he just leant back and tried to put it over the first slip's head. He just managed to get the toe of the bat onto it, and Pat Cummins is delighted.
As he should be. We're seeing the technology back on our screen for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale. You're spot on, Louis. That was the Q end of the bat. Nearly got away with it, but not today. Pujara, 27 from 47. India, 10 minutes ago, they were laying a foundation for a tilt at 4:44. Now, they're still 3:51 away from the finish line, and Kohli will have the new man, Rughani, joining him. And they're now under the pump. The game changes entirely, as is the case when you're batting 4th.
And I've got the binoculars out to check that he is indeed Ajinkya Rahane. We know that he's got, is it a broken finger or a broken thumb? We know he's going to be under some duress. It's gutsy from him. I mean, to go out there and face Pat Cummins, who's bowling 140 clicks an hour, to face Mitchell Starc, to face Scott Boland, it takes a lot of ticker.
Just can't get over the uppercut from Pujara. I mean, I know that he's been a little bit more resourceful in this innings when trying to put some pressure back on the Australians, but they've lost a wicket at 92. You would have thought this is the time to consolidate, to play the game that he plays so well against Australia, to absorb pressure, to soak up some balls and to give Kohli a chance to get in with him into a partnership that could take them through to tomorrow.
Well, and that's the key part, Adam. The last part of that, Kohli's faced one ball.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe you give yourself an over or two when Virat's in and going, but between them now they've faced one ball and trying to get a hold of this pitch. It's still not, you know, it's not a nightmare for batting, but there's just enough up and down movement there.
And what a response from the Australians as well. I know how big that is with Pujara, celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives, because Pujara, how often has he been the problem, the impediment? Well, not today.
And you might think that, you know, maybe in this Indian team without Rishabh Pant, Pujara doesn't feel like he's the anchor so much that he's actually got to score some runs and to really bring India home if they are going to chase this mammoth total.
I mean, they're still, you know, going at a better part of 5 and over, which was why when they were 1 down, felt game on. But different story now. Cummins to Rughani. First ball, short ball. Did he hit that as well? No. Shot was similar. Labuschane's convinced, but they'll ignore that, of course. Labuschane's running over to the captain. I heard something. Cummins is like, that's a matter for you and your therapist. 3 for 93 remains the score. That's a puff of dust as well.
It's a cracking
really hit him in the lid.
We always got told when you're bowling your bouncers, aim for the badge of the helmet. And if Rughani didn't get out of the way, that would have hit it flush.
So 1 ball left in the 21st over. A wicket coming in it. 2 slips a gully. 2 back, albeit head 15 metres inside the rope, but deep backward square. Cummins bowls. It's back of a length. It's defended by Rughani. Both men are on 0. India now 3 for 93. 444 their target on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails. Huge sail on now.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for McCafe. Here's to 30 years of McCafe at Macca's. His line round the wicket. Bowls here, first ball of the new over, his second. How often does Nathan Lyon take a wicket in his first over? Phil Long could probably crack that code for us. He's moved chairs. He's moved from the naughty corner back to the desk with us. Hello, Longy.
Only Peter Lawler could make the naughty corner look so cool, couldn't he, earlier on?
Had his feet up the whole bit. Arguing with Harsha, those two blokes. Lyon round the wicket as he does so often in the 4th innings of a test match. Tucked into the onside where there'll be a couple. Fielding done by Travis Head in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School ad to Rughani. Kohli off the mark. 3 for 95. We're yet to tick over on the screen to... You always know when a team's in front. When the television director changes the graphic from target to wickets required or runs needed in the 4th innings. Neither at this stage, so they're keeping their powder dry on TV. Line bowls, flats. Kohli can't beat the man round the corner. That's Mitchell Stark at backward square. No run.
And asking his cameraman to find some sad-looking Indian fans. There was a delightful-looking young girl who, you know, couldn't be older than 5 or 6, just looking miserable there.
Yes, that's in part due to Nathan Lyon getting Rohit Sharma. Although it must be said, Lyon bowls to Kohli. He defends that there was an enormous roar when Rohit Sharma got out. You wouldn't think that you would see a side applauding their captain being dismissed, but of course it means they get to watch Kohli bat. And, well, you can make your own conclusions there.
It happened a lot in India. I couldn't believe how often, if Rohit wasn't the first wicket to fall, he was inevitably the second wicket to fall. And they'd be cheering when their captain got out.
Slipping a short leg, line round the wicket. Forward is Kohli. Immaculate in defence. Bat and pad. No gap between them. Virat Kohli, we said earlier in the test match that he has a fabulous record when batting after a side's made 400 against them in the first innings, averaging 93 in situations like that. He was out early on day 2 to a Stark snorter. Lyon to finish the over. Kohli wants one to Khawaja at mid-on, gets one to Khawaja at mid-on. Put on his heels a little bit there, so Kohli keeps the strike. He's 3 for 96, India. Their target's 444 on the Beaumont scoreboard.
Polaris Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
We're at Kia Oval for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Our Macca's I'm loving it moment of the session was Nathan Lyon trapping Rohit Sharma in front. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. Here's Pat Cummins. Pavilion end into Coley on 3. Space 7 balls. Delivers here, Coley. Nice shot through mid-wicket. That's great timing. Out to the lock Laker, and it's a boundary. His first 4. Just in the slot for that clip. It was still on line from Cummins, so some degree of difficulty, but Coley looking good for his first 10 minutes or so at the crease. They bring up their 100, 3 for 100, so that means they've got 344 runs to go, Luke.
Yeah, and understandable from Cummins. He's gone full and at Coley's pads there, trying to hit, middle and off stump, and it would have, but Coley, he's just got such a good eye, doesn't he?
I wrote down on my piece of paper before jumping on commentary before the Lyon wicket, and the Cummins wicket, who bowls here, and Coley again through the onside, but a little bit straighter, cut off by Stark. I wrote Abdullah Shafiq and Imam Al-Haq. It was reminding me of the start of their chase at Lahore last March, where Pakistan got off to an absolute flyer, chasing about 380 odd around that mark, and it was a really good declaration from Pat Cummins to dangle the carrot just enough, and they were none for 80 or so overnight. And at the end, it was Cameron Green who broke that open with a lovely ball to Abdullah Shafiq early on day 5, but it had that kind of energy where the opening bats, number 3, in the case of Pujara, were going after it, but it'll change a bit here. Coley facing Cummins again and driving to mid-off. Nearly stuck it through. For Coley, first impression is he's still looking to keep the ball ticking over at a pretty decent clip.
Yeah, and that's how he's been so successful in white ball cricket as a fantastic chaser. And you brought up that stat before about how he averages a lot when when the other team's made 400. It's like he needs a task. He needs to know what he needs to get. A little bit different to Steve Smith, so we kind of talk about his average declines as the test goes on.
Yes.
First innings is very high. By the 4th innings, it's quite low.
Cummins halfway through his 7th over, short ball. Coley's well underneath it. Close to a wide, but not given. Gets away with it.
And I dare say that might have something to do with Steve Smith's sleeping habits. We know he doesn't sleep at all during tests, and I think he comes into tests fresh and refreshed and ready to go. During tests, he doesn't sleep well at all. He frets over his batting and his hands and his feet position and things like that. So that's my working theory, that he averages less as the test goes on because he gets such poor sleep.
It's a really strong theory, I think. Deserves further interrogation. Cummins delivers to Coley, over the wicket. Coley round the corner, gets it fine, only for 1. Boland does the fielding. He's 8, 3 for 101 India, target 444. I mean, we've heard from Smith before when he was captain Adelaide Test in 2017, say that he needed to take sleeping tablets to put himself to bed. He was under so much pressure and duress. In hindsight, that was an early warning system. I think when he was full-time captain, about how things did spiral out of control in South Africa, that they were in great nick in that series, and he was still finding it really tough to keep everything on an even keel.
Yeah, and even now as a specialist batter, I think he still feels that. Yeah.
That's okay. I'm not being critical. That's just the way he processes the information. As Cummins races up to finish the over to Rughani, yet to get off the mark and won't do here either. A short ball, well directed, sways out the way. 101 for 3, targets 444, and the drinks are coming out onto the field. So we will take a break here in that hour of play. Rohit Sharma, leg before wicket for 43. Lyon round the wicket. Rohit sweeping. Lyon getting that straight one. Wrong ball to sweep at. At that stage, it was 2 for 92. A partnership of 51 for the second wicket. Just about to run a ball. And then in the next over, Pujara, an uppercut. Little edge. Don't know what he was thinking. Caught by Carey, the wicket-keeper. Cummins, the bowler, for 27 from 47. They were 3 for 93. They're now 3 for 101. So this pair have added 8. They require 343 further runs for an unlikely victory from here. Well, they'll need to bat for 7 hours as we take a break. Our coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe, and our scoreboard is the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles in their huge sale.
What type of Snap Fitness member are you?
I want to be able to find a routine that I'll stick to and then really work on staying active more often. So I'm wanting more step-by-step support and guidance.
I'm looking to build health and well-being into my lifestyle, but too often I take a quick fix and fail. So I want help to stay on track with smaller, achievable goals.
Need a regular routine? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps members feel supported and encouraged. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
It looks to have cleared up now. His line is in. Rohit sweeping. He's wrapped on the pads. An appeal for LBW given. Richard Illingworth took a long time to decide on that one. Rohit just looking back almost as he gets up to see how far down the pitch he was, how big his stride was.
He's reviewing
and he reviews straight away.
But this before as Cummins delivers. Uppercut, edged and gone as well. Australia go bang, bang. Pajara, that's not his game. Trying to play it over the cordon. Carey takes the catch. The captain's in the book. India lose 2 in 2 overs. It's 3 for 93. The decisive moments of that hour of play in the 20th and 21st overs, where Rohit Sharma was lead before wicket for 43 and Pajara caught behind for 27. Adam Collins, Louis Cameron with you on the call. They're taking their time. We're hearing over the loudspeaker that they'll have an extra half an hour at their disposal to get the overs in. Good luck with that. 24 overs in an hour, or in 70 minutes, would have thought so. We can talk more about that tomorrow. We were having a conversation about Steve Smith when he was captain and his sleep patterns, which, as you say, are still the case now, and your theory that he deteriorates as a batter through the test owing to it. I like it.
Yeah, and I also thought it was funny that the 2 instances that he's captained in at home in Pat Cummins, since he's been the vice captain to Pat Cummins, have been during day-night tests.
Yes.
I reckon it works better that he captains in day-night tests because it means he can get a nice sleep in.
That's good too. I would have thought that is almost something they can control with Smith. I mean, if you're thinking about elite performance or peak performance, whatever you want to call it, line starts the fresh hour. Bowling to Kohli on 8, over the wicket, change of angle. Kohli opens the face of the bat, out to deep point. There'll be 1, there'll be 2. Kohli moves into double figures. Great running from the experienced pair. 3 for 103 the score, target 444. I would have thought there's a way. I mean, obviously everybody's sleep patterns and habits are a matter for them, but the Aussie team can get involved behind the scenes in trying to help him. I mean, whether it's
where are you going with this, Adam?
Well,
I thought you were talking about something a little bit different to that.
Line bowls and forward is Kohli
sleeping medication. I'll see where you're going with this now.
Yeah, something meditative or medical, whatever it is, or chemical, whatever. I'm just getting to the nub of the fact that if there is something, if there was an impediment that wasn't sleep, you'd probably think the team would be involved in that. Hasline gets to Kohli with a slip in the short. Kohli turns into the onside and gets a single to Khawaja at mid-on. It's 3 for 104. They are still 340 runs away from their target.
And he's looking spry, Steve Smith. I mean, at first slip at the moment, he's not moving around a hell of a lot, but he's offering a lot to Pat Cummins. He's clearly the deputy. He's clearly, a guy who still has a lot of say in field placements and things like that. Remember, he captained in India during this series, and he seemed to relish, being back in control, albeit in a temporary capacity.
He was so much more chilled out when we were interviewing him, wasn't he? I mean, I remember the first time around with Smith as captain, perfectly polite and fine, but you just wouldn't. He found it difficult. He found those interviews before a test match that they were clearly a hurdle he had to clear. He didn't want to clear them. It was all too hard, frankly, and sometimes he let that get to him. I think I remember one time, especially line bowls here off the hip, Around the corner, gets one to square leg, 3 for 105. Rughani off the mark with that single. It was actually before the sandpaper test, where he was absolutely steaming, furious at Kisa Rabada not having his suspension upheld, and I've never really seen anything like it from an international captain before a test. We should have been able to have told around then that he was doing it a bit tough. Line bowls here, Coley back over the wicket, forward, defends to mid-wicket, no run.
This is his, maybe it's his greatest weakness. It's also his greatest strength. That tunnel vision is the reason he's such a good player. The reason he's such a good batter is he can, just shut everything else out and just focus on the ball.
But it did feel like he embraced the challenge in India this time around on that front. Line bowls and Coley down the ground with panache. Flick of the wrists, straight enough to beat Khawaja at mid-on. His third boundary, 15 from 17. Already moving through the gears, the former captain. 3 for 109, India. That's on the Beaumont scoreboard, and that's one of the shots of the day for Maccas. Order via McDelivery on the My Maccas app. And by the end of play, there's a decent chance he'll be our leading run scorer as well for DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years.
It's so nice to watch Virat Kohli when he does that. Just the wrist come through at the last moment. It's a signature shot. The other one, I kind of think, so that one was through mid-on. The other one I love that he plays is that one where he reaches for the ball off an off-spinner. Maybe more when Nathan Lyon's bowling over the wicket. He's coming around at the moment, but he kind of reaches and just pushes it out through cover. It's a shot that the man we've been speaking about, Steve Smith, actually said he wanted to steal before that 2017 tour of India. It's just delightful.
So Scott Boland gets another chance. They swung him around to the pavilion end. He's done his best work from away from us at the Vauxhall end. He's been, by his standards, a little bit expensive so far. 1 for 24 by 7. He's been the most frugal of the Aussie seamers, though, certainly in that first spell before tea, where he picked up the wicket of Shubman Gill. I admire the fact that we've got through 25 minutes together, Louis, and not mentioned the war. And that's fine with me.
Not mentioned what?
The war, the catch.
Oh, of course, yeah, that war. Yes, I thought you were talking about Steve or Mark.
No,
yeah,
well,
that war.
Well, that's true. That would have been odd, but, non sequiturs are part of radio. Boland, 2 slips of gully, 1 out at fine leg. Rahane's on 1. Plays with soft hands as he did a million times yesterday to cover. That stat about his contact point being half a metre on average closer to his body than any other player in the side, and the closest it's been in his entire Test career. He's clearly made a technical adjustment while he's been out of the Indian Test team.
Yeah, and amazing considering he's coming off the IPL, where I know it's Cameron Green. One thing he talks a lot about is contact points in T20 cricket are a lot further out in front of his body than where he ideally wants to be when he plays Test cricket. So that's a tough thing for people to manage, switching between formats.
There's a gap in the gully there which he accessed many times yesterday. Rahane forward and defending here. He was Joe Root-esque in the way he was manoeuvring the ball anywhere between about gully and cover point. He scored so many runs in that region. It's an excellent innings ended by another excellent Cameron Green catch for 89.
Which is the key in that. And, we don't have to, I'm sure plenty's been said on the broadcast already about, the catch and whether it was out or not. But what it overshadows, it was just a cracking catch. He's got dinosaur dragon arms in the gully. Like, you just can't hit it in his vicinity.
Still the 2 slips. Boland in, fresh in his spell, and driving is Rahane, but well stopped by Labuschagne. Had a bit of work to do to his right there, no run. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? He looks born to field in the gully. It kind of completes the package, doesn't it? White ball, red ball, T20, one-day, test, bowls, bats, and has this specialist position, which can be hard to master.
Yeah. Can he wicket keep? I mean, the most interesting thing is he said that he'd never fielded in the gully before he got to Test cricket, really. Like, for WA, he played a lot as a bowler. He was down a fine leg, and now look at him.
Boland up and bowls here and driving off the front foot is Rahane. There won't be a single here on offer.
There's a question I think I asked you two in India. Coming out to that captain.
Can he captain?
Will he captain?
Will he captain or can he captain? I don't think we know the former. Will he? Well, Australia have got a habit, Lou, of making their best player the captain or their best batter the captain before Cummins for many years. I mean, he may well end up Australia's best player and thus with the armband on.
Yeah, well, it's probably a bit of the Michael Clarke syndrome of always being the youngest player in the team. He made his debut for Western Australia under Justin Langer when he was 18 years old and never really had the opportunity to do it at any level. Maybe for his school team, he might have done it.
Boland to Rughani on 1. He stays on 1 and pushed a bit on.
I know he hasn't done it in grade cricket. I actually think one of our colleagues, Alex Malcolm, who writes for Cricket Info, was actually captain of him when he played grade cricket over in Perth. So it's not something he'd have much experience in. You'd think it's the kind of thing Cricket Australia would be looking at and saying, where can we get this guy a bit of experience to lead a team? Because they monitor that. They think about succession planning.
Well, they've had a crack a couple of times at trying to work out who the successor will be down the track. I mean, Travis Head was vice captain for a time. He isn't at the moment, but he's been captaining South Australia since he was 21. He might be the next cab off the rank, potentially. Rughani clips in front of square. It bobbles up over the practice wickets, collected by Khawaja. That'll complete the 25th over. 3 for 110 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Kohli 15, Rughani 2. And our coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe.
Polaris end of financial year deals are on now with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and a whopping $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. On top of that, finance is also available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins and Louis Cameron for one more over. We're live at the Kia Oval. And Nathan Lyon's about to start a new over from our Vauxhall end. But yes, Phil Long, sorry, jump in.
No, go on, please.
No, you go first.
Nathan Lyon, 484 Test wickets now. We're on that 500 watch, aren't we, for this summer. He's got Cheteshwar Pujara 13 times. That's quite a well-known stat that he got him a lot of times. Second most successful, Rughani. He's got him 10 times in Test cricket.
Thank you, Longy. Can you check for me how many wickets Stuart Broad, James Anderson have taken as well? Because Nathan Lyon, Broad and Anderson might be about 15 away from a major milestone as we start the Ashes next week.
I noticed one of our friends at CricViz tweeted that the most common occurrence in Test cricket over the last 10, 15 years has been Nathan Lyon bowling to Cheteshwar Pujara. So it's not entirely surprising that stat.
3 catching men in close as Lyon goes round the wicket to Rughani. First ball. Yes, defended in front of him.
484 for Nathan Lyon, as we just mentioned. 685 for Jimmy Anderson. 582 for Stuart Broad. Yeah, all very close.
It could all happen in the same test. We should be so lucky. We'll be there on SEN Test cricket through the night every night. Turn the TV down and listen to the radio. Lyon bowls and defending is Rughani on the angle. Just on that topic of captaincy before we run out of time here, Louis. I mean, you look at the vice captains that served in the last few years since Tim Pay took over. Mitchell Marsh, who in all probability won't get that chance again. Josh Hazlewood, who I can't expect will be made vice captain again. Travis Head, as Lyon gets to the crease and bowls, and Rughani goes back and just gets it past point for 1. He's 3 for 1-1-1. And I say that about Hazlewood purely down to the fact that he's not putting together long stretches of cricket, so why would they give him a leadership position? It does present an interesting question about who the next couple might be.
Yeah, I think Head and Labuschagne are probably the two that you look at as being younger batsmen. I mean, it's even a talking point with Pat Cummins for this series. Can he play all 6 tests? So to hand it to another bowler when he finally finishes would be risky, wouldn't it?
Kohli facing Lyon round the wicket. He's down the ground, so he's changed approach. He was going round the wicket to both right-handers. Kohli 16 with the single. Khawaja does the fielding at long on. 3 for 1-1-2. 2 left in the over.
And then I suppose Alex Carey is another option as the wicketkeeper. We've seen it done with Tim Payne a little bit.
He's nearly 32 though. I think it's possible he'll retire before Cummins. But there's another factor in this. Cummins doesn't want to be captain forever. He said that. Lyon bowls and Rughani's forward. He talked about one day being a senior pro in the team without necessarily being the captain, which is quite a mature way of saying it.
A smart way of saying it, because I think he knows, right at the moment he thinks he can play 6 tests in 7 weeks. When he's 33, 34, 35, will he be able to do that? Yeah, maybe not.
Last ball for Lyon. 2 singles in the over. Rughani round the wicket. Forward again. Good start from him. Nice and solid. Kohli likewise. 3 and 16 respectively. Changing commentary. Nikesh and Bharat jumping in with India. 3 for 112. The target's 444 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles. Huge sale 1 hour to go.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas back live here at the Oval. And in the space of about half an hour, 45 minutes or so, this game and the atmosphere certainly at the Oval has completely changed. India building a solid foundation really to potentially even have a crack at this 4-4-4. Being pegged back. Ooh, this one past the outside edge of Kohli from Scott Boland. An appeal, and they're still at it really. An appeal for a catch behind. Boland really interested. Pat Cummins asking the question here to Alex Carey, who says he didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I think what's happened there is because Scott Boland doesn't appeal if he doesn't have to, Pat Cummins almost feels guilty not to at least acknowledge the appeal. Manas was obviously the only other Australian on the field with an arm up. But yeah, he did consider it very briefly, that Pat Cummins. Well, nah, very close to the bat.
Yeah, Ultra-Edge confirms no edge involved. Very close though, just a coat of paint or two really.
Poorly played by Kohli though, well away from his body.
Boland in again, and Kohli leaves this one, jags back a little bit, and in the end swings a little bit more after passing the stumps. Alex Carey with a good take low down to his left.
Yeah, you spoke about the energy around the Oval dropping. All I can say is a lot of angry Indians around the Oval, a lot of angry Indians on social media.
A lot of angry Indians in the box next to us as well when Pujara's wicket fell.
Oh,
shouting, it's not your game. It's not what you do. It certainly isn't usually. Looking for the uppercuts as Boland is into Kohli again, and then again pushing at one. This time playing a little bit closer to the body, which may well have saved him. It whizzes past the outside edge once more, and Scott Boland, as we expected, asking questions of Kohli here. That one just holding its line as well.
And Scott Boland hasn't got much of a go from the other end, largely in the first innings, and so far in the second innings he's bowled from the Vauxhall end. The Mickey Stewart Pavilion end is where bowlers have preferred, at least the Australian bowlers have wanted to bowl from. Not surprisingly, the stock bowler hasn't got much of a go from there.
Boland bustles in once more, delivers, and Kohli's pushing hard at this one, gets it away to Labuschagne there at mid-off rather. He's on 16 from 22. Looked pretty good in the first innings, looked solid. To be playing confidently, his movements were good, they were positive. Very different situation now from here on in. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how India approach this. Still such a long time left in the game. We've got nearly an hour's play left today, plus all day tomorrow. They're already 3 down. That target just looks almost impossible now. 332 more runs still required. They can't afford to go into their shell either, as Boland is in and Kohli defends this one into the offside for no run.
Yeah, Kohli seems to have walked out to bat with the right intent. I saw him walk out holding his bat over his shoulder like he's already got a mace in his hand. Obviously, it's not he anymore who will get to hold the mace if India do win or draw this game.
Walking out like Lord Hanuman in the Ramayana epic from Hindu mythology.
Or like a lot of batters in the movie Lagan that we spoke about.
Yep, the movie we were talking about earlier. First unofficial test match in that film between India and England. As Boland goes full and Kohli flicks this away just in front of mid-wicket. Beautiful shot, lovely timing. It races away for 4. And another boundary to the man they call the king. Third one of this innings for him. End of another over. India 3 for 116.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is the Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Back live at the Oval. It's Nathan Lyon bowls The start of a new over here, coming round the wicket to Rughani, who's forward in defending. We're talking about the Indian superfan, Kumar Chaudhary, waving the giant flag, the guy who paints himself in the colours of the Indian flag. He has got the paint on today. We're talking about he's got this long sleeve shirt on. It's very hot out there, and you can kind of see where I'm going with this. The armpit paint is kind of coming off at this stage of the day as Rughani defends into the leg side, and there is no run. We're seeing him waving the flag just when Kohli hit that boundary.
Yeah.
Lots of sweat dripping down his body. It's just a tough job to do that every day, to keep repainting yourself, to try and keep it on throughout the day as well.
Yeah, I've been seeing Sudhir for the last 15 years. I'm happy to report I've never seen his armpits before.
You see them in full view today as Rughani's back and defending at this one.
I'm sure they've been on view before. I've never noticed them.
I just noticed there was a big patch of paintless, skin colour there. Basically.
Maybe he doesn't paint his armpits.
Well, it kind of, the shape of it, you could see some drips, and there's been a bit of sweat involved. Let's just say it's very hot and humid out there. He's in the shade though as Rughani sweeps well behind square on the leg side. That races away for 4 down to fine leg. Nathan Lyon just drifting that one outside the leg stump, and Rughani equal to it. There is a field set for that kind of shot, just looking for the miscue really. There's a short fine leg, there's a leg slip in place, there's a short leg under the helmet, but he managed to evade all those fielders.
The boundary couldn't have come at a better time. And talking of shapes and drifts, this was beginning to sound like a late night radio of another kind.
Nathan Lyon in again, and this one is floated up a little bit more. Rughani defends into the leg side. 3 for 120 India. Baz has got the binoculars out trying to check out Sudhir Kumar's armpits.
I did, unfortunately, thanks to you. And you are right. The paint has worn off.
Final ball of Lyon's over is drifted and floated outside the off stump. Rughani just knocks it away to Pat Cummins at mid-off. And another over 4 from it for India. That target 444. India 3 for 120.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket live here at the Kia Oval for the World Test Championship final between Australia and India. Australia in still a very dominant position in this Test match. Pujara and Rohit Sharma were out there. India were looking pretty good, and those 2 wickets falling in a very short space of time has put India once again on the back foot. Not that they were ever in the driving seat really. This mammoth target in front of them, 444. But they were just giving their fans a little bit of hope. Start of a new over as Boland is into Kohli, and Kohli leaves one just outside the off stump.
It's a really good battle between Scott Boland and Virat Kohli. We saw that first over from him, beat the bat a couple of times, had Kohli making some tough decisions about what to play at and what to leave alone, and then one time he just drifted slightly and it wasn't even onto his pads, it was more middle stump. That's just a class of Virat Kohli coming through. When he plays that shot through mid-wicket, you just realize why he's such a special player.
Boland runs in again from the pavilion end, and Kohli leaves one alone outside the off. Some bit of extra bounce that time from Boland.
And it's only the really special players you see play that shot where they pick it from off stump and just guide it through mid-wicket. It's not even played with any force. You think of the great Sachin Tendulkar, Jacques Kallis, Ricky Ponting.
VVS Lakshman, another one.
Very much
Australians will be familiar with.
Rahul was very good at that. Just the ability to hit the same ball to do different parts of the ground, to do different sides of the ground.
Boland again to Kohli, and this time he's forward defending out towards point line with the fielding, and there is no run. Kohli on to 20 from 27. We were talking earlier as well about his form since the 2022 Asia Cup. It's really when he started to get his form back, really, with that century against Afghanistan, and then sort of carried it into the T20 World Cup across all forms of cricket. Then in ODIs, he obviously got the monkey off his back in terms of that next century. Scored a century in the final test against Australia in the Border Gavaskar series in Ahmedabad. Holland delivers once more, again on that similar line, and this time it does beat the dive of Nathan Lyon at their point. It's his right hand on it, but just diverts it away from himself, and Kohli gets through for 2.
If you're an ardent Indian fan who hasn't lost hope yet, India now need 322 runs. On that famous day at the Gabba 2 years ago, they needed 324, which they did. The only difference, they had all 10 wickets in hand. They also had someone called Rishabh Pant.
Left-hander in the middle order, yes.
Exactly.
Holland into Kohli again, and this time he's shouldering arms, getting a big stride in there.
But one man they didn't have that day was Virat Kohli, the man in the middle. How we would have loved to have been there for that famous moment. Virat Kohli, of course, the first Indian captain to ever win a test series in Australia. The only thing is, unlike at the Gabba in 2021, in 2019 at the SCG, the Indians couldn't celebrate their first ever series win on the ground. It was a rain-affected test match, like most Sydney test matches are, and they were still in the dressing room when play was called off.
Holland then completely over is into Kohli, who guides this just in front of Nathan Lyon again at point. Settles for the single. So 29 overs gone in this Indian second innings. They are 3 for 123.
There's savings on everything from headaches to hay fever, only at Chemist Warehouse. Like buy a Revive Mouth Ulcer Relief 8 capsules, $10.69. Betadine Chesty Fort 200ml is only $10.99. For pain, try Advil Minis 90 liquid capsules, $16.99. And Zyrtec Rapid Hay Fever Relief 70 tablets, only $34.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas here live at the Oval. Towards the end of the day's play, 45 minutes or so remaining, with the extra half an hour having to be taken every day so far as Lyon continues. He's into Kohli, who flicks away to short mid-wicket, no run. We were talking earlier as well about, through this test match, very different types of accents in different parts of England. Bharat, you spend a lot of time here as well. Are you familiar? Like, would you be able to tell somebody from the north or the northwest as opposed to the northeast or Yorkshire as Lyon comes in, floats one up to Kohli, gets a single out towards deep mid-wicket?
I think I'm good at telling people who are from Manchester and people who are from Leeds. They have two very distinct accents.
Because they're quite similar to a lot of people who are not from the UK.
Yeah.
Northern twang, and even people from London, to be honest, let's face it. I mean, a lot of people in London, and I'm talking about native Londoners, not people who've moved to London, they think everything north of Watford is just basically the north. It just kind of all merges into one. And particularly from this part of London, where the Oval is situated, as Lyon is in, and with the back foot defending Rughani this time. It's not even South London, it's South London. South London. But yeah, you've got the Scouse accent as well.
Right.
Liverpool.
Oh, right, the Liverpoolian accent. Yeah,
and then you got the...
that accent, the one that you just pulled off there, the Liverpoolian.
It's very distinct.
For me, it's always associated with all the crime shows you get on Netflix.
Lyon is in and Rughani is defending into the leg side for no run. There is one called Liverpool Narcos, isn't there?
Yes, that's right.
On some streaming service or another, which is about the crime scene in Liverpool. Then you get Manchester City, of course, playing in the Champions League final tonight against Inter Milan. Lyon is into Rughani, is forward defending at this one. Then you got Yorkshire, Geoffrey Boycott.
Yes.
My mother could have played that with a stick of rhubarb.
I do get confused with the southern accents. So maybe I haven't got so much access to the south. I did spend 3 or 4 days in Cornwall and absolutely loved it. Doing nothing last time around.
Lovely part of the world, Cornwall. This line completes this over with a delivery that Rughani just looks to flick around the corner there. Bit of thigh pad involved in that one. And he negotiates it safely. India now 3 for 124.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket with Scott Boland continuing here into Kohli, who works this one down towards fine leg. He runs the first really hard, but has to settle for the single as Stark does the fielding. So accents, Australian accents, talk me through them, because there must be some distinction between different parts of Australia, but to the English ears, we're not very good at making them out.
They do get distinctive when you compare, say, an accent in the northern part of Queensland. I'm sure you met our colleague Clancy Cinnamon. Does such wonderful work with the camera. Genius kid, I call him. Comes from that part of the country, and listen to him talk and compare that to someone from Adelaide. And South Australians are supposed to have the poshest, slightly stiff upper lip accents amongst Australians.
Says the South Australian. In comes Poland into Rughani, who's guiding this one down towards deep third, and that's going to race away for 4 as well. Beautifully guided just past Cameron Green at gully, Nathan Lyon at backward point, right in between the two. India 3 for 129.
Yeah, but I think the Victorian and New South Wales accents, to my ear, sound very similar. I mean, even the South Australian one, they make fun of South Australians, the way they pronounce certain words. I remember listening to the radio a few years ago, and they're talking about how in South Australia, allegedly, they don't, if say a name has an L in it, they leave out the L sound.
Boland runs in again to Rughani, looks for a similar guided shot, this time straight to Lyon at point.
For example, there's a country town in the northern part of South Australia called Goolwa. Goolwa. But according to that particular radio host from New South Wales, the South Australian would say Goolwa, leave the L out.
Right. Interesting.
And then you go to Western Australia, and I remember writing a piece about the different, not so much the accents, but certain words and how they're pronounced differently in Western Australia as compared to the Eastern Seaboard.
Yep.
But honestly, for me, it's Northern Queensland. I mean, the northern part of the country, and then the rest of the country all sounds similar to me, honestly.
Boland is into Rughani, who flicks this away out to the vacant mid-wicket area, runs the first hard, but again the second isn't on, so just the one taken. Is it just broader, the accent up in northern Queensland? Is that what
it is? It's more drawly. Yeah.
And in India as well, it's a thing. I notice it in India when I hear people talking in English, because there's obviously regional languages. There's Punjabi, there's Gujarati, there's Tamil, there's Telugu. You know, there's so many different languages across India. Maybe when they're speaking Hindi, or maybe when they're speaking English, in particular to my ears, I can tell a little bit of difference from, say, a Punjabi to a Tamil.
Yeah.
As Boland is into Kohli, who shoulders arms to this one just outside off.
Oh, and our Ashwin speaking English or Hindi in particular would be very different to Virat Kohli, and will be very different to the way Ajinkya Rahane would, or Rohit Sharma would speak even Hindi, which is one of our many national languages, but the most. The national languages is spoken across the country.
Yeah.
Don't get into trouble about calling Hindi the national language.
No. I mean, English is more universal in some ways.
It is.
You go to some parts of the deep south, and that's all they will understand. Kohli leaves the final delivery of the over outside off stump, and Boland completes another one, his 11th of this innings. He's 1 for 38, and India 3 for 130.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Nathan Lyons to continue then from the Vauxhall end as a Mexican wave makes its way around the ground here at the Oval. Lyon round the wicket to Rughani, who defends into the leg side, and there is no run.
Even the way they say the word mate changes as you travel around Australia. Like, further north you go, it's into the regions of mind.
And the different ways in which, I don't know how it works in Australia, how you describe a certain type of food as well, as
true.
Lyon is in and Rughani is forward defending. In the Midlands, for example, where Phil Long and I are from, in Leicestershire and across towards Birmingham, the East and the West Midlands, you put chips, as in French fries, you might call them in some parts of the world, chips in a, well, this is even in between two slices of bread. We would put a bread roll a cob, which is another thing which other people don't understand, and we call it a chip butty.
Oh, right.
Which people in London wouldn't have a clue what we're on about. As Rughani flicks one off his hip down towards deep mid-wicket, gets a single.
One of the greatest things I ever saw for multicultural Leicester. You've probably had one of these, Nikesh. A samosa cob.
Samosa cob. Outstanding.
A samosa.
A bit of chutney drizzled over it.
Will I get a cob in Nottingham?
You will. You will. Nottingham deals in cobs. If you ask for a cob, they'll know exactly what you mean. A bread roll. Lyon floats one up to Kohli, who flicks away down towards mid-wicket himself as well. Another single taken. Well, down here it's a bread roll, unfortunately. And a chip sandwich. Whoa. Not a chip butty.
But as tempting as it sounds right now, I'm going to stay away from it, just like I've been staying away from those very, very tempting scones we get.
Lyon into Rughani, who defends into the leg side, no run. And then, interesting, you call it a scone. Scone.
Yeah,
that's another debate.
Exactly. And also, maybe we can pick this up in the next over. What goes on first, the cream or the jam? I was given a lecture by this lady in Cornwall when I was just traveling around last time.
Lyon into Rughani to complete the over. It's again defended into the leg side, and there is no run. Right, Bharat, you're going to stay on. You're going to continue this with Adam Collins with India 3 for 132.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins jumping in for a quick burst before the end of play. Nikesh to finish off after that. I've got Bharat Sundaresan and Phil Long with me. Mitchell Stark's been brought back into the attack. None for 33 from 5 so far for the Southpaw. He bowled a better second spell than his first, I would say, after tea. They could do with one of those snorters that he bowled to Kohli in the first innings. That's been replayed on telly now for Tyre Power. Just took off on afternoon 2 and helped shape position Australia were in by the close of play then. He's got 2 slips. Warner Smith, green in the gully. Line at backward point on the boundary. It's a fine leg. Cover point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 6-3 field. Stark left arm over pavilion end. It squares up Kohli on 26 out towards Labuschagne at cover point. No single. What were you talking to Nikesh about? Food accents.
Food accents. I hope I did a good job. You might have to ask our producers. Adam, you weren't around listening, whether I did a good job describing the various accents you find in Australia.
Okay.
It's not that big a variety as, say, in England, but I think I did a fair job.
Yeah, there is definitely a South Australian accent.
Yes.
Which you'd be aware of being one of Adelaide's favourite sons, now up in the hills.
Indeed.
Favourite son?
I think there's even an Adelaide Hills accent.
There is. I'm learning it. I'm picking up.
Stark to Coley. He's faced 37 balls and he defends. He wants one. Rahane's keen for a sec as well, but they both go back, and rightly so, because Kawaj is in on it. The accents are far more regionalised in the UK indeed tonight, with Man City playing in the Champions League final. Definitely tell what a Manchester accent is against it actually came up last week at Lord's. So Josh Tongue, has this come up already, the Josh Tongue accent thing? No, it hasn't. Nikesh is smiling in the background. Josh Tongue, who made his debut from Worcestershire.
Yeah.
So, you know, how do you say tongue? I say tongue. How do you say it?
Tongue.
Tongue, right. Unity ticket. Stark bowls here, and Coley pushes out to mid-off. But our colleague on SEN Test Cricket from a couple of years ago during the Ashes, Mike Atham, who is one of the best, if not the best, in the business on Sky as well, kept referring to the England debutant as Josh Tongue. And as we learnt as the week went on, that's how you say tongue in Lancashire.
Oh, really?
Your tongue is your tongue.
Tongue.
Josh Tongue.
Josh Tongue.
So keep an ear on that during the Ashes when Athas is commentating and Tongy is having a trundle. Let's start doing that here. Left arm over to Coley. Again, similar to the first ball of the over. I don't know why Rughani is taking on Labuschagne. He executed 4 direct hit run-outs last year. We were there for all of them.
Yes.
That was all in Test cricket.
Just on Michael Atherton and pronunciation of words, I was very, very happy. A couple of years ago, I was watching Sky, and he was talking about, you know, when they used to have these kids send their videos of them bowling and batting. And he said, oh, that kid in the garage. And I was like, wow, that's how we were taught to say garage in India.
Not garage.
Not garage. Yeah, that's a more French pronunciation. I was like, if such a highly educated man like Michael Atherton is pronouncing the way...
A little accent on top. The garage. I thought about that one before. Stark bowl short on the hip. Finds a gap. Nicely played. Marcus Harris, the sub, has no chance. Coley's up to 30. The crowd are involved again with that boundary. His 4th. He's been slowed down somewhat in the last half an hour, but stumps will be on his mind. Half an hour from that juncture. 3 for 136, Phil Long.
With the Midlands, taking a Midlands position, neither favouring the north or south. I think the Tong garage depends if you live in the grass or grass camp or the Bath or Bath.
Right.
I think that's...
I feel like maybe we should do a straw poll. Got Sam Curran sitting over there. We can ask him. On the next balcony. Here's Stark bowling to Coley. One hand off the bat. Tries to lace it through, but Usman Khawaja away to his left. Cuts it off. End of the over. 4 runs coming from it. On the Beaumont scoreboard, India 3 for 136. Coley on 30. Rahane 13. This pair have put on 43. Couple of wickets in the session. They were celebrated heartily by the Australians for Tobin Brothers' funerals, celebrating lives. The leading run scorer in this second innings is Rohit Sharma. He was dismissed leg before wicket from the bowling of Nathan Lyon for 43. That's for DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. We've got another break in play for reasons best understood by the Indian pair who are out there at the moment. Kamlesh Jain, he's been a big part of our broadcast out there constantly.
There's a man who needs a sponsor, Kamlesh Jain, doesn't he?
Maybe next week we'll get Nick Jones, the Aussie physio, sponsored at Edgbaston. So we're all off the field. Impromptu drinks break at 5:32. Why not? Nathan Gaddy Lyon. Slip, leg slip. Short leg. That's Labuschagne under the lid. Lyon bowls. Rahane 13. Stays on 13. Lunges forward in defence. So we were talking about accents. Why not? Let's stay there. What was whether you're in the grass or grass?
The grass or grass. I
found since I've moved to England many years ago now, the one word that I've flipped on And I feel a bit bad about this when I'm in Australia, as I am through the summer. I don't say data anymore.
Oh, you say data?
I say data because no one understands what you mean when you say data in England. Line bowls and driving through the covers is Ajinkya Rahane. That's his best shot of the afternoon. Into the rope in front of the gasometer. Advances to 17. India 3 for 140. They're 304 runs away, which does put them within striking distance. Phil Long. Oh, not Phil Long, Ravi Shastri. Phil's going back to the naughty corner.
An easy mistake to make.
Ravi Shastri's jumping in. Put the other microphone on you as we just fiddle with the buttons. Baz, that was a nice shot.
Beautiful shot. He hit near the line for 3 or 4 fours through the offside in the first innings as well. It's classy.
Line delivers round the wicket, fraction shorter, tucked out, deep mid-wicket, 3 for 141 on the single. Rahane up to 18. Good afternoon, Ravi, taking us through the stumps. They're going to be well within 300 at the close. If these two are still there, there'll be no shortage of belief.
Yes, and it just surprised with the way the pitch has been. It's playing better than it's ever played in the game. And India will be ruining the 2 shots they played. Rohit Sharma and Pujara will be ruining the fact that they gave the wickets away.
His sweeping line from round the wicket's gotten harder and harder over the years. He does that here and bowls to Kohli, who plays him conventionally, back and across and defending. Because the difference with Line now is that he can he does the Ashwin bit, he hits the shiny side far more. He doesn't just bowl the off break, so you have to nail your sweep when he's on that angle, because ordinarily it's trending back at the stumps. 2 left from Line. Bouncing away from us, arrives at the crease, bowls to Kohli on leg stump. There'll be another single to deep square, a couple in the over, 3 for 142, Kohli 31.
And both Rohit and Pujara, Ravi, falling to shots that they're least comfortable playing. Rohit Sharma not a very confident sweeper, and Pujara playing a ramp shot.
No, and Nathan Lyon bowls round the wicket to bring the leg before into play against the right-hander. So a shot that Rohit attempted was it was half-hearted, not needed. He was batting beautifully.
Line to Rahane, defends from that same leg stump line. It completes the over, 3 for 142. They're 302 runs behind, 302 runs behind, I should say. With Kohli on 31, Rahane on 18 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
Deep into the day in South London, a gorgeous warm day. Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan. Great to have Ravi Shastri with us and Phil Long on the step. 25 minutes to the close. If India can reach that point with Kohli and Rahane still there, it'll give them a lot of hope before tomorrow. They've got enough time. Crucially, they have enough time. Stark, can he find something here? Short and wide, and Kohli can't beat Labuschagne. Probably should have done better there. That was a hit-me ball.
It was. Just sat up.
What was when you went into the sheds, Ravi, at Brisbane, at the Gabba, we've spoken a bit about it through the week, but when you went in there and addressed them that night, knowing that with 9 wickets in hand, I think it was when you started the next day, that everything needed to go right, how did you frame your message to them?
I said, just play normal cricket. Just play normal, positive cricket. I mean, treat the bowling on merit. Don't think too far ahead. Take it session by session. Take it 2 hours at a time, and we'll see what happens as the day progresses.
Rahane was super important in that final session, wasn't he? Kohli facing Stark here, back of the length, leaving alone. I think that's the lost piece of that last day. No one remembers that Rahane came out and struck at 100 for about half an hour, and it just put a little bit of a dent in Australia's confidence.
It did, and Shubman Gill actually was
earlier,
the man who just went after Stark in 1 over, and then the entire momentum had shifted.
22 from that over, and it was Pujara down the other end wearing body blow after body blow and sort of proving to the rest of them he was full commitment to the cause.
Yeah, and especially after that over from Mitchell Stark, which Pujara took for 20, I think. It was then that Pujara got on his Harley Davidson as well and started motoring along.
Stark's got 3 catches behind the wicket to Kohli, his old nemesis, who clips him away out towards the Lock Laker stand. Beautiful shot. That's Kohli's 5th boundary, up to 35 from 47. He's moving through the gears, and they're inside 300 of victory. 298 away as we near the close of play. He's timed the ball splendidly through mid-wicket this afternoon, Ravi Shastri.
Yes, third time he's played that shot. One to Cummins, one to Bhogle, and now Mitchell Starc. And clear suggestion that the balance is very good. He's been very fluent in this innings. Very unhurried. He's moved to 35 of just 47.
And the crowd have gone nowhere. They're chanting for Kohli. They're put on 53 this pair now. Starc under the pump. Kohli on the balls of his feet defending. Knows the call. Out to Khawaja at mid-off.
You said this a while back, Adam. You said Virat Kohli would be playing for stumps. I think everyone present at the Oval and everyone turned on their television back in India would be hoping that he stays unbeaten.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if these two go into stumps with India about 165 for 3 or 160 for 3, this match is set up beautifully. Still very much in favor of Australia, but just seeing the way the pitches behave, it will just give them some hope, a glimmer of hope, if even maybe drawing it.
Remembering they'd have to smash the world record, set at 418 back in 2003. That's what it's going to take to win the World Test Championship final. Starc to Kohli, again defending out to cover. But look, these records are meant to be broken, and fourth inning scores have been accelerating in recent years. And we've been saying, Brad, on the show that we make on the podcast, that someone's going to chase down 500 sooner rather than later. It's going to happen, and why shouldn't it be on a track? It's getting a bit better as we here at the Oval, and the sun's beating down.
And against a bowling attack who in the last 6 months aren't used to bowling more than 70 overs.
Exactly. Yeah, they'll be tired. They may not say it, but they'll have miles in the legs now. India able to keep them out there until the middle of the day yesterday. Last ball for Starc. Pavilion end. 2 slips to the gully. Bowls here, and he drives again. That's sublime from Kohli. Out towards long off. The crowd rises one. He didn't move a muscle. Contact with the ball, turned around, marked his guard. Takes India to 3 for 150 at the end of the over. The target's 444. Kohli wants a change of gloves. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Kohli 39, Rughani 18. Nikesh Rughani taking us through the stumps.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side-by-side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Virat Kohli then on the charge. Into 39 from 50 deliveries. India bringing up the 150 with that boundary. Nathan Lyon to continue from the Vauxhall end. Round the wicket to Ajinkya Rahane, who's off the back foot, just punching it into the leg side, and there is no run. We are, like Adam was saying and like you guys were discussing earlier, just seems to be easing up a touch, this pitch here at the Oval. Not as many demons in it by the looks of it in this second innings for India. Lyon once again comes in and goes a little bit fuller. Rahane's on the front foot defending.
Bumped into a senior member of the Indian team who was not playing this test match yesterday, Ravi. Clearly I'm not naming him. And he felt that the pitch had slowed down and it would come down to Nathan Lyon winning this game for Australia, and so far he's been proven right. I'm sure you picked up on who I'm talking about.
Lyon is in outside the off stump. Rahane is defending.
No, I think the first session tomorrow. Every day you see the sting in that first session of play. The pitch is a lot more. Once the effect of the roller dies out after say 20 minutes or so, that period, the next 80 minutes are going to be crucial.
Lyon then runs in past the umpire, bowls, and Rahane is again off the back foot this time, flicking it away to deep mid-wicket, gets the single. It's great to see the crowd still in big numbers. It is Saturday night here in South London, as we said, Bharat. And Big party atmosphere throughout the day, really. Lots of drinks flowing. Some lovely food being eaten as well. Ice cream time as well. Look at that kid on the screen. All over his face. He doesn't care.
That's the
melting pretty quick, isn't it?
That's the baseball version of having an ice cream.
Don't drop the flake. Lion over the wicket now to Kohli, who tucks around the corner, but straight to that man at deep back, short backward square.
He's a big match player, isn't he, Ravi, with Virat Kohli? You'll be loving this. No, it's after a long time, Bharat. You know, I'm seeing him batting like this. You know, it's more the Kohli of old. You know, it's relaxed. Technically, he's organised. Back again.
Lions, who completely over, is full to Kohli, is flicking away, can't beat the man there at short mid-wicket. Lion completes his 9th over then. India 3 for 151.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Back here live at the Oval as Ajinkya Rahane just gets a little drink brought out to him by Ishan Kishan. Ravi Shastri still with us. Ravi, Bharat and I were discussing a little bit earlier on about different types of accents. You've obviously spent a lot of time in the UK, your time in Glamorgan as well. Obviously a very distinctive accent out there in Wales. Did you pick up any Welsh twang while you were there?
Absolutely. They go shamoy, which means good morning, you know. And it's like a saying that they won't say Ravi. Yeah, Ravi Shastri. Ravi Shastri. Ravi Shastri.
Almost with a West Indian twang that as well. As Cummins continues, he's short, he's over the head of Alex Carey as well, and that's going to be wide signalled by umpire Gaffney. We've seen quite a few of those taking off from halfway down the track. No chance for Carey. 5 more onto India's total.
I just get the feeling in this little spell, Pat Cummins might test both these batsmen with a few short deliveries. And probably get some short stuff in before stumps. But just coming back to Kohli, I said close to his very best. I won't be surprised if he gets on a roll, doesn't get on a roll soon. If he gets 100 in the next 2-3 months, you'll see a period of play over the next couple of years where he'll rattle a lot of runs.
Cummins into Rughani. It's down the leg side this time. It's well taken by Carey. It was basically since August 2022, August last year, when he's kind of got this form back, we were saying as well. And just with every series, with every tournament he plays in, looking more and more assured, and just that swagger. He's got the swag back.
Yeah, and the feet are moving. The balance is there. There's a big front foot stride. He's not caught on the crease. His footwork is decisive. And all great batters get that one final big patch, don't they, Ravi? That period for Sachin Tendulkar, 2010-11.
Cummins into Rughani once more. This time is defending out to short extra cover.
This innings, Ravi, correct me if I'm wrong, reminds me of how well he played in Adelaide before the mix-up. Yeah. Again, it looked so assured. No ball's been called.
Another no ball for Pat Cummins. Really has struggled.
Yes.
Phil Long is still with us, and Phil could tell us in a moment just how many he has bowled throughout this match. Cummins top of his mark. He'll try once more. So we've had the 5 wides, dot ball, and then a no ball as well. Cummins charges in, delivers again, and Rughani is assured as he defends off the front foot. 3 for 157.
I think this is the important play from India's point of view. They bat well together. They've had some big partnerships against Australia. They keep the scoreboard ticking along. So if they bat one session, another session, this match will be set up beautifully. Could get into a position where you're, looking at that target.
Just had a quick check of the weather forecast as well just before coming back on air, and not a lot of rain forecast for tomorrow as Cummins is in. Rughani feels at one just wide of the off stump, makes contact, just knocks it away to short extra cover. There may be a thunderstorm for about an hour or so, around 2 or 3 p.m. tomorrow, and that is about it. So there's not going to be any rain to sort of bring the draw into play or take us into a 6th day. So India get themselves in a position. They may as well look to attack this one, and it's a world final at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, they have an informed Ravindra Jadeja to come after this. And then the X factor, KS Bharat. That's where, I mean, you put a Rishabh Pant into the side, Australia are worried.
Yeah.
KS Bharat hasn't quite hit his straps at international level yet. As Cummins is in, and Rahane's driving at this one. Can't beat the man once again. A short extra cover.
9 no balls for Pat Cummins across the Test match. 6 in the first innings and 3 in this innings.
Yeah, he's still checking with umpire Gaffney about how far out he was. He has struggled for rhythm. All these Australian fast bowlers have. And he hasn't looked at his rest. He's feeling, don't forget, he did leave early from the India tour. Fortunate passing, his mother. Be with her in her final days. He just hasn't hit his straps.
Just a lack of bowling out there in the middle, really, contributing to that. Still a couple of balls left in this over. As he's in once more, and Rahane again defends out into the offside. Big shout of no. Good communication between Kohli and Rahane. They're constantly talking to each other out there in the middle, geeing each other up, keeping each other in the zone as well, which I think is so important.
I think what's happened as the game has progressed, the pace in the pitch, has eased up. Hence, very little of that variable grounds. We've hardly seen anything in this innings, which is rather surprising, especially when you consider the pace at which the Aussie bowlers bowl. They're taller.
Cummins to complete the over, and Rahane is just guiding this backward of points. Runs the first one hard, and they think about a second, but settle for the single. End of another Pat Cummins over there, with India 3 for 158.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
Back with us here live at the Oval as Nathan Lyon continues here. He's got 9 overs, figures of 1 for 28. Bharat Sundaresan has left us for the day to go pitch side and get ready for the post-match interviews. Nikesh Rughani still alongside Ravi Shastri and Phil Long. India needing another 286 runs. I mean, Ravi, you go back 10, 15, 20 years definitely, and you're looking at this and you think absolutely no chance, but it just shows you how far Test cricket has come.
Absolutely. That, target 444, you've knocked over 150, a little under 300 to get. Very possible.
Lyon then over the wicket here to Rahane, who's forward in defence, back down the pitch.
But you need this partnership. Take India closer to... They need to add another 100, 140 from here.
And that's what Australia will be eyeing up, just trying to break this partnership as soon as possible before it does too much damage. Lyon is in, and Rahane is again forward in defending, and we're kind of in that period of play now with 8.5 minutes left to go until the end of the day's play. These two need to see things out at least and then start afresh tomorrow morning. You can see the constant chatter as well between Kohli and Rahane.
They know the importance of this 8 minutes that you mentioned. You don't want to give it away. They've given away a couple of wickets.
Lyon goes a little bit quicker into the pitch, and Rahane defends into the leg side.
I'm still a long way to go, but the assurance and calmness and just seeing the pitch, Nikesh, that's what's making this last day going to be very, very exciting.
These two very different characters as well, Kohli and Rahane, as Lyon is in, and Rahane's wrapped on the pads. Big shout for LBW. Lyon's down on his knees, pleading with umpire Illingworth. I think was suggesting it was going down. Maybe he's telling Lyon to just get off that danger area as he was appealing down on one knee. Australia not going for the DRS review on this occasion. Not sure umpires are allowed to say it was going down leg. It kind of might influence the DRS decision and whether or not they go upstairs to have another look. Lyon is in, he's Fuller, and Rughani this time gets bat on ball. Well, the calmness of Rughani, the intensity of Virat Kohli, they work well together.
Very well. They communicate well with each other. The strike keeps rotating, which is so handy. And they both hit a lot of boundaries when the opportunity is there.
Lyon then, completely over, goes wide, it's driven. Did he get any bat on that? Rughani, I'm not sure. It ricochets off Alex Carey into the leg side behind square. And that is the end of another one. Ravi Shastri is leaving us for the day as well. Nikesh, Rughani and Phil Long to take you through to the close. End of another over though, and India 3 for 158.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket brought to you by Macca's. As we just take another look at that previous delivery, the excitement from the Australians with a potential catch being put down behind. There was no edge. Cummins into Kohli. This is defended into the offside out towards point. And there is no run. How's the over rate been today, Phil?
Well, the over rate's not been good, as we know throughout. We're going to be what?
Surprise, surprise.
What are we going to get? 6 minutes left. Probably get this and another one in. So leave us 7 short again. More interestingly, in this is now the 38th over of this Indian, with the 4th innings of this game. There's only been 2 maidens. Australia not been able to get any control, have they, at any point? When they lost those wickets, the runs have kept ticking over.
With this partnership as Kohli guides one just backward of point. It's another single, and this is another example of it, really. A lot of knocking and running from Kohli and Rughani. They know the importance of accumulating. They would have seen the Australians doing that earlier on as well, particularly when Mitchell Starc was batting with Alex Carey. Lots of singles and 2s taken during that one. Kohli off the outer half of the bat this time. Quite deliberate, though, away from the fielder, just backward of point.
Ravi Shastri's right. I think, we're coming to the end of the 4th day, but these next 10 balls feel vital, don't they, in terms of the way this game might go.
Crucial, and from an Indian point of view, they will be desperate to keep these two together. This partnership worth 66 runs now as Cummins runs in, goes short to Rughani, and if there was many more of those, it will be a lot easier for them to survive. No real great pace in the pitch or variable bounce as well. Seems to have levelled up just a touch. Cummins hiding the ball, interestingly, as he runs in. Perhaps looking for some reverse swing, but not going to get that. Bowling halfway down the track. 3 for 159. India 285 runs away from their target of 444. World record target, of course, being set. As Cummins comes in once more, goes outside off this time, and 2 wide to trouble Rughani there, who shoulders arms. Poses for the cameras as well.
So Ajinkya Rahane sporting a broken finger or broken thumb. He's shown no real discomfort, has he?
Not at all, no. It wasn't in the field for India. Akshar Patel taking his position there, and Pat Cummins running in actually now with the ball in his left hand, transferring it to his right hand at the last moment, and then coming into bowl. There is no reverse swing on offer at the moment. The ball into its 39th over. Did have that one change of balls early on, though, as well, as Rughani guides this one out towards point for no run. Yeah, the Australians just not getting any real assistance from the conditions, from the ball.
And it's another no ball.
And it's another no ball. As umpire Gaffney has his right arm stretched out. He's not bowling big no balls here, Pat Cummins. We've seen a couple from Starc and Boland as well, which have been quite significantly over the line. This is more of a rhythm thing. It's not just the extra effort ball that is causing these issues. And from an Indian point of view, this is perfect. As the longer this over goes on, there's 2 deliveries remaining in it, 2 legal deliveries. But just over 2 minutes remaining in the day's play. Rughani just taking his time as well before he takes his guard, just to make doubly sure that they don't have to face another one from Lyon. Cummins runs in now, and Rughani tries to guide one down towards deep third, but Labuschagne with the fielding there at backward point prevents the single. Even Pat Cummins taking his time here, just having a look down at his landing mark, having a word with umpire Gaffney just to see how close he is pushing that no ball line. Is that 10 no balls for Pat Cummins?
10 no balls in the test, yeah. And 4 in the 9 overs he's bowled in this innings.
Cummins runs in once more from the pavilion end, and Rughani again defends out into the offside, and we are going to get another over in the day's play, because the clock hasn't quite ticked over to 6 o'clock. We're just coming up to 5:59 p.m. local time. So a chance for Nathan Lyon to get another one in here. You can hear the Indian fans. One of their theme tunes actually from a very old film, Phil Long, and you're a bit of a connoisseur of Bollywood films. The film Sholay, starring Amitabh Bachchan and Dharmendra, 2 of India's iconic male leading heroes. And the song Ye Dostati Hum Nahi Todenge, which means this friendship we will never break.
And a little bit of brief Leicester chat. I noticed that's being Sholay is being shown on the big screen. I think it might be at De Montfort University in Leicester, an open air showing of Sholay.
Any of you Australian fans listening in the UK for that Ashes series, as this one is flicked round the corner by Virat Kohli down towards fine leg for 4. Lyon just going a little bit shorter in his length, allowing Kohli to move offside and bring up another boundary. So yeah, the Australian fans coming over to the UK for the Ashes, listening to our broadcast right now, head over to Leicester if you get time. It is the place to be if you want to enjoy yourself and in amongst all that Indian culture. As Lyon is in, and Kohli again flicks, but this time straight to backward square leg, and there is no run. I actually took the boys out last summer. Myself, Adam Collins, Daniel Norcross, Jeremy Coney, Henry Moran, who was working with us during that New Zealand series. We were covering the Trent Bridge Test match in Nottingham, just up the road from Leicester. As Lyon floats one outside off some Kohli is forward in defence. And I assured them when they wanted to go for a curry night that don't waste your time in Nottingham, boys. Head down to Leicester. And, you know, Colo lives in northwest London, where you do get a good selection of Indian food. Even he was blown away. Never had a curry like it, the exact words. So get over to Leicester if you want some proper Indian food. In comes Lyon, and there's an appeal for a catch. The ball ballooning up in the air. Steve Smith running around from his position at slip down towards a leg slip position. Umpire Illingworth says no. Smith on his back. Boos ring around the stadium as well from the Indian fans. The Australians, pantomime villains after that Cameron Green catch earlier on, and this one straight off the top of the pad from Kohli. Doesn't look as though there was any glove involved. Looking at the replay on the screen in front of us, you can understand why the Australians were excited with it being Virat Kohli facing up. In comes Lyon to Kohli, who's forward, gets a stride in, defends this one back down the pitch. Oohs and ahs and cheers ring around the ground. They know there's only one ball left for Kohli to survive, and India still not quite out of this game. Still a small mountain to climb on the final day if they're to get close to this target of 444. But when Kohli's there, there is hope. Lyon in for the final ball of the day. Kohli flicks around the corner to short fine leg. He survives. This partnership between Kohli and Ajinkya Rahane worth 71. They will try once more tomorrow morning with India having been set 444 for victory, making their way to 3 for 164. Another 280 runs required for victory. Australia eyeing up those final 7 wickets, but as we keep saying, the pitch doesn't appear to have as many demons in it. This final session of the day, 32.5 overs, 123 runs scored for the loss of those 2 wickets as well. So the runs have been flowing pretty comfortably. And from an Indian point of view, they will be hoping for much of the same tomorrow morning. So that's where we're going to leave you here on SEN Test Cricket, live from the Kia Oval for this World Test Championship final. At the end of day 4, we'll be back half an hour before play starts on the final day, with India chasing down 444. They are 3 for 164.